Hello and welcome to the 8th playday of SAL groups. Just 2 more playdays, 2 more opportunities for our teams to get points and lock themselves in for top 6. An earlier start today as well, as we already mentioned yesterday. Brazil is playing in a World Cup later today, so it would make sense that every player from Brazil gets to watch their country play in the World Cup later. And honestly, Alfama, welcome to the broadcast here as well. It felt like it's only been like an hour since we logged off yesterday, and I think that just came down to how close every single match was yesterday.
I guess everything in life, Anne, is a question of perception. I feel like I've aged 2 years because of the France match last night. So you know what? Maybe it wasn't 1 hour for you. It was 2 years for me. But at the same time, I'm really glad that's happening because I will also want to watch Brazil. After watching some great Brazilian siege action, we'll watch some great Brazilian football action. So it is the perfect Sunday in my book.
It is, yeah. And let's talk about the standings as well then, because currently we have a gap of 9 points between the 4th and the 10th team, obviously, noting that the top 3 teams have already qualified and locked themselves in for those playoffs. That means the gap has increased in comparison to yesterday, because it was 6 points yesterday. But the point opportunities to really get these points and lock yourself in, those have decreased.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You've got 6 points left here right now. And as you said, we have so many teams that are close to each other. So basically, to understand what's going on here, we have 2 races. We have the races for top 6, which will secure playoffs for you. And then you have the race for top 4, because if you manage to get top 4, you're going to land on the right side of the bracket, the upper bracket side. And so that means that basically whoever makes playoffs, they only need to win 1 BO3 to make a WC. But most importantly, if you're part of the top 4, you start in the upper bracket. So even if you lose your first BO3, you're able to then still play another BO3. So here's an example here. This is the EML playoffs bracket. And as you can see, the top 4 was G2 Falcons, VP, and GK. So right now, G2 Falcons are facing each other. One will win and will make it to EWC straight away. And then Falcons, let's just say if they lose, could play Fnatic. And then they would have a second shot at making EWC if they won their second BO3. So this is why it's not only so important for these teams to make it to top 6, but also make it to top 4. And Anne, if we look at the matches today, some teams can already lock top 4 and already lock top 6 straight away before the end of the last play day. And this is what is making this one especially critical for all of these teams.
And I'm going to play devil's advocate here when we look at the matches, because there's also a shot for teams to be excluded from playoffs today. You know, that's natural as we move towards the final few playdays of the league. Teams will fall short, but that could already happen today. And that has to do with the results from matches earlier on. We're looking at some of these matches where, for example, a Loud, they're playing up against a very strong opponent. The same goes for later. I'm looking at that matchup between Furia and Fluxo W7M. It's currently very rough for Fluxo W7M. 2 big losses that's going to cost them many points. And now they have to go up against a team that, sure, they lost yesterday. But overall, in the SAL, they've looked incredibly good.
Yeah, honestly, there's so many different stories here. You can focus on FaZe and the fact that they're already way above there. They've locked in top 4. They've locked in playoffs. They are completely flawless right now. They're likely just want to confirm their flawless stage and confirm the number 1 seed. On the side of Furia and NIP, it's very likely that they can lock top 4 today. Either if Loud loses to FaZe Clan, then both of them will be guaranteed to make top 4 because Loud won't be able to overtake them. And in the case where Loud creates the upset and beats FaZe, NIP can still beat Team Liquid, Furia can still beat Fluxo W7M, and they can confirm that top 4 that way. And like you said, that other impacts, right? For example, loss, if they were to win, that would put a lot of pressure on Fluxo W7M. So there are so many different scenarios here with direct impacts. And as we go through the matches today, we'll update you guys on what are the stakes for every match and who's confirming playoff, who's confirming top 4, and most importantly, who's basically not confirming any and has a very poor stage.
I'm just really glad, Leo, you did all the maths for this, because if there's one thing I'm really not good at is doing maths, and especially when it comes to doing that under pressure, especially with the results from earlier matches influencing potential eliminations or qualifications from the matches later on. But yeah, of course, these matches will all really matter a lot. It's for these teams to get their 1-2 final shot of collecting points. And we can talk a bit about momentum as well. I think yesterday we saw teams really put up a good fight. We're talking about an Imperial Esports who put up a great fight against Los, despite being that very tense in the team. Now, they got 5 rounds, that's great, but in the end, those 5 rounds are not going to lead them to a point. They're not going to lead them to climbing up in the standings. And that's the double-edged sword that we see, at least in this very final playdate. Teams can get a lot of rounds, they can seem competitive, but then somehow they end up empty-handed, and that seems to be the issue for some of these teams. Speaking of that matchup, and in particular Lowe's versus INTZ as our first matchup of the day, these two teams coming in as a 6th versus the 8th with 8 and 6 points respectively. Both these teams won their matchup, but as we already said, a close game yesterday, they made it close against their opponents. And we look at Lowe's as the roster here. They did move into the top 6 with that win yesterday, and they looked strong, especially in that first half. I think it was Defo who you just saw on your screen joining us in the interview yesterday, talking about how they played too scared in the second half. It nearly led to a comeback from like Dragons, but it was really good to see those 2 dominant rounds at the end there to help them get over the line.
It was a game of 2 halves. They really struggled to close the game, but in the end, the experience showed on their side. And honestly, on the back of these 2 guys on your screen, right? Defo dropping 17 kills, Perez 15 as well, more than 30 kills combined for the 2 of them. It's two experienced players, the one that have played the most international stages along with Dash, and I think they stepped up at the right time. Looking at Los, I think you want them to continue the legacy they're building. They've been one of these big Brazilian contenders trying to challenge the top 4, the established top 4 of SAL. They managed to do it during kickoff. The question was, can they do it in a format that's much longer, where consistency is rewarded, such as a normal stage? And so today is an opportunity for them to do it. Because if they were to win here, if they were to beat INTZ, it means that if later down the road Fluxo W7M loses to Furia, they have guaranteed playoffs. And they eliminate Fluxo W7M for playoffs as well. Or at least they will be very, very close to guaranteeing playoffs, because obviously they would jump from 3 points here, and they basically would be, I would say, like almost guaranteed it, depends on the rest of the matches. And on the side of INTZ, I think we're starting to see the resurgence, right? Because they were one of these teams that we had the discussion of, they're at the lower end of the standings, they're struggling a little bit yet. They make every single game look very close, and I think we saw the momentum grow on their side all the way up until that layer game yesterday, which I think was really the moment where everyone realized, oh, wow, SAL can be much closer than what we think. What used to be a very top-heavy league is becoming a league that is much closer with a lot of pressure. And I think NIP, who was so consistent throughout the stage, losing to INTZ yesterday was a very, surprising move here, Anne.
It was, but it's a big victory for them as well, right? You think of these last 2 games where they get these 2 big wins in a row, it makes you really excited about their progress. They were 10th before starting to get these big wins, and they've already moved themselves up in 8, and it makes you wonder what else is possible for these final play days. I mean, we're looking at Legacy, we're looking at Angels, alongside Arthur, really stepping up in that match yesterday. I mean, that big 4K as well from Angels. What was it, 7 kills in total in the overtime to help his team get over the line, which is, it's incredible if you think of that. But then again, they get to overtime, they get the win out there, that's 2 points. If you look at it, starting to perfect their performance, it's where they get the success in the early rounds, which is great. They need to make sure they don't bleed these rounds away with Sage on the enemy team, because I feel like that was the big storyline that we saw in the matchup from yesterday. Heroics from an NIP player that absolutely shut them down.
Yeah, always somehow hates our Pinot grabbing kills that they need. Honestly, INTZ should have won that one in regulation. They were the better team. And you know what? At some point, the late round worked in their favor, because Angels had some incredible 1v3. In my opinion, that was the moment from the playday yesterday. That Azami clutch on basement, on lair. It was such a weird move as well, because he's not playing the usual gun. He's not playing the Capcan gun on Azami. And the fact that he was able to win that one, I think really kicked off all the momentum on their side. It was, I think, a very emotional one also for them. Not only for the other players to show to themselves that they could beat NIP, but to have one of them win a 1v3 against one of the big teams that usually close out these late rounds. I think this was a very important one. And as we see it right there, Arthur got aggressive here upstairs, got the first kill on Hates, and then he really quickly rotated down the hatch here in weapons. And look at Pino, who tries to get the 1v1 here. That's a huge mistake from him, by the way, because Bassetto is still on the shield, and they're completely disjointed. When Pino went for the drop really quickly, Bassetto wasn't there. And so after that, they just could isolate the kill on Bassetto. A very important one, and one that rewarded them with a win.
I feel like that's just 101 on how to win your clutches, right? You want to isolate your gunfights. You want to make sure that you create these individual moments against the opponents there. But yeah, great moments. If they would have lost that round, for example, should they have not won that clutch out there, that would have been a regulation win for the side of NIP. So it really shifted that momentum around, helped them push that game into overtime. And from there on, of course, you know, winning these rounds, still in that great momentum and pushing it into 2 points for them. Incredible stuff from these two teams. And I think with what they've shown yesterday, it gives us opportunities for yet another close matchup. And two, I guess to keep things close later on in the day as well. You've already mentioned, you know, should Lowe's get a victory here? If Furia beat Fluxo W7M, which, you know, given the current momentum between these two teams, especially Fluxo W7M, that seems like it's very likely that is going to happen later today. But as we'll stick with these two teams, I would like to see the map veto and show where this match is going to end up going to, as we already saw a lair yesterday from the side of INTZ. From Imperial, we saw a border. So far, lair and border will not be brought out today, and it seems like in the end we'll be headed to Fortress.
That's a really good map for the two of them. I know that both of them have actually played it, and none of them have won it yet. But there is some caveat to this. INTZ, they lost it all the way on the 15th round against Loud, and that was all the way back at kickoff. That was when the team was just being built, and they had just won Challenger Series, or second of Challenger Series, and made it into Tier 1. And so I think you can basically forgive them from losing that map, and making it close against the current Loud, I think is perfectly a good testament of how they were playing. On the other side, for Los, it's a map that they tried playing at kickoff, then at the Salt Lake City Major. They lost it 7-2 to Fluxo W7M. They lost it to Weibo at the Salt Lake City Major. And I remember talking to Dash about it, and they completely reworked the map in between the Major and the stage. And they took phase on the map, and it went all the way to the 12th round. It went 5-7 for Los, obviously losing it, but still such a close one against the best team in SAL. So for me, one of the better teams on the map in SAL. And just as a global reminder about the stakes of these matches, basically if Los win in regulation, they hit 11 points. They're on the verge of locking top 6. At the same time, if INTZ lose in regulation, they're stuck at 6. It's done. It's the end for them. It's do or die today. And most importantly, if Los were to win here, it's also ending completely any chances for Black Dragons and Imperial to remain in the playoffs race. So you have basically Los right now as the Reaper, and INTZ, BD, and Imperial can be the victim of that.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of teams looking at Lowe's performance today to see where this matchup will be headed to, and then eventually, if Lowe's succeed today, there's going to be a hate watch for them, because they'll want to hope that Lowe's does poorly today to keep themselves alive in the race for playoffs. But we've given you all the information. We've given you all the stakes. This time to bring in our casters for today. We are joined by Lynx and Xer Troika. And whilst we get you two in to talk about these matches, I hope your vocal cords are warmed up, because if yesterday was anything to go by, you're in for a long one today.
Well, especially if INTZ are in the matchup, because, I mean, if you just consider the past 2 games, they're 2-0 inside of the SAL currently. And frankly, given I think a lot of us thought it would be, like Leo's point, a pretty top-heavy league, that we would have a pretty set 6 going into playoffs. Fluxo W7M not really being in that conversation anymore is already surprising, but this is my most anticipated game of the day, because INTZ has really just come out of nowhere, especially yesterday with that comeback, to make it exciting. So I personally, if I have to strain my vocal cords in any game, I actually would prefer it be this one.
I think that's it, isn't it? You know, we always talk about SAL being a very unpredictable league, and a league where, you know, the top teams will eventually fall to, you know, those lower down teams on the table. And INTZ have proved that with the resurgence this last couple of play days. It's just the question of, is it going to be a bridge too far from here tonight or not? I really like the position that Loss have got himself in, by the way, Leo, when you were explaining there that they were almost gatekeeping 3 other teams from even having a chance at that the top 6 spot. You know, there's a lot of control in their hands today, let's just say that.
Oh, it really is. It's good to really reiterate those kind of, you know, the importance for this matchup here. I would like to get some predictions, maybe even scoreline as well, going from left to right. Leo, what do you think?
I think it's a hard call. It's a really hard one to call, because initially I would have said that Los would be the favorites, especially after the qualification to Salt Lake City and overall the players, the caliber of players on that roster. But the thing is, with INTZ's current form, like, who could have bet that INTZ would beat an IP yesterday, you know? So I have no way to call it. I'd like to see an overtime, just because of how complex it would get with the math and how basically everything would still be in the air. So I would say, you know what, overtime victory from Los.
I think I'm also gonna go overtime victory from Los, but especially with it being Fortress, if we just like in best of ones being what they are, if we see somebody run up the score on the defensive side really early, you could also get some weird scenario where it's like a 7-1 or a 7-2, not even necessarily because that's what the matchup actually represents, but just kind of the nature of best of ones and being on a more defender-sided map. But I think, at least in terms of like what this matchup can spiritually offer, this has to be an overtime game. Given how close these two teams are, given the stakes that are on the line, it has to be an OT game in theory.
I mean, one of these teams is going to have to win Fortress, right? And that's something that neither team has done up until this point. INTZ are starting off on the defense. I would give them that odd and give them that advantage, given that they will be able to run up the score on that defensive side. Their game on Fortress was a hell of a lot closer than a lot of Losses games on Fortress. Loss have got some stinking losses in there, so I'm going to give it to INTZ, but I don't think I'm going to go as far as to say overtime.
Ooh, so they lock it in regulation. I mean, I would love to see that, because if INTZ do take it here, that means things stay excited for the rest of the day, and we have a lot to play for later on. But Lynx, you said it was your most anticipated matchup of the day. Good news for you, it is ready.
Well, and I'm perfectly happy to get into it now, because as the desk kind of alluded to, not only, of course, are these two teams very close in the standings, very close in terms of play, a lot riding on this matchup. The results of this, and of course our Loud phase game right after this, basically could decide a large chunk of the playoff race within the first couple hours of SAL Playday 8. And while you and I might not be the biggest fans of Fortress, I do think that given the stakes of this matchup and given how INTZ have just really come out of nowhere in the back half of the stage, probably one of the most exciting Fortress games you and I have cast up until this point.
Absolutely. Look, we've got to learn to love it. I think that's just the I really just think that's the way that the world is going right now. The thing is, the other option was Cafe. Cafe was the last map banned. So Loss have maybe done us a little bit of a favor there, because I think people prefer to watch Fortress than Cafe. It's at least newer, isn't it? So we can get ourselves in there. But as we've sort of spoken about, both of these two teams have, of course, played this map before, but both searching for their first win here on Fortress. So that may lead the question as to, well, why are we here? Because if neither one has been able to do it up until this point, they're going to have to show us something a little bit different here today. INTZ, of course, coming very close. Overtime loss, max OT. They will be starting off on that more favorable defense side. Double shields being targeted on that defense as well. So Loss are going to be a little bit hamstrung there. No Monty and no Blitz. Both great space takers here on Fortress. On the flip side, Lost choosing to give themselves a little bit of an easier time with some of that area denial utility that Goyo chooses to bring, and removing the Cade as well, just to make those breaches a little bit more straightforward. Not that breaching is a big part here on Fortress, but it can just speed things up a little bit.
But on Fortress, when you do have such a hard time on the attack, one reason is, you struggle to progress through the map, struggle to clear some of these exterior positions like Museum, and then by the time you get to the site, you spend a lot of time, and then you got to deal, if not with an Electroclaw, certainly with some Vulcan packs. And so I think Los anticipating that that's something attacks often suffer from on this map, and is trying to avoid that entirely. And of course, bringing the Ying and the Grim, focusing on more of the execute utility to start, at least on at least for the attacks for the moment, with the shields completely taken down. It'll be that kind of disruption, utility, and the intel gathering that are going to be the two playstyles they could lean into that are favorable inside of the attacking meta right now. First minute on Fortress usually begins with a lot of opening of these exterior positions, kind of sitting outside, trying to see what you can get, but at least right now, for a brief moment, Perez tempted us with an early engagement. Wraps not in Museum like a zombies can be, but instead down below. Quickly rotates back up, not trying to take a fight too quickly, and Ollie, I think that's the right move.
Yeah, it just needs to be playing in and around this area, right? That horse pillar is so crucial a zone. You can really lock that off. You get a good line onto those main stairs. Big C4 kill off the rip here. Angel's going to take Dark down. Going to be Nomad and their flank watching capabilities. Oh, was he just ratting as well downstairs? Looks like he was just on the lower portion of tower. Still going to be looking to challenge that with a shotgun. He knows he's likely going to get pushed here, but there's basically zero response from Los. Like, he's kind of singled out right there. He's got a little bit of support. Nux, obviously playing on the Ying, could look to try and flash and make a play on this. But it's going to be Perez just to go up the ladder. Where are the Candelas?
I mean, you could see the idea in theory, thinking that they've distracted the Warden, that maybe they can then climb up the ladder sneakily, but you're just so vulnerable right there. And they know there's somebody with a C4 on the bottom of a tower, and if you're thinking about the normal defensive lineup, odds are, even if it's not a Warden, it might be a Mute or somebody with a C4. I have to think that, to your point, maybe just using a bit of extra utility might have made that a bit easier, even if you're going to do a ladder climb. Still a 3v4. Only one body separating Los and INTZ at the moment. Nux used all his Candelas, though. Dafo down to 2 canisters in that launcher. When it comes to the disruption, there's a minimal remaining capacity or potential energy for Los pushing into this site. The defense not only with a man advantage, with better positions currently. Nux opening up an important angle, though. This will put pressure on one of the defenders playing close on the wall. I believe that's STK. Now has to rotate across, but charge shot in the process, so no new angle created for this Los attack. Almost takes the head off of Nux from behind. Dafo adding an alternative angle with 10 seconds remaining. Catches a nice line through the rotate hole, but with the Kiba barricade, providing a lot of nice protection for this defense. The rest of the attack cut short as they push into the site. Dafo only 1 second away from losing it on time.
It was an ambitious swing there with the bailiff, wasn't it, to try and get that done? It was not the finest round there from Los, really. I think they really got struggling on some of those just sort of dug-in defender power positions. Sitting at the bottom of tower with a C4, it's a great trick, but you really ought to get away with, you know, more than one. Perez, I can't believe that he just tried to ladder up on him. There was no distraction at that time. Warden, Angels, he had nothing else to watch. Quite simply, could just sit there with the shotgun, watching the ladder, listening for a hatch drop, listening for someone coming in above, and he had plenty of support from the site as well. That even if Perez gets that kill, you don't really fancy him to go too much further because, again, it's a known player. Have we got 2 players hiding in the bathtub? STK and Arthur. So we're trying to hide a bandit and a clash. I mean, at that point, the drones are just going to see what's going on and think, I mean, we know nothing at this stage. Like,
bomb located by attackers. 10
I love it.
I like that.
Just sharing water, you know?
What's the rationale for Arthur getting out early versus STK? Do you think she just?
I just feel like that he's like whatever.
Yeah.
They can't really change anything at that stage, can they? So it's just what, you know. It's like, okay, we've missed her on the clash.
Well, typically I would say 2 of the most common operators we see hidden are Clash and some kind of hard breach denial, whether it's a Cade or a Bandit. So not often we see the 2 happen at the same time. I think they're running around being like, why have we only spotted 3 defenders? Where did the other 2 go? At least at the moment. Pretty mean lineup from INTZ right now. You got the 2 forms of hard breach denial, the Bandit and the 2-brow. Can't do the 2-brow Cade. The latter is banned. The Clash providing some nice mobile time wasting. There are a lot of different ways that INTZ could trip up this Los attack, and especially when you look at the lineup right now, still focused on a lot of that XT utility, Glaz and the Ying, and of course some intel gathering, and with the Glaz taken down. Angels, a big opening pick, 4-0 right now, big player yesterday, as we mentioned, and taking on Perez, another equally big player on Los who always seems to pull out a good game. Good person to shut down early.
2 rounds and 2 opening picks for Angels, and he's fancying himself for another. Just starting to get a little bit aggressive on the window at the top of these main stairs right now. Dafo searching for answers. Perez, as the Glaz was really being looked toward as zoning off a lot of visual, zoning off a lot of line of sight, and making use of Glaz's scope and really starting to cut through some of those longer angles upstairs. Without that now, kind of trying to rely on Dark to get in below and make something happen on Deimos. See if that Vendetta can do a little bit of damage through the floor, if they're going to be able to search anyone out. But at the moment, it doesn't really look like he's got anyone to track, at least no one active in that death mark. So him being downstairs really sort of leads the team even further to be in the deficit on this top floor. Dafo, very thorough clear of this bathroom, can choose to start to try and get that wall open, but with both the Bandit and the 2-brow, it isn't going to be easy.
And with only 50 seconds remaining, you're running into the similar situation that we had last time. A lot of important utility either being lost or used early. Angels thinks he found a gap in the breach, decides to hop out of it, and gives away a pick when he really did not need to. Of course, maybe he gambles and ends up getting a round-winning play, but at least based on how things have turned out, evens things for Los at a time when they needed quite literally anything they could get their hands on. You don't have a lot of active utility remaining. I mean, you've got the one toxic canister, you've got some C4s in the clash, but with 20 seconds remaining, a lot of these players might need to be gun up. First C4 goes wide. STK spots one, but the flashbang landing perfectly. Daffo at least keeps that defender behind the bunk bed just for another few key seconds. Dark going huge, pushing into the site. Revolver in hand. Great pinch onto STK. Raps now swinging around as everybody from INTZ loses their fights. Have to think that Angel's getting aggressive there. It gave Los the exact opening they were looking for.
It's a shame as well because they've done so much work on that opening pick, again, taking Perez down. And that's really what Los are looking to try and leverage, is that glass. Instead, it just comes down to having to burst and sort of brute force their way through the site. Angels trying to play into a gap that really wasn't there. One that I'm sure that they'll look back on and question that decision a little bit. Could very easily be 2-0 up for INTZ here, and if we're going to be right in our prediction links, which we're not always correct, but Fortress fairly defender-sided, crucial rounds like that on the top floor on a primary bomb site really can start to be a difference maker. Because if Lost finds some success elsewhere, I mean, we're not even going to the normal downstairs site. It looks like we're going to Hammam, which, for all intents and purposes, is a bit of a honker. This is like fourth pick site here on Fortress. You'll very often see people going into the alternate downstairs site, kitchen, where you can play inside of infirmary, and you've got a few more playable areas around you, but you can quite literally just hop straight into Hammam.
Well, and to your point, I'm 90% sure this is the first time you and I have casted a Hammam defense. So, and you and I have casted quite a bit of Fortress since SLC to now, and the fact that we haven't casted this site one single time, I think, is indicative, or at least just indicative of waiting room being the much more preferred option, even if Hammam might theoretically not be all that bad. See if Los are ready for it. Sometimes the offsite pick can trip up the attacking team when they expect a more standard third rotation down to waiting room and cafe. A lot of rotates and self-destruction being created by INTZ 30 seconds into the round, and this is a pretty extended defense. So many architect operators, the Azami, the Castle, the Mira, looking to create layers and extend the site outward, create new positions, still holding that all-important museum and horse pillar as Raps and Angels mount this two-person roam on the top floor. See what Los's answer for it are. They don't have a lot of disruption utility like we saw last time. It's mainly just the shield. It seems like it's still going to be a bit as Los are taking their time.
I've just had a quick flick through the data, and there has been no play of this site on any region.
Oh. So that would be why.
Yeah. I think honking might have been an understatement.
It's like the honking is quite literally in all caps for this site. Though, right as I say that, seems like we might hit the go button for Los. Shield rushing in, looking to clear out this roam. Duck's clearly concerned about the vertical angles. Oh, Raps! Ends up saving his teammate, back facing the Blackbeard pushing in. It's only a trade, though. INTZ don't get any lead out of that. It's quite close, all things considered, but Daffo on low HP. No, it's Perez the next to go down. Finished off by an impact grenade. Still only a one-body lead between these two. Daffo's been outside for so long, finally makes his way in. The entire round, won and lost on the top floor. Angels, Raps, and I believe one other person, all keeping a lockdown in horse.
It doesn't matter what site it is if you're just going to lose every single gunfight. And that's what happened to Lost when they got into that top floor. They got a couple of consolation prizes, but the big gunfights there coming out in favor of INTZ. Angels again doing a fantastic job. Perez from Lost struggling to find his feet in the fixture so far, which isn't where we want that young gunner to be. Bandit and a Ying to round out the bands so far. Ying has been a pretty permanent fixture in the Lost lineup. The Bandit as well, something that INTZ were looking to try and hide and looking to try and sort of surprise Los with. Okay, you've made you getting your walls open, and you've made a little bit of the site clear easier with that Goyo ban. But you've still got things like a mirror, still got things like an Azami. We haven't even seen INTZ bring the mirror out just yet. They're really rocking for more of the mobile mirror approach on STK with the Clash. And they've got a lot to be playing with here. Back to where we started things off then. Upstairs to Command. Previously kind of single-handedly won by Angels in that he got 2 kills inside a tower and really oughtn't to have got the second one. Maybe shouldn't have even got the first. But currently 7-1. Doesn't really matter if he should or shouldn't be getting these kills. He's getting them anyway. And he's more importantly not dying in the process. The only round that Angels has died in is where he basically gave himself away for free, trying to make a bit of a play happen. Aside from that, he's been incredibly effective so far. If you look on the flip side of Los, the story can't be said for Perez, Dash, Nux as well, with the operators that they play. I mean, if you're bringing the Blackbeard, you need to be getting active on it.
I do want to give Angels some credit. I mean, obviously INTZ have had a rough stage up until recently, but Angels on previous rosters could be quite a liability, for example, on the ENX team. And Angels these past few playdays has really been an excellent standout player. And even I remember on that ENX roster often going down in the opening duels on important operators like Azami, like Solus, and putting in the work he has. And in fact, you know, what, 2-0 on the opening duels so far that he's taken? Really excellent stuff for Angels at the moment. Nothing to complain about so far. Los beginning to try and peel back some of the layers on this game's extension. It's not Angels nor Raps on, well, not that part of the roam, at least. As I said, the Clash and the Smoke holding that position as Angels is ratting down below.
Going to be playing on that Solus, just trying to see if he can catch anyone out in any sort of gadget. Of course, Solus, fantastic for denying the plant as well, but I just don't feel like we're going to get there in this game. It doesn't feel like that's been a massive focus for Los at this time. It's mainly more being about survival more than anything. They're never really holding significant control or in position to really control the flow of the map and find themselves a pocket to get the plant down. It's more about these rat plays, and it's more about Angels. 8-1 and disappears like a thief in the night after taking Perez down for the third time.
Most unfortunately, pretty big gap in their intel game right there. I mean, very focused on clearing out that second floor, that middle floor roam, but I think Angels slipped through. Now 8-1, and like you said, in the wind. Can't exactly rotate back up, as I think a lot of the staircases, or at least a good portion of them, are covered by Los, but still very well could. And potentially pose another threat on the flank later. Raps, meanwhile, still keeping a tight grip on the museum position. Dark and Nux both suffering some damage. I mean, all of INTZ's power positions that they really want are still held. Legacy behind the shield. Angels firing some more shots at Nux and just harassing these attackers down below. I mean, if that Blackbeard goes down, that's the shield and the diffuser dropped alone down below with no opportunity for a trade. These attacks from Los are spread out. INTZ are basically having them do exactly what they want them to do. Rap's still alive inside of this position. Gets a nice double on the 90-degree swing. Can't land the triple, but the work's been done by INTZ. Angels with the first and the last. As INTZ continue to rack up rounds on these defenses.
It's a very fancy goblet. I'm locked into the I'm locked into the water containers or whatever
I don't know if it's just this stage, but the amount of just insane containers we have seen.
Yeah.
It blows my mind.
I mean, the NAL is a bit of a meme because it's all just bigger, and it's like, who can have the biggest water jug?
It's just like, I'm waiting for somebody to like literally reach both their hands down and pick up one of those jugs they have attached to like the coolers in like the office.
Yeah. I want someone to actually have like 2 other people bring them their water container.
Oh,
you know, like it's just too heavy for one person.
Or
I think that could be quite funny.
They've got like the Heisman trophy, not the Heisman Trophy, the like the Stanley Cup with all like, is that the one where they pour out the liquid? Or is that something they do in other sports?
I don't know.
Do they pour out I can't spell out liquid from the Stanley Cup? Google tried to autocomplete with sippy cup, not what I wanted. Actually, okay. Well, now it's telling me about Stanley's, the water bottle brand. Okay, this was a foolish endeavor.
No, that was
a troll. That's my bad, guys. I didn't mean to waste all of our time. I just want to apologize. It's me, Lynx, actor comedian from Indiana.
Tactical timeout there from Los used. We kind of glossed over it, but really, what are they going to be able to find? Because aside from a round where players from INTZ just really gave themselves up for free, they haven't really come up with a strategy or a plan to deal with Angels yet. And he's not trying to reinvent the wheel. He's not doing anything incredibly flashy or something that we haven't even seen before. They're just playing a good looking roaming game of Siege. And Los are struggling to deal with it at every single turn. They look starved for information. We're very often seeing them manually clearing rooms and not having the read as to where anybody is. And the confidence on Angels is really just starting to swell right now. Even so much as just challenging on the periphery of the map. Straight off the rip, just letting Los know, yep, I'm here. You can't walk in for nothing.
Now, as the Azami, not the first time he's played it, but played it on both tertiary sites, as we're not back to Hammam, we're on Waiting Room this time. Really just hammering home the fact that you cannot just walk in for free. These Kibas are going to be a problem. They're going to block you out of these important entrances. Makes it an important target to find, and also makes it important that if he continues playing confidently, which I think he's earned a right to do, 9-1, but he could go down early. He could lose one of those fights, and that's important utility taken down early if that's the case. So we'll see what Angels continues to do. We'll see what Los are able to find. We're kind of hitting the normal pace of Fortress so far. It always is a slow first minute or so. Dafo has a line on Angels, currently stuck on the old tower stairs, but instead Nux pushing him down, takes the one-on-one fight, wins it, and that's Angels' first opening death, and also conversely, Los' first opening pick.
So much better from Los. That should have been the focus all game long. Like I said, Angels, he's not reinventing the wheel here. He's very killable in these positions, but they have to focus on it. Round 5, yes, they've spent half the round doing it, but they have found that opening. STK takes a bit of damage, but dishes even more out to Perez. And already he's worried about the prospect of a flank. Should be okay, though. He's got all the teammates upstairs. The vulnerability is going to be the main stair at the minute, but as we can see, there's going to be no one in position to really challenge on to that. The fact that INTZ have already lost Angels means that sending another person up there for a bit of a flank is probably ill-advised. And instead, you've sort of just got to cede this control and try and hold on while this vert starts to get opened. Dark. Just going to be droning down. Oh, don't think he has the read on the player. Maybe they know. They're sort of framing up for a bit of a hatch drop right now. Nux is in position as well, alongside Perez. Dark's going to go down and try and bait out as Nux is going to commit to this hatch drop.
He's going to make his way down, start taking an angle towards the site. This is the nice thing, though, even though you're in the 4v5, because of how much time is taken, if INTZ could just hold some off positions, Los could get completely caught off guard. SDK, the first pick for INTZ at the moment, still a distinct disadvantage, especially low HP. That was an easy gunfight for Perez to win. 2v4 possible, but unlikely for INTZ at the moment. Raps Legacy on such low HP, but only 7 seconds remaining. Los have to push in. Big C4 over top. His dash can't hit it! It downs Nux, takes down the Ram. And just a 2v1, make that a 1v1. That INTZ take on time. Unbelievably huge C4 from the defense. That turns an impossible round into INTZ's favor.
Even they can't believe what's just happened. I don't know how we got into a position, by the way, where INTZ are all of them, all 3 players, on the wrong side of their mirror windows. The mirrors weren't popped, the mirrors weren't smashed. Usually, if you're going to give up your mirror window control, you're going to smash it or you're going to pop it because you don't want the attack to have the benefit of it. And we got into a really weird spot where Los were actually in control of those mirror windows, and with the position of INTZ, if that C4 doesn't hit, it's night-night, it's game over. Los win the round just based on that fact and that fact alone. INTZ getting maybe a little bit lucky with one there. I mean, the C4 was good. It should have been shot, let's be honest. It was one of those horrible ones where it kind of lands at your feet and it comes a bit too close and you just can't drag your mouse down fast enough to get there. And a very quick detonate. Nux already damaged a little bit from earlier as well. That really won't have helped him. Just putting him into a down but not out state. Of course, if he stays alive, he's got the diffuser. He can again start to make a play, start to utilize those mirror windows a little bit. But as it stands, INTZ shaping up here for what could be a 5-1 half.
And shaping up, or if we just assume they win this round, it could have been a 6-0 as well. Los were really struggling for a way in, all the way back on that first Storm's games defense, which is where we're ending off this half. If we see maybe a bit more passive play inside of the site, holding those positions and those angles, as Los weren't able to push in until like 40 seconds remaining. This could easily be 5-0 for INTZ right now, and on the cusp of a 6-0 start, which is something I was worried about for Los. We think this is going to be a close game, but the nature of a best of ones, even if INTZ accomplish a 5-1, all they need is around like what we just saw, a C4 that very well could have been shot and won the round for Los. Few shots get missed, now it's a completely different result. All you need the best of one is a couple rounds like that to shift the game, whether it's 8-7 or even 7-2. With a defensive start like this, Los could be in huge problems going forward. And, I mean, I will say, though, Ollie, if INTZ is able to win things here, the standings remain a lot more interesting for a lot longer.
Yeah, they really do. The thing about this game that makes it so tense is that even if it's a 5-1 half, I wouldn't put it past Los to come back on the defense.
Yeah, that's the thing. Right? Both sides get to play it.
It's maybe less of Los on the defense and more of INTZ on the attack and that lack. But with the way INTZ have been playing today, it's been very much a one-man team. So if Angels continues and is able to perform well on the attack, then yep, brilliant, great. If that then starts to drop off and we don't see a step up from somebody else or they're not able to support him in the same ways, could be very difficult indeed. Wall now open. Mirror window is going to be right there. An ace would have been a much better choice here just to try and deal with that mirror window from afar. As it stands, stuck with the thermite. Perez start to try and make something happen, but not much you can do to sort of challenge on because of that mirror window. It's going to cause quite a few problems. Needs Nux really to just aggressively push up and smash that thing and make it a little bit more useless for STK, who's going to be playing behind it. Nade round the back, but if Clash starts to fill the gap, they've waited too long here. INTZ have been able to rotate themselves into far better positions now based off the push, and that's a big opener once again from Angels.
And again, this is where Los felt like on that Dorms Games defense or Dorms Games attack last time, struggling for ways in, reliant on INTZ to give away openings, and with INTZ adding in this mirror window, you can see it's just compounded these issues. They're dropping down Old Tower, 1v1s with no time. Dark has no information, lands a nice couple pre-fires, downs one and takes out the other, but this is all just luck. Landing these nice little pre-fires, taking fights and hoping for the best, but the broader structure, the broader setup for INTZ has won it in round 6 and on time, 2 rounds in a row. No C4, no clutch necessary. INTZ up 4 rounds, 5-1 against Los.
Some incredible stuff we're seeing here from these teams, at least a very dominant half from INTZ. And Leo, you said Los reworked this map a lot after the major. How are you supposed to attack a site that has not even been played at all inside a competitive siege when you go up against a man defense? It's rough, and especially if there are players on the side of INTZ who, again, like yesterday, you gotta talk about Angels. He is getting active. He's shutting down Paris, who also showed up so well yesterday. And then even if Angels is dead, somehow in the chaos, it seems that INTZ can still win the round.
Yeah, I think let's just take a look at a couple of examples here, because INTZ are masterfully playing this Fortress. Maybe Los has reworked it, but INTZ has also reworked it, by the way. So first and foremost, there is this Hammam defense. First time I see it as well. Huge extension up top. On the back of Angels, playing the strong position with Azami, trying to hold the roam here together. Everyone plays around him. And look at that trade game. Look at just how good they are at trading each other. So they decide to commit to the hold here up top, and it's on back of Angels that gets a triple kill. The round just after, look at this, testing the limits here. Angel is the free roamer. Look at the lineup on the side of INTZ. Clash, Azami, Warden, Smoke. So Angel is always the free roamer, and then everyone else on the side of INTZ plays a turtle and will abuse the space and the time wasted by Angels by playing the turtle and playing time at the end of the round. And this is really, really well displayed here. Round 5, even in the 2v4, all the time that was bought by the roam on Angels is then coming to fruition when they are in the clutch position. If it wasn't for the time here, there's no way NTZ wins this. But thanks to the time that was bought before, Legacy gets a really good triple kill and make sure that they win off time. And then even in that last one, who's the one that gets the opening kill again? Look at this, it's Angels, and look at the lineup. Once again, it's him going free roaming, and then Clash, Smoke, Mira, Azami, everything so that your site is safe. It's a masterful defense side, and it has a lot of impact, because if INTZ were to win this in regulation, it means that basically they jump and temporarily move into the 6th playoff spot. It means that Fluxo W7M cannot get eliminated tonight, and it means that basically all the bottom 5 teams of SAL will be within a pocket of points, and the very last play day will define who's going to be the 6th team going to the playoffs.
Oh my, that's crazy. And I mean, if you are a Fluxer W7M fan right now, you are hope watching for INTZ, especially after this first half here. And with you already mentioned, you know, these roams that we're seeing on the side of INTZ, it always keeps you second guessing for Los. You know, if you get a bit of ground, oh, is there somebody coming like behind me now in a few seconds to try and get this ground back, try and clear it back from me here? The only issue now is that INTZ have to go do this on their own attacks. We say that they want to get these breaches open. They've banned the anti-breach operators on the defense. Seems pretty logical. And then they won't have the Deimos to their possession as well going into the second half. But, you know, INTZ, a good start. Can they make that happen in the second half as well?
Well, you have to believe a little bit, Ollie. I think you have to believe they can make it happen. I mean, the nature of best of one, up 5-1, they just have to win 2 rounds. But you brought this up halfway through, which is Los get the opportunity to play these defenses, and it's not uncommon to see 4-2, 5-1 defensive halves on this map, given, of course, some of the intrinsic defensive-sided parts of it, but also just given the fact that Siege is always unpredictable, and sometimes you can just have, say, Angels going unpunished on a roam, going 10-2 to really make your team so much better than they already were on the defense. So, as we start with Los defending Command and Bathroom for the first sight on this second half, let's see what ends up happening. Are Los able to take advantage of these defenses, or INTZ just have 2 attacks in them to close this in regulation?
That's the question now. INTZ have played a brilliant game so far. Can they just close it out, tie a nice bow on it, and give us a very confident win here on Fortress? The side of Los having already used that tactical timeout and it being good for pretty much diddly squat. The only thing they got out of that timeout, it felt like, was an opening pick onto Angels. And that was even only 1 round, and then after that it just stopped being a focus again. Similar tools available right now. Double hard breach denial, so it is going to make things a little bit easier. You can already hear Ace starting to get things open there. Tower side now in decent control as well. A little bit of a flank drone setup. STK can just move down and confirm that. Legacy getting involved on the action on that opening pick, but it's still the same victim. It's still Perez going down first.
It's such an important player for Los. Not having any kind of success so far on this map is going to be a huge problem for Los going forward. Staffos able to answer back. A long angle on the fall off. Finds STK over by Old Tower. The thrust of this INTZ push still generally speaking intact. Especially since you have Arthur on these shields. But of course, that's something Los are going to know about. Arthur always plays these shields. They're going to be ready for this possibility. Even if they're not building their entire lineup around countering him. So they've made their way through. We're just on the cusp of taking this initial bit of control, but these mirror windows have been problematic for both teams and a lot of teams on attacking this map, Ollie. Once you have to deal with these extra layers, these mirror windows, I mean, Nux making good use of it, able to get a kill from behind it on the Legacy to level it 3-3.
Good information here available in the Soliton scanner. Angels knows where players are going to be. They've still got Arthur to utilize that blitz. Got some really good guns pointed in the right direction here. Utility maybe a little bit lacking, granted. But off the back of the blitz, they should be able to push in here. Los themselves, equally nice utility. You can hear those Toxic Babe canisters going off now. It's going to slow down Arthur's approach here. There are still 40 seconds, so there is time to work with. Mirror window burnt right now by Raps. It should make Arthur's approach a little bit easier here. Will be a player in the rotate. No, the Toxic Babe sent out. That's the last one right now. Angels desperately holding on to the angle. They are hoping and praying right now that Los overpeak, because if they don't, they know they are faced with just having to walk in.
Picked up a threat nearby.
And it seems like that's going to happen. Los understand their position. They understand with these mirror windows only getting cracked so late. Their positions are so completely intact. Shotgun around the corner. Nux gets them both. Daffo with a double, Nux with a double at the start of these defenses. They might go down 3-5 early, but that setup is so strong, it does all the heavy lifting.
Holding on there inside of round 1, INTZ. Usually we do see teams go for a little bit more of a main stairs approach than that. We don't always see that full across clear of that top floor. And I think the lack of any sort of pressure on that main stairs side and that tower side, it really just sort of gave Los far too much of a powerful position to really dig back into. The cross clear not working out the way that INTZ will have hoped. It's a primary bomb site, though, and the advantage that they have coming into this half is that they've got a decent round buffer. Currently, a 3-round buffer. So whilst these primary sites, yes, may go Los's way, a lot's going to come down to the tertiary site. There is, of course, still the chance that they're able to get it done upstairs in dorms and bunks. They're not going to be feeling too hard done by not being successful on those primary bomb sites on this top floor.
5 seconds left.
Instead, it's a bit of a mental game and keeping yourself sharp for later on. Ooh, I quite like this, you know. Just going to leave that soft. Some feet holes there. It's going to be a real easy pre-fire. If anybody does sort of show themselves there or that FNAT activates, maybe Dash gets his first kill of the game, Lynx.
Maybe. Always got to be careful as Fenrir swinging off of those F-Knots, though. Attackers can sometimes be ready for it. Not necessarily trigger it intentionally, but just be ready for it and end up catching you on the swing. It's a difficult balance of timing to make that work, but let's see if Dash ends up finding it. Oh, Daffo! Swinging out the single window. Caught crossing by Raps, but with the TCSG, just a few shots, all that's required to take down an attacker. That is only Los's second opening kill this entire match so far. INTZ have had a strong hold on the entry game. But starting off with this early will be quite important, especially if things end up coming down to the tertiary sites. Los needs to win the primaries to even put INTZ in that difficult position.
Arthur going to be thinking about dropping this tower now. In order to lost Raps, like you say, it doesn't put them in the best of spots here. The stall out is quite significant at the moment. Legacy. You can see the FNAT on the corner there of the pillar, but it's not something that he's going to be thinking about. It's not something that he's going to be cognizant for. It wasn't the greatest throw, really, from Dash. It still might work here. And especially when time starts to get low. Dash is fighting fights elsewhere, though. Museum. Oh, he's just deactivated the external one. That should allow a bit of a walk up here from Legacy. At least he's not going to get detected now. On the side of INTZ, it feels like they're not really doing enough at the minute. The work rate isn't high enough right now. Just desperately trying to catch people at windows, but Los have the advantage. They don't need to move. They're not being given a reason to shift around too much. Big engagement approaching here, though. Dash just going to get caught looking the wrong way. Finished off by Angels. INTZ have managed to work back a 4v4.
But they're running into the same issues that Los ran into, and so many teams attacking on Fortress run into. When the defense isn't giving you picks, when you see that INTZ to start and now Los on these defenses are just holding their positions, not really taking all that many fights towards windows, you end up losing so much time, and that makes plays like this. Dark creeping up the main stairs with a shotgun so powerful. But again, if Dafo's just going to win every fight on site when it's presented to him, you don't need to flank, you don't need to push beyond what you held at the beginning. Los have had this round in hand since we entered the actual action phase. And Legacy now to cover 3 defenders protecting the blitz all alone. Dark wins that fight, crossing through the attack's own smoke. Perez might not have had many kills, but if the defenses are looking like this, we don't have to see massive individual performances from anybody on Los. The defensive structure is winning this half.
It does just go to show that you can have a player that's popping off and a bit of a one-man team like we're getting at the moment with INTZ. Granted, other people are starting to step up to the plate a little bit after the fantastic start that Angels had. But rounds are still slowly but surely trickling Los's way. Downstairs then to Waiting and Calf. This is going to be the option for INTZ right now. This is going to be the deciding factor. If they're able to get a round win here, well, whatever happens at the end of this round, I'm expecting to see a tactical timeout. If they get the round win, great. They just have to then work through the rotation and come back here again and win it just before the game goes to overtime. If they can win here twice, of course, that is. Alternatively, if they struggle here, that's when we start to see a real potential for Los to get themselves back in this. Los were good for one attacking round, don't forget. INTZ so far haven't been. It was a top floor that Los were able to win, and it was basically through mistakes that INTZ were presenting, and Los in position to correctly punish. Hell of a lot of pressure here inside of round 9. INTZ need to come out with a bit of a result here. Looks like they're going to be going for a fairly typical lineup. Getting themselves in onto that top floor. Get Raps. Oh, okay. Let's not get Raps in. Raps is going to fall. Perez. Get a stinker to start off the game, and he's slowly starting to level things back up now. He's only 1 kill behind at the minute, 5 and 6. Now, we always say, Lynx, that the vert isn't massive on this site. We never see loads of kills through it. It never really holds a plant, but it does do something to the site. It does give the defenders something else to worry about and something else to think about. Without the threat of those boogie drones above, Los can just turtle into this. They don't need to go fancy.
Which is probably the worst thing that could happen for INTZ at the moment, because Los have already been turtling. On the top floor for both of those sites, they've already been basically just sitting inside for most of the round, if not the entire round. So now that not only do they have the opportunity, but an excuse to do that, they don't need to. If they want to, I mean, they could. But why bother? You already are going to extend out so far horizontally on this bottom floor roam. You're going to hold into Infirmary. You're going to push into Hammam on the opposite side. If you can just hold all these positions and not have to worry, play off these mirror windows, play off these Kibas, you're going to be fine.
Feels like that's the order of the day, doesn't it? STK has had to use some Zephyrs to deal with castle barricades. So again, it's less for that mirror. It's more for the Hibana to do. Arthur. Whoever's been playing the shield today, whether it's been on Los and it's been Nux, or whether it's been INTZ and it's been Arthur, we haven't seen that impact from the shield player. Arthur here just looking for a bit of a reposition externally. I really hope that they know Perez is in Hammam. Perez just going to give himself away. Gets caught running out. There is, of course, another player there, Daffo. But even he takes a ton of damage. Now we're starting to see a little bit of effect here. Dash is going to get one back onto Legacy. An all-important kill for his first one of the game coming here in round 9. But he's taken the Hibana down.
And he's kept it a 3v3. He's denied INTZ a full man advantage. INTZ are beginning to problem solve, beginning to piece things together on these attacks, but it's just coming so late that kills like that become even more important than they already are. That's for this first 2, but no C4. Takes the fight, and Arthur's ready for it. Just a couple shots makes this a 2v2, but at the same position as last time. Arthur with the diffuser and only 1 player who can cover with even less time than the last. He pushes further into Infirmary. He tries to take the fight with the Azami. He walks into a crossfire, and there was never enough time to deal with it. SDK grasping at straws and chasing ghosts on the bottom floor as the warning signs begin. Los with a flawless rotation.
Seems like a sequencing problem right now from INTZ. Like, we see Angels die there, and granted, Arthur gets the trade back. Dash picks off the snake as he swings the door. But who's he got behind him? He's got Blitz. Send the Blitz in first. Of course, it's coming down to the clock, and a lot of this is, you know, poor decisions based on short time. But it isn't a good enough reason for them not to just take that extra second, because despite the time being short, there was enough time to make something happen there. On the side of INTZ, they will take their tactical timeout. A reminder for everyone that this is essentially a bit of a restream of the main Brazil broadcast, so we're not in control of anything when we're in game. So we don't know why this graphic's being called for. We can talk about it, of course. It looks like Loss's performance over the course of the stage, but I'm guessing. But it seems fairly apt, right? The kills look about okay for it to be over across the course of the stage.
Dark got 40 kills this game. Did you miss it?
I mean, sorry. Like, arrest me, you know?
I will, actually. I will. Dark it is worth pointing out, Dark having a bit of a rough stage so far. Typically one of the standout performers on some of the teams he's been on. Los, for example, in this roster. Having a bit of a rough go of it. Of course, you have players like Paris you can fall back on. Things are a little bit easier, but Dark are having a good stage. Los should be probably putting up a genuine problem for a lot of the teams inside of the SAL. And of course, on the flip side, Angels having a really solid end of stage so far, but generally speaking, a decent stage overall. Of course, it's kind of difficult to have good stats when ITZ as a whole have been struggling. Up until the last 2 play days, they did not have a single win inside of the SAL. And not only that, they only had 1 point inside of the SAL, and then out of nowhere, they beat Fluxo W7M in regulation. They come back, they beat NIP in overtime yesterday on Lair. Now we're in a position where if they're able to win in regulation today, not only are they in the conversation for that 5th, 6th place spot, but basically a lot of the playoffs race will not be decided until our play date tomorrow. Conversely, if Los were able to mount the 6-round comeback, a lot of things would get decided by the end of this matchup, and if not that, by the end of the Loud FaZe matchup after this, which FaZe are 7-0, Ollie. I have a feeling which way that one's going to go.
Oh, really?
I mean, I don't know if I want to call it literally right now because it's a best of one. And it's kind of hard to go flawless. I mean, M80 fell short right at the finish line.
They did. Despite Ashen dropping, what was it, like 20, was it 22 kills, 21 kills, something like that?
Ashen got more kills in years he's been alive. Actually, I think that's true. Let me check.
I don't know. I always look at like the Black Dragons FaZe game as that final game for those two teams, and I just see upset written all over it.
Yes, that is true. Ashen got more kills than he was been alive.
Well, good for him. They still lost.
Which game were you looking at as upset potential?
Tomorrow's Black Dragons FaZe.
I don't know. The only thing that's been upset has been me by Black Dragons this stage.
I'd love it, you know. They had a really bad stage so far, and I just think it would be so funny if they came out and beat FaZe. I mean, I don't know what sort of ramifications that would have. I think at that point it's probably too late. I think it would largely depend on what happens today as well.
Well, when you say ramifications, do you mean ramifications for those teams specifically, or for like the broader standings?
No, for the broader standings. Like FaZe, if FaZe win today, I think they're fairly locked, aren't they?
Well, FaZe are already locked top 4, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, I was meaning like top 1. Like,
oh,
I don't think. I mean, FaZe were locked top 4 before we'd even started.
Yes, if they win regulation today, I'm pretty sure they are locked top 1 because Fury is at 17. So if FaZe win and Fury gets 6 points, they're only at 23, whereas FaZe be at 24.
Yeah.
So really,
rehost, unfortunately.
Just going flawless would mean literally nothing.
Yeah. So what's the point, right? It's like when Ronnie O'Sullivan asks what the bonus is. Get out of here.
Who is that? Ronnie O'Sullivan?
So he's like a generational snooker player. And very famously used to ask what the bonus was for a maximum break, because getting a 147 is the maximum points you can get off one trip to the table in snooker. And he would very often not pop the last couple of balls if there was not a good enough prize for doing it, because he was saying like, you guys don't deserve to watch it, basically. So it'd be like FaZe just sort of saying, nah, you guys don't deserve to watch a flawless stage. We're just gonna lose to Black Dragons tomorrow.
Can you imagine they just forfeit the game?
Like, what are you gonna do? We're still top.
Then the league's like, we're gonna fine you, and they're like, okay. They lose money just not to play a game. Honestly, I think if you pulled that team, I think KDS would at least consider it.
I think you know what? I might introduce KDS to Ronnie O'Sullivan.
I think KDS and Ronnie O'Sullivan have a good time together. KDS is like, wait, you got clout for not doing things? By the way, for context, by the way, KDS has often said in interviews how he hates playing the game, and very much, it's just like he's clocking into a 9 to 5. We're not saying KDS is lazy. It's just a running joke that it seems like he hates the game. KDS, obviously, even if he didn't care, could still probably win a 1v1 against most players on the planet. And that's just a nice feature of FaZe Clan.
I'm not up to speed with the 1 versus 1 stuff, you know. Like,
I don't know if it's kind of a thing anymore. Is it?
I don't know. I don't know if it is. Like,
I'm literally not on social media, so I can't comment on this phenomenon.
Because I know that there's been a lot of, like, you know, we've seen a lot of the North American guys involved in it. We've seen a couple of the EU guys involved in it. I don't know that I've seen many of the SAL guys involved in them, you know? But I think they'd be the ones that are the best at it.
Well, but I think the reason that is just like, I mean, it's just like it's cultural exchange, right? Like you had those are the 2 English-speaking regions. They started out kind of in along like Jinxie and that kind of crowd, and then you had pro players come in who had a big following, like Spoit, for example. Then you had North American pros who were friends with them came in, like Ambi, like Gunner, I think. And then you had some EU pros came in who were quite famous, Shaiko being the big one, then a couple more there.
Drops are quite famous, and then Shaiko, by the way. You might have heard of him.
But the point I'm making, right, is that like all of these players are like famous either English-speaking players or players in English-speaking regions, and I think SAL, just given the language difference, is kind of insulated from that. But I do think you're correct. Like, can you imagine like Cyber in one of those 1v1s?
Exactly. Souls.
Cyber
Just stick
fresh
any of Handy. Stick Handy in one. He's gonna rinse everybody.
Cyber fresh off putting his kid to bed, coming in and rinsing somebody in a 1v1. My lord.
You could have like Battle of the Dads. Could put him up against like Bolo and stuff.
Cyber has to, before this is the last thing I'll say, then we can get back in the game. Cyber has to be the most mechanically talented father inside of Rainbow Six, right?
I don't know.
And that's no disrespect to Bolo. It's just like, you know, one, Bolo doesn't play anymore. Also, like, it's Cyber. I don't know.
I really don't know. I don't know who has kids and who doesn't, to be honest. Everyone's getting to that age, though.
Exactly.
Everyone's getting older. Let's get back in.
Oh, don't even remind me. We're all getting older. The rounds are getting higher, and we're getting back into the game. INTZ has unfortunately lost it was a 4-round lead, and now it has been narrowed to 1 round over Los. Los have won 3 defenses in a row on both primary sites and 1 tertiary site. We have to clarify that. They did not go to Hammam. Los went to Raiding Room Cafe to make it 5-4. Now INTZ, after, I believe, a timeout into a rehost, now looking to try and acquire map point.
I've actually been reliably informed that Brazil does, in fact, have some serious 1v1ers. And I wouldn't bring it up unless it was extremely relevant. But STK actually won the 1 versus 1 tournament. So, just goes to show how much we take care of, like, the mainstream tournaments and not just all the brain rot that's on Twitch. But yeah, STK, certified 1v1 gunner. Hasn't been much of a gunner in this game, though.
I also want to, real quick, Leo said he plays in this game. We know, we're watching. He plays in this game. Thank you. But also, thank you for the information. STK, if he wins the 1v1, it'll be his first kill after the rehost, as everything has been reset. I do believe he is somewhere around the middle of the pack for INTZ at the moment. I don't have the exact numbers at my fingertips. One thing that is at our fingertips, though, is an engagement, or at least the potential of one, between Perez and the player holding outside of Museum Door. This position that is always an issue for the attack to clear Ollie. So INTZ try to handle it this time on command.
So we've had the tactical timeout. We've had a lengthy rehost. A little bit of a mental reset going into round 9 here. Arthur can choose to just burst himself through. Oh no, Angel's first player to fall. He's gone cold in the break. Dash on the flip side has warmed up a little bit. Another round here where INTZ are going to be going in at a disadvantage. They can start to drone through now. Legacy will be able to utilize these Selmas just to get that breach open a little bit easier. There is a fair stack up right now of Lowe's players, but they've got more space to retreat back into. Again, it's this very flat across clear from dormitory side. And there's nothing over toward tower, nothing toward those main stair. Nowhere really for Los to be vulnerable from on that backside entirely. And the fact that they've lost the opening pick is just going to hurt that even more.
ITZ just running into the same problems we've seen, not only them, but Los in those 6 rounds prior. Slow attacks, can't acquire anything. Defense gets an opening pick, immediately falls back. It does not overplay their hand. Nux detonating another smoke. This keeps them in front of the windowsill up until red time. So they'll push through, recognizing the difficult position they're in. Arthur trying to push through. We can see somebody holding that long angle with a crossfire. Arthur trying to thread the needle through this smoke. But with Los finally peeking out, getting kills, there is nothing for INTZ to do. Another round lost on time. I think that's going to be a theme for these latter rounds on Fortress. Los now with 4 defenses in a row.
I just don't think the plant is the right play there. INTZ don't have the control to pull that off. You haven't got the presence inside of the site. There's nothing that's assisting them in terms of attacker utility to get that plant down. They are just trying to back plant on a breach threshold. And when you're doing that toward bathroom, it's very difficult. That half wall is a nightmare. It's a position that you either need to control or know is clear and have zoned off. Because even if that isn't going to be your final sort of vulnerability, even if that isn't where you're going to lose the round from, somebody can very easily retake that space as a defender. It was the Toxic Babe canisters really that did a lot of the heavy lifting there in round 10. All square at 5-5 going into round 11 then. There is nothing else for INTZ to cling on to. We've had all the bans. We've had timeouts for both teams. They have only got themselves to look toward, and they need to be better on these attacks. They were fantastic on the defense, and it'd be a big shame if that was all for nothing right now. But Los, currently the team that is better in the server, in that they were able to win an attacking round on Fortress.
Even if it was a close one, even if it was reliant on INTZ maybe making some missteps, Los still putting themselves in a position to capitalize. And as you've reached a tie game, just a reminder, INTZ winning would and could still throw things completely out of whack for the standings, but if Los win in regulation, they get all 3 points. They're currently tied at 11 with, or they will be currently tied at 11 with Loud in that 5th, 6th place spot, and the race on Playday 9 that we were hoping might occur might end up, generally speaking, getting decided on Playday 8, except for a few small bits here or there. So if Los not only pick up this round, but the next after that and close this out in regulation, not only be a 6-0 comeback, but basically shut INTZ out of playoff contention as well, and end up, depending on a few results later, shutting a lot of teams out of playoff contention. It's likely going to be another slow one. See some impacts going out. Not sure how successful they were. We hear the Selma open up a little bit of the wall. But INTZ still taking their time, trying their best to get as many options as possible. But yeah, every second they spend Ollie, I just get worried, is it going to happen again?
That's the difficulty, isn't it? I think they need the opening pick here. They need to get that in and really start to single somebody out. Los aren't going to give that away for free, though. At the moment, it's about whittling away what is inside of this site. Apparently, Dafo's just going to ignore entirely the shock drone and let it get as much utility as it can inside of that bomb site. Dash playing this all-important link role between Museum. Kind of out on an island here. You can see there's a cluster of players in the site, and Dash sort of tasked with holding main stairs, horse, Museum, a lot of those different areas. But even though he's out there and ostensibly just on his own and fairly easy to pinch, it's not something that INTZ have really cottoned onto just yet. I think he'd be allowed to cross there. He's allowed to get himself back to the site. I mean, he just further bolsters what the defense have already got there. He's going to be at the top of these main stairs for this engagement. If he comes away with a kill here, it's going to be absolutely massive. Aggressively challenging on to Angels, but will eventually lose the gunfight. It's taken nearly all the round for this to happen, though. There's 25 seconds left.
And not only for all this to happen, but it's still just a straight-up 1v1 between Angels and Dash. That could have gone either way. Dark's able to C4 from over the top of the stairs. INTZ acquire a couple kills, though. It's a 3v3. All that needs to happen is a couple just chance rounds, even if that's what they come down to. SDK made his way in another time where one lone INTZ attacker has to cover this, but as the defenders wrap in, SDK gets the plant down, trying to hold out as long as he can behind this shield. But 3 players converging, nobody's getting out of that with their back against the wall. In the counter defuse, it's Los after 5 rounds, the first to take map point.
Deservedly so. These defenses have been fantastic. They have been as good, if not better, than the defenses that INTZ showed us. Very easy to get wrapped up into this INTZ world of, like, they came out on the defense and did fantastically well, but they carelessly gave one of those defensive rounds away. Los so far have not made that same mistake. They have stood firm off the back of kind of very good bunker strategy, very disciplined gameplay. Dash able to hold on for as long as he did, as that sole off-site player really just opened everything up, opened up the possibilities for Los to just hold a very straightforward crossfire When push came to shove right at the end, yep, sure, the Blackbeard can be getting the plant down. That's fine. We'll deal with that later. Let's take care of the player that's watching him. Let's take care of Raps, who, bless him, has got 4 different angles to hold. Close in the driver's seat right now. Can they take it in regulation?
10 seconds to go.
Of course, as a reminder, if this game does go regulation, the impact on the standings is far more significant than if points are split here. Los playing gatekeeper right now to 3 different teams. Black Dragons, Imperial, and INTZ. Hell of a lot hinges on this. And there's probably even a world where it influences Fluxo a little bit as well, because Fluxo on 7 points, Los currently on 8. An opening pick for Legacy. Or an opening pick onto Legacy, should I say. Just seems like everything INTZ do is wrong here on the attacks. That's the 2nd time in a row, Lynx, we've been looking at these first floor bomb sites, and the first pick has been the Ram. It was Raps a couple of rounds ago, and this time it's Legacy. Perez is the player that's gotten both of those opening picks.
And it's completely changed for Los in the back half as well. Only get 1 opening pick that first half. They've got 4 so far. Of course, 5 defensive round wins as well. It has been this defensive structure, the general site setup, and also I think Los's understanding of the win conditions on Fortress, how these positions need to be played, that INTZ have just been completely ill-equipped and unable to wrap their heads around. We'll see a clear of the top floor still, just to make sure there are no roamers up top, but again, without these vertical angles, as Ali mentioned last time, mentioned again here, Los are going to be able to bunker, play passive, not peek. And oh, that's the way they've won every single one of these rounds so far, and now they have another excuse to do so. One defender just around the corner, swings out, Angels all alone. So many times we've seen these INTZ attackers by themselves, ripe for a 1v1 victory by Los if they choose to take it. Now in a 3v4, INTZ have time to reset, but how much difference will it make?
Arthur, again, going to try and find some impact on this blitz. We've spoken how the shields have yielded very few results here today. Got some tools to try and play with here, but there's still loose players. Dafo in Hammam at the moment, supported by Perez. Perez, all he needs to do is hold the cross. Little bit of a bait and switch there. Raps next player to fall. Perez is on a tear.
3 kills so far in STK. If he wants to win 1v1s, he's got to win 4 in a row. It's not going to happen. Perez, a big 4-piece, low 6 rounds in a row. And just like that, shut INTZ, Black Dragons, and Imperial out of playoffs.
Big result there for Los. They've given us incredible mental resilience to keep themselves in that game. Obviously going down so many rounds at the start, you expect them to let that sort of influence the rest of the game, and how that sort of played out. That wasn't the case at all. They were able to hit that reset button on the side swap and do the business when they got onto that defensive side. Let's throw it back to our wonderful desk.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was devastating for the side of INTZ, because what do you mean? They start with a 5-1 lead on defense. We then go to an even more defensive favorite side for Los here, and they determine not only their own fate, but fate for a lot of players inside of the SAL. It means we get to speak to the winners. We have Perez on the line to ask him a few questions about this game. And as we'll be joined by him, I would like to know, Perez, a big congratulations on the victory here today. That was a pretty tense matchup to not only determine your fate, but a lot of teams' faith in SAL.
Thank you, guys. This was a really tough match. I mean, it was a really cool match to play. So I don't know what to say. Just a great feeling to change the way we were playing and get the win.
Yeah, I mean, crazy comeback, 7 rounds almost in a row, 6 rounds in a row, like to go back to that 7-5. What do you think is the biggest reason why this game was so defender-sided?
They were playing some strats, like being with Bandit, Clash, these things, and we were not playing the way that we should against this place. So, and then they were giving like crazy shots, crazy bullets, so it was a really difficult. But then when we got to the defense, to be honest, was a little bit easier than the attack because we could get the opens, I think, 4 or 5 rounds on the match. So it was, I think, the opening kills was the main reason we like changed this thing.
Yeah, and I feel like watching you guys playing defense, it seemed like you really tried to buy into the layers of Fortress. Like you had the Azami, you had the Mira, like you could play Turtle quite a lot. Was it a way for you guys to abuse how slow and disjointed INTZ were in attack?
Exactly. We knew that this match was with a lot of pressure to both sides. So we knew that when we are doing this, like start advanced, then going back, like you said, it was going to be the best way to play because they're not going to have the best. They're not going to know exactly what they need to do when we are going back, when we are not. So I think we put a lot of pressure on them playing in this way. So what's that?
All right, Paris, and then final question before we let you go. Do you feel like the rest of the day is going to be a little bit nerve-wracking for you? I mean, the result between Furia and Fluxo later will kind of help you guys lock in a playoff spot. Or do you feel like, oh, you know, whatever happens, we will just make sure we take down Liquid tomorrow?
To be honest, we are just focusing on play against Liquid. I think if we want to make playoffs, we don't need to be thinking about other results or other teams losing. We need to do the things that we need to do. And that's it. I'm just hoping for Brazil to win today, and that's it.
That's awesome. Well, best of luck and enjoy the match if you're going to watch it later. Thank you for your time, Paris, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. You too, guys.
Oh, I love that players are also mentioning like the football game that's later. Of course, that is why we're starting earlier. If you tuned into today's stream, you're like, oh, why are we live already with the SAL? That is the main reason why Brazil plays in the World Cup later today. But another team that came out to play today, Los. I mean, what a dominant defensive half. We heard it from Paris as well that, you know, getting the openings on the defense turned out to be a little bit easier for them. And then if you think about it, it's just devastating on the side of INTZ. They got such a good point, such a good score for themselves out of their own defensive half to then lose 6 rounds in a row, to then not have a chance anymore of making the playoffs. They must be feeling that. They must be going to bed later today with a sorrow feeling in their chest.
Yeah, and I think, you know, in these kind of scenarios, that's where you see the lack of depth for teams like this. Like, when you attack 6 rounds in a row and you fail 6 attacks in a row, and you don't change fundamentally the way you play it, it's always one hard bridge, one solid snake, one shield. They always attack split. Like, I didn't see them try a rush. I didn't see them try something new. I didn't see, you know, quite a lot of innovation. I don't know, like try to bring some more random operators, or try to bring, I don't know, a glass, for example, something that's going to help you execute a little bit more. Like, the problem is they try to play their defaults all the way up until the end, maybe thinking that because they had such a huge lead, just doing a default take would work. Realistically, if you don't change the way you're playing this, you're never going to win. And so in so many of these rounds, like, it looks like they're quite close, but in reality they're not. They're way too slow, way too disjointed. And so it must feel terrible for them, because not only have they sealed their fate, but they've also sealed the fate of Imperial and Black Dragons. And I can tell you that 10 players that are going to play today, they're going to be fuming that INTZ basically wasted that chance. And it gives props to Los, and we mentioned it before, why were they favorites? Because of the quality and experience on their players. Well, that also shows up in these moments when mentally you need to be able to come back from a 5-1, and today they showed that they could.
You think in hindsight, you know, everybody watching INTZ kind of hope watching them there, they will be upset, because all they kind of needed was one more round. It was that regulation win for Lowe's that eventually pushed them to 11 points and pushed them to get a chance of locking their players for themselves here. Now, of course, you know, results like this go the way that they do. Another close game, and that does mean that for later on, even for Loud as well, you know, in their own fight when it comes to the top 6, they have to go up against FaZe, and that surely is not an easy opponent, but we'll talk about that game after the break.
Cassino! Sábado com Gilberto Barros.
And we are live. Yeah, my friends, the system override updates are already online. So let's dive into some of them. The first one, even the great Gilberto Barros knows already. We got the Casino Map Edition, more specifically, Calypso Casino. And probably only the Brazilians will get this reference. Launched just now in Operation System Override and inspired by Rainbow Six Vegas, the new scenario is set in Las Vegas and features spots that scream a real gambling pit. Pool table, roulette, bar, tobacco shop, aquarium, internal security circuit, and even a vault. Actually, now that we're listening to it, there's a lot going on in this map, right?
Eu achei ele um pouco exagerado em questão do tamanho, não achei que é um mapa que entraria bem assim no competitivo, porque ele é gigantescamente gigante.
Eu tenho mais opiniões negativas, acho o mapa muito grande, muito quarto, muito sapão, é um mapa muito diferente e a saída dos spawns dos atacantes é muito longa também, tem uns spawns que você nasce muito longe. Tirando essa parte, eu acho que é um mapinha muito fácil de trocar tiro, então essa parte é divertida. Acho que pra parte casual ali do jogo, é um mapa bem divertido de jogar.
De primeira impressão, achei da hora. Parece ser um mapa que dá pra explorar bastante entrada, bastante estilos de táticas, então eu curti, mas tem que ver aí quando ele chegar futuramente para um competitivo para ver como vai ser.
Alright, and talking about controversial changes, we also got the Dokkaebi remaster, with the main tweak hitting her signature ability. It's no longer the logic bomb, it's the Jago charge. The gadget job is to trigger one enemy phone at a time, not all of them at once, forcing the defender to stand still and restart the device, because if they don't, they'll take a nice 40 HP damage. So, the question is this a buff or a nerf?
Tá louco, a Dokkaebi foi o maior buff do jogo que já existiu ali, comparado com os shields, mano. Tá muito roubado, muito OP, tem muito pouco counter, basicamente só o mute. E eu tenho certeza que ela vai ser nerfada aí novamente, porque tá muito apelona. Ela já era do meta, acho que vai continuar ainda mais no meta. Acho que mudou um pouco o intuito do boneco, mas tá muito roubado. Já era um boneco muito forte e agora ficou extremamente forte.
Cara, eu acho que a Dokkaebi foi um buff bizarro assim, né? Eu acho que você conseguir ligar para operadores individualmente ali e até mesmo se o cara não desligar o telefone, quebrar o celular do cara e o cara tomar um dano ali, isso deixa muito mais chato pra quem tá defendendo, mas eu acho que muito legal pra quem tá atacando, você consegue fazer vários combos de recurso, né? Seja ligar num time, com montanha armando um shield, pro cara ter que desligar, ou algo do tipo assim, então acho que é um operador que, porra, um buff da hora demais, mano.
Another cool new thing is also tied to the Dokkaebi. I'm talking about the XK-23 assault rifle, which, besides the South Korean attacker, can also be used by Sense and Rawara. The general stats on this new rifle, which our friend GC Gamer is showing you here, are mid-range with 49 base damage, 675 RPM, and a 35 round mag. It's a solid loadout pick, but maybe not enough to hype up the SAL pros.
Cara, a nova arma é boa, mas eu achei que ela acabou entrando no lugar dos operadores errados, assim. Eles têm DMR e a DMR é muito meta. Ela faz rombos enormes na parede, mata o cara, tipo, 2 tiros de raspão. Então, tipo, eu achei ela uma boa arma, mas não foi encaixada, assim, 100% no lugar perfeito.
Eu achei ela muito boa, ela tem muito dano. O recoil dela é bem tranquilo de controlar. Eu achei ela uma arma muito boa, só que ela concorre ali com a DMR, né? Na Dokka. Então acho que acaba que ela pode ser usada em outros bonecos, por exemplo, uma Rawara, que também tem DMR, ou um Sense.
Perfect. Lastly, and definitely not less important, we got the launch of Infamous Rank 3.0. Basically, it works like this. First, you don't start from zero. Your rank depends on your previous season rank and your result in the best of 5 qualifiers. Each rank has 5 divisions, and you need 100 points to advance. Gain points when you win, lose points every loss. When queuing for a match, the system only looks at your actual rank, so no more hidden MMR, and team balance is done by squad level. If you win against stronger teams, you get more bonus points. If you win against weaker teams, you get less. They also changed the matchmaking criteria. From Bronze to Emerald, you can play with friends within 3 ranks. For Diamond and Champions, it's only 2 ranks. All of this makes you progress slower, based purely on wins and losses. No KD affecting your score anymore, which intentionally makes everything harder.
Eu acho que o revamp da Ranked foi muito bom, assim, o conceito que eles trouxeram. Ainda não tive a oportunidade de jogar o suficiente. A gente precisava dessa mudança na Ranked mesmo, tava muito monótono. O Champion era algo muito fácil, então tudo isso que tá trazendo de novo é bem legal.
Sobre a Ranked nova, eu diria que o que mais agrada é ter o MMR antigo, né? Que você não ficar, tipo, puxando Ranked caindo com uma galera muito abaixo, mesmo estando champion, essas coisas que tanto pra eles é uma experiência ruim, quanto pra mim fica um bagulho muito fácil e é meio chato isso. Também a questão de subir de ranking não ser tão fácil, né? Eu vi a galera até falando sobre que você tá ganhando só 20 pontos, tá sendo mais difícil, mas eu prefiro desse jeito, que antigamente era, pô, você tinha que dar a vida pra pegar o champion, enquanto ultimamente qualquer um pegava.
That's it, my friends. These were the main season's updates so far. Thanks, squad. See you next time. Peace!
Always nice to hear the players talk about all the changes that have come in this most recent season, especially the map, in my opinion. I hope that we get to see Calypso Casino in the competitive map pool sometime so we can move on to actually watching it, Leo, instead of just talking about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I disagree with some of the statements from the pro players. I don't think it's that big. Well, I know it's big, but like I don't think it's too big for pro play. I mean, we played. I don't know. We play theme park, for example, at pro level. We played maps that are quite big. Obviously, now right now it's 3 floors, but I think that it's just always a question of adaptation. Like the top floor is quite small actually, and the basement you can't play in that many rooms either. So, I just want to see it in the hands of pro players. That's all I want to say.
What I especially like when we get new maps is that it shows how quickly teams can adapt, and it's really going to show depth of which team is better at adapting at new things that are thrown at them. And currently, you know, when new things are at them, you know, Dokkaebi reworked, all the things that were mentioned, FaZe seems to be the better team in doing that so far. They're playing in our next matchup against Loud, and we'll look at the standings to really show everybody what we're dealing with so far, because if you look at it, top of your screen, FaZe are our reverse James Bond. You know, JP was in the interview yesterday, talk about going flawless. It doesn't really matter to them, but in general, it would be a pretty cool conclusion of the stage if we get through it without even suffering any loss.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you can see on the standings, with the current amount of points, loss has just put an enormous amount of pressure on Fluxo W7M. So that will be the 6 spots decided for playoffs. And for Loud right now, they're in a position where I guess their fate is in their hands, but they have to do it against such a strong opponent, right? FaZe is completely flawless. They're absolutely incredible. It's the first stage ever that they're going completely flawless, not dropping a single point. I've checked all of their last stages as the team since 2023, since they were all 5 together, and it never happened. They always had a moment where they lost in overtime in some of the leagues, so it would be absolutely incredible for them to do it. And for the side of Loud, basically, if they win in regulation, they absolutely lock playoffs because they will be on 14 points. They will jump to 14. If they lose in regulation, they're stuck at 11, but as you can see, because loss is still on 11, it does not mean that they're eliminated whatsoever. It just means that it pushes back the decision to play day 9. And then basically for top 4, if Loud loses this match against FaZe Clan, it means that Furia and NIP are guaranteed top 4. And so Furia and NIP right now are watching this match and praying for Loud's downfall, because if FaZe beats them, it means that Furia and NIP are going to start in the upper bracket of the playoffs for this.
Well, that's a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Loud here, but looking at that roster as the first round in this matchup, you know, we've already had a 7-5 today. Both these teams had a 7-5 yesterday as well for Loud against Black Dragons. And I think it's fair to say that was closer than we expected. And round 11, in my opinion, if we look back at that one, is the big turning point. So, you know, they get a plant down. There's an owl going on with Tachanka. We talked about him afterwards in the interview as well. And then they play a brilliant 2v4 out. I feel like that's when they made a big difference to really turn that round and turn momentum around in their favor. You know, resets, live, pulling up good numbers for the roster as well. But in general, I think, you know, FaZe, they say sometimes we tend to bleed rounds. If you get a Loud like yesterday, where we get 2 rounds where they just walk in and they get the plant down, they could cause some havoc.
Yeah, I think honestly for Louds, I think it was the success mostly on the back of Black Dragons not being able to use the advantage they had early on in the match and making some ridiculous mistakes, as you said, like the 2 plants that got down when realistically, like they had the Solis, they had the Valkyrie, they had all of the intel to make sure that they were aware of this. So I think they're going to play an opponent today that's going to be way harder to face in terms of not only just pure mechanical skill and cohesion, but also you're never going to be able to get away with like a fast plant out of nowhere when someone is on site. FaZe, they don't make that kind of mistake. And if they don't make any mistakes, you've got to push them to do it. And I just think that for Loud, it's going to be a very tricky opponent. If they struggled against Black Dragons yesterday, playing against FaZe, it will be another kind of challenge.
But if they bring the aggression like they did yesterday, remember what JP said in the interview, we struggle against aggressive teams, and we still do. We need to watch the game back and learn from it. So I do think there are opportunities today for Loud. Of course, that's kind of hope watching, because it is FaZe, after all, as the only team that has gone undefeated so far. But what we also saw from them yesterday, with that victory, and JP confirmed that too, it was the first time we saw Clubhouse from them. They get this opportunity now that they have the safety net of locking in the upper bracket, that they get to try new things, they even get to hold things back as well, should they want to do that. They don't have to give everything, because they already have that confirmation of the upper bracket for them.
Yeah, they don't need the record, they don't need to go flawless, and realistically I don't think they care. I think what they want is titles, and if they could trade going flawless for a full stage for a title, they would do it any day of the week. So I think in general, they're in full testing mode right now. All they want to do is try some new things. And the one on your screen, the one man that is the common denominating factor of FaZe's success, especially since, honestly, the full year of 2026, I think is, I said it yesterday, in my book, he's the best player in the world. He's got the most MVPs in SAL, already tied with Vitaking, by the way, on the same lineup. He's extremely consistent. He was the best player yesterday again with 17 kills. I mean, Handy is just a one-man army for FaZe Clan, and if anything goes wrong with these guys, they can always count on him to be the consistent player.
And for FaZe, for their path, they still have to play Black Dragons after this, so that could be considered an easier matchup as well. For Loud, they play Fluxo W7M, and as you already mentioned, there is pressure on shoulders of those players too, given the result of the first game. But as we talked about both rosters, I would like to see the map veto and see where we take our series to. Will we end up seeing new things again from FaZe? Will they hold things back from us? Clubhouse is a cure as well in this situation. Loud actually banned it out as their second ban in this map veto. And instead will be taken to Nighthaven Labs. Nice.
One of the best maps for the two teams realistically. For Loud, they want to go back to the map on which they beat Team Liquid. Their biggest upset in the stage was on that map. And so they think if we beat Team Liquid on it, who are supposed to be one of the best teams in the world, surely we can take FaZe Clan on it. And I do think that is a massive gamble, because in my opinion, FaZe Clan might just be the best Nighthaven Labs team in the world. They're on a 6-win streak right now, ever since kickoff. They played it a lot. They beat Imperial, Fluxo W7M, Black Dragons, lost 5 Fears at the Salt Lake City Major, and Imperial again during this stage. And what's even more impressive is that it's not only a 6-win streak, it's a 6-win streak never going to overtime. Literally, they never went to overtime on this map since the season started at kickoff. So 100% win rate. I'm a bit scared right now for Loud.
Oh, okay. Well, the good thing is for like, they get to start on the defense, which is usually considered to be the easier side. You get to wait and see what the opponents throw at you in this matchup here. But hey, if you mentioned it, FaZe unbeaten, it is some of their best maps. Loud, that result against Liquid is something that they will be hoping and keeping in the back of their minds. Like, okay, maybe if that gives us something, we can replicate success here as well. But a nice map for both these two teams. I'm excited to see how it turns out.
Out the gate, but a good map for both teams. You have to ask, what standard are we grading by? Objective metrics? Or are we grading them not on a curve? That Loud need to be graded on a curve. They're in 5th place. They can make playoffs. But a good map for FaZe means, as Leo mentioned, they're currently, 5-0 since kickoff. But the thing about FaZe is because they win so often, Ollie, they've got streaks on Chalet. They've got streaks on Nighthaven Labs. They've got streaks on, it feels like, 5 different maps in the pool. And when that's the team you're going up against in a best-of-1, who currently 7-0 inside of the SAL, they just put themselves on a bit of a different curve, don't they?
Exactly. Two things can be good, but one can be better. And I think that's maybe where I judge this game on the face value. Obviously, the result will give us the definitive value of how good both these two teams are on this map. But there's levels to this sort of stuff, isn't there? And I think that that's where we might be about to see a different level between FaZe and Loud. Of course, Loud themselves confident enough to leave Labs open. And the benefit that they've got in doing that is that, yes, FaZe are kind of known for this map. It suits their playstyle incredibly well. And Loud can try and work against that. FaZe, one of the more step-by-step teams that we have, very happy with giving themselves a long laundry list of things to do and then just checking them off and working them through. So Loud are going to have to try and be a little bit unpredictable in a couple of ways in how they want to try and do that. Already, I quite like resets on the Pulse. I think he was attempting to hide it inside of the prep phase, but a Pulse playing in that electric area can be massive. We always know that to be a big Nitro hotspot. It's where you're expecting C4s to be sent out of the window and onto unsuspecting attackers. At least for the meantime, FaZe going to be starting to tick things off their list. Handy going to be in below. Looking for anyone that could be lurking down there. Ooh, pre-play C4. Great find. Going to be Gabu's. He's, of course, bringing that sentry as a bit of a benefit there in that you can bring 2 pieces of secondary utility. He was maybe trying for a little bit of a cheeky one there.
We are going to see a ton of striker and sentry in this game, by the way, as we've talked about many times before. Back in SLC, FaZe like a lot of striker, though KDS often the one to play that operator. And SAL in general liking a lot of striker and sentry for the flexibility that it brings. Stemp the first to go down. It's KDS hunting over on the garage side, finds the Azami either hopping down or remaining on the rafters. His clan advantage continues throughout the mid-round. Though a nice little kill by Live, and Reset's just escaping the fire in garage. Means this is even as we approach the final minute. Reset's getting out as well, can provide some really useful information. Sorry, I didn't even realize Handy was in the site, and then 2 seconds later, Gabu spots it and sends him out of the round onto cams. KDS in a really tricky spot, though finds one playing deep in the corner. Good trade by Loud, though. Really important engagements in the mid-round to keep this trading structure alive, and Vidaking just spots one in Gen. But it's going to have to walk into a 180 crossfire, and I just don't think there's a way he can isolate either of these engagements. Live, I believe, might have just pushed out a little bit, but that makes it harder. Now closer with the shotgun. Got around the corner as well. There we go. Job done by Loud. Huge gunfight and escape by Resets in the 3v3 to then set up Loud for a great 3v3 at that.
It's the information, isn't it, from the Pulse. Resets on a sliver of HP, but still alive, still kicking, and still able to get in that heartbeat scanner and figure out just where those final couple of FaZe players were. Handy nearly had a brilliant lick on into the site, but I guess couldn't find the gap, couldn't find the angle, was very quickly dealt with as soon as he was found there. FaZe struggling on that top floor. Bans are quite strange in this game because there's a hell of a lot open that usually is sort of taken away. Hard breach is usually a massive focus for the defensive team in their bans, and they've not really touched it. They've got rid of Grim and Amonte now, 2 brilliant bans and 2 tools that FaZe will use on this map. But allowing that ace through, and then on the flip side, allowing the mirror windows through, mirror being a pretty big player in that previous round on round number 1. What we played here for the basement, it can be, but it's not as typical. Usually a bit more of a hold of this top floor is required, and hence things like a castle really start to come into their own, just buying you a little bit of time and starting to layer up that defense a little bit. Flastry going to be rocking Solus as well. Always a fantastic tool for this basement site. You are expecting that plants will go down here, especially where there's anywhere that you can just get in from outside, breach one wall, and boom, you're in. There's always the danger of a plant, so I mean that Solus just gives you an extra level of security.
Spotting some drones over in house. He's stumbling a little bit in round 1. Now looking to win on the next primary site. Drones will open an initial set of angles for FaZe, but Gabu, hello, just walking out of IT. Vidaking not expecting that one. That is case dropped up top as well. Gabu just lurking around the second floor. FaZe clearly not ready for that kind of play. Not only takes down the vertical destruction, but gets an opening pick. And with Gabu on this castle, he can waste a lot of time up here if he wants to. Doesn't have any active utility remaining. He's just a gun right now. And I think you can see him recognizing that. Doesn't hear anybody nipping at his heels or coming in quick, though understandably he is expecting somebody to make that push. I think here's somebody playing over by Aqua, and now do you reach about a minute 30? There we go. Drops back down, joins the Link players down below. That is an expert roam from Loud.
Done a really good job there, haven't they? And especially to slip the net. Still got players like Flastra here inside of Cafeteria. Louder spread far and wide right now. FaZe having to go searching. Stemp He's going to be the first player to fall. Cyber looking to hold a bit of a cross here. Oh, resets. Caught from nowhere. Wasn't aware of the drone hole behind him. Flastry will be there for a trade. If he wins this next one, that could be massive. But it's going to be Gabu instead that takes Handy down.
Oh, and a nice flick by Flastry as well. Seen a couple times. Player tucked inside a dining like that can trip teams up. Having an option to fall out of engagements behind that solid half wall. Cyber in the 1v3. Finds Gabu. This whole defense on the Roman running rough shot over FaZe at the moment. Another 1v1 though. Oh, the timing right there. Sends out the concussion. Can cross successfully. Cyber just looking to isolate these 1v1s. There's distinct possibility he could do it. But Live ready for these angles. Loud just need to isolate their engagements as well. 2 in a row for Loud on the primary sites. And if they win this next one, FaZe might be in really rough goings of it just to start out Nighthaven.
It really isn't going too well, is it? You know, for all that we sell this team as being very step-by-step and very methodical and able to just essentially pick apart defenses for fun, they've really struggled here on these opening couple of rounds, and I think that it's largely down to the unpredictability from Loud. You're not expecting people to run out of IT breach after you've sent the boogie drone in. You're not expecting people to be, you know, holding different positions and having so much information on the site, happy to give up a little bit of control and bunker up like they did inside of round 1. So FaZe need to adapt to this game. It is, of course, something that we know them to be capable of doing. But a couple of rounds have gone awry now, and if we don't see a response here, it would be fairly uncharacteristic from FaZe to go down 3 rounds in a row. Expecting them to come here on this offsite with a little bit of fight back. Of course, still very early days. A couple of rounds doesn't make a game, but Loud have certainly started off on the right foot.
5 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, Loud have done a great job so far, and I think really understanding their win conditions as well, particularly with that roam last time. If we continue to see that in the rest of these defensive rounds, even if they drop the tertiary side here, 4-2 half against FaZe, you're not going to complain about that whatsoever. So as they look to try and defend the tertiary site, you won't have necessarily as deep of a roam as we saw in round 2, but you will need to see some play on the top floor. We'll see how their understanding continues here. Pulse in action as well. Solus or Pulse has been a consistent fixture of these defenses so far, providing Loud with some good information early on, though we haven't seen as much play in the post or in the late round from either of these operators. Step back on the rafters as well to defend the top floor. See what FaZe Clan can do as they begin to poke at some of these extremities, opening up the IT breach. But they will need to turn their attention to this second floor.
Cyber does have IT open right now. There are going to be mirror windows to clear on this top floor. Ooh, good information being found out from below as well. A C4 going to be attempted here, but oh, taken down. KDS in the right place at the right time. Stops that C4 from happening. That's a little bit of a trigger there. They now know that they've killed the Pulse. They're just going to try and directly push onto the site. Razor Bloom there from Resets. Oh, it's a freebie. He just needs to wait. Gets the kill, but it's a bit too late. Doesn't even confirm it. Oh, the timing there is devastating.
Handy just hops in. I really expected him to hold on the window, and I would have commended Resets for making a great play, but Handy, clearly aware of it, comes in, saves Cyber, gets the plant down. And now for FaZe, not only can this be a post, this could be a flawless depending on how well these post-plant positions are from FaZe. Loud have extremely minimal options to close this one out. Everyone from FaZe outside the building completely extricated themselves from this situation. That was a fantastic play by Resets, but Handy catching just the briefest moment to turn things in FaZe's favor. Stops what could have been a disastrous flank from the Thorn.
I really want to see that from Handy's perspective, because I wonder if Resets just gave himself up a little bit on the window. Maybe wasn't expecting there to be someone just outside the window watching, or was maybe hoping to get the kill and waste a little bit of time. Obviously, it takes time to plant that diffuser, so if you can burn those few seconds as well, it leads into that unpredictability. But maybe one of those occasions where the best thing to do would have just been to get the kill and get out of there from Resets. I'll tell you what was scary in that round. It was the speed at which FaZe switched up as soon as they killed that Pulse. And I mean, the second that that Pulse was dead, boom, rotation. Cyber had been flirting with IT breach for the whole round. And as soon as the Pulse is dead, it's like, nope, forget it. We're just going to go direct because we know we can get a plant down. And they've now got nothing that is going to stop us.
it's the kind of coordination that FaZe have always just been able to unlock at a moment's notice, whether it's late or early on in a game. It's something that Loud have to worry about. But up 2-1 right now. They've only dropped the tertiary site in the moment. Loud are looking quite good for these Nighthaven defenses, and this round will be indicative of whether or not that trend will continue, whether FaZe have some kind of idea for how things are going for Loud. They might be able to switch in their favor. FaZe banning the Mira as well. Not any of the intel ops we've seen brought pretty repeatedly by Loud, whether it be Solus or Pulse, but neither in play in this one. Instead, it'll look like it'll be a normal look and more a top floor centric hold, as with all this utility, they're really just trying to bolster the site and not much else.
Gabu attempting that pre-place again. I do wonder if it gets found. Handy searched that out, but he was on the snake inside of round 1. I love a little pre-place like that. I really want to see it work, because stuff like that's just... It's easy to steal and take into your own rank games, isn't it? You know, you can just get a nice little pre-place off the back of a queue. Able to hit the boom and hopefully pick yourself up a freebie. Have to keep an eye on it here inside of round 4.
Nice.
Where even is it? Is it going into connector? I think it must be going into connector, right?
I think so, based off the positioning. And if not into connector, somewhere around this gen area, like this general vicinity. Especially since Gabu's the one that threw it. Clearly see him ready for it. See Cyber walking up. Vulcan pack popped. Is it the C4? Yes, it is.
It's
in the
beautiful.
connector.
It's so good. Oh, what a masterclass from Gabu. That's one you can take into your own games. You don't even need anyone else to help you do it.
No. And also just like using some of the Vulcan packs and some of the utility for a Q. Yeah, literally just waiting for to cross in front of that doorway. And as you said, Handy spotted it last time, but with nobody clearing down below this time. Because before Handy was Snake, he was going on that clear. This time he's Ace. He's not even in the position to do it.
No, you can't criticize him. He's not like, right, by the way, guys, I know where there's going to be a pre-place. I'm just going to go and get that before I get breach. You're thinking,
yeah, exactly.
No, you get upstairs and get breach open. They might have lost Cyber, but they're not out of the fight. Handy going to take one over onto Loud. Big engagement there as Live will fall. Handy doesn't have any Selmas left, though, so can't do anything about connector. And that's somewhere that you can get swung from at a moment's notice. Super Shorty played super close to the breach right now. Super close to electrical right now, should I say, as we do have players starting to walk into IT.
And just beginning the walk up on the attack, but the shotgun close. Never mind, shotgun far. Gobber switching to the primary, taking a fight against Handy, as FaZe are well and truly shut out of the second floor defense at the moment. Loud have kept good control of the breaches. They've got shotguns close. He switches up the angle on KDS. Capitao not ready for it. Another one, but Stemp tagging on. Denies some of the credit from Gabu. Now Vidiking, 1vx. We saw a big 1v3 yesterday. Vidiking give us one on the attack. Crosses, tanks a shot from the TCSG. Wins the heads-up fight against two different players. Now Gabu basically needs to ace to win this. Wrapping around Super Shorty. Just one pump required. All 5 kills for Gabu. Utility would have been impressive enough at the beginning, but getting the job done for Loud, all on the top floor.
An ace against FaZe. Not many people can sit there and say that they have achieved such a great accolade. Gabu, able to do it there on the sentry of all operators. It's a real Swiss Army knife. TCSG, Super Shorty, deployable shield, and a nitro cell. And he has used each and every single piece of that kit to perfection. Pre-play C4, deployable shield to help with the pre-play C4 kill and to hold the angle. TCSG got himself a couple of kills. Super Shorty at close range, just showing a mastery of exactly how to play that position. FaZe mudded by a single player.
A single player, by the way, just a really good understanding of the position. Basically, times and is ready for, I believe, the IT walk-up pretty much immediately. Then not only is able to hold the fight on the connector, but anticipating the follow-up swing, hits the prone angle. I mean, just the individual movement and game sense from Gabu in that position was really quite impressive to set him up for that ace. There weren't even a whole lot of, like, really egregious mistakes made. That was just Gabu as an individual playing and understanding the situation so well. Now FaZe, who've lost second floor 2 times in a row, It's kind of a make-or-break moment for them. 5-1 half for any team is something that's difficult to overcome, though we've seen FaZe do it. We've seen it just happen for Los against INTZ. But it's still something you have to give Loud a lot of credit for if they can do it. If FaZe lose the primary site here, I just don't know if storage and control is going to fall as easily as it did last time.
I'll be honest, I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen the timeout.
I have intel on the enemy.
Good information here for Cyber.
Surely he gets this.
Maybe. Man of the moment. Ooh, the Grismot. Buys him a little bit of security. Nade just to go out. Cyber really wants this engagement. Takes him out, stunned or not. He is better with the F2 in his hand. KDS going to find one onto Flastry. Feeling like it's a bit of a lash out round from FaZe. Stemp takes a ton of damage as well. Able to drop off on the Azami. Resets. Thinking about a bit of a rotation back to side. They've not really been able to hold any ground here inside of the first minute and 10 seconds. The top floor has been flushed out and 2 players lost for the defense.
And the difficult nature of a 3v5, you just spotted. You want to make a play, find a pick, but a Stemp on low HP spotted by the drone. FaZe have so many attackers who can cut him off. Bottom house, bottom aqua. Resets basically has to fight for his life upstairs. And Souls is still taking down players who try to commit to this roam. Resets falling all the way back. Last time FaZe attacked this site, Loud were basically able to play the top floor at exactly the pace they wanted. Gabu getting a pick, falling back at a minute 30. The clear was basically non-existent. Now, FaZe get 2 picks, push Resets back to the site all alone. He gets 1 kill flash with a player coming in from behind. That is the end of him. FaZe a much better look on basement. Now a chance at tying the half.
FaZe getting the job done there. It was about time that we saw a really dominant round from them. We know what this team's capable of. I'm not saying that they've been like on a lead for the first couple of rounds, but it kind of felt like it, didn't it? It just felt like Loud were just sort of walking them around wherever they wanted. Finally, we start to see a little bit of reaction, and finally we start to see a little bit of the FaZe that we have come to know and love. Chance now to level things up at a 3-3. Reminder, they've not used their tactical timeout here. 3 rounds of attack on Labs is still going to be seen as, you know, a reasonable side swap. It's just because of the reputation of this team and the expectation that we all have that they are just going to go out there and win everything. We do, we do kind of come down a little bit hard on them when they do lose rounds, and especially in some of the ways that they were losing those top floor rounds, rounds 1 and rounds 2 in particular. Loud absolutely dominating. Mid-floor side we go to then. This is, of course, where FaZe were successful previously in round 3.
Bomb located by attackers.
A lot of that coming down to being able to kill the pulse nice and early and remove any ability to try and deny that plant from below. It's very common for attacking teams to clear out the basement, because that's where you're expecting a Solace, a Pulse, a Valkyrie, someone that plays a C4, just because that storage window hopping plant is so popular. There is going to be C4 in this round. Live will have one, but there's no Pulse or Valkyrie to really play it off the back of. Instead, it's likely going to be off the Razor Blooms, maybe from Resets. I imagine he's got one of those tucked in storage door.
Probably. I mean, he's got 2 tucked in his pocket right now, so he's got to be a bit more reactive to it this go around. Could be a problem for Vidiking on that shield. FaZe Clan haven't really brought one into their lineup until I believe this past round. No, they had one in round 1. Still not something they played a whole lot this half. KDS taking the long way around, opening up an rotate hole on connector breach. They're doing a bit of the normal steps that we see on Nighthaven. Step 1 is open these exterior walls, especially when the second floor is like an important component of the defense. Kind of have to do it, not only to give yourself a point to walk in, but also a point to pressure some of these defenders and cover the vertical if it ends up being a single window plant like we saw before. I think just spotting that defender as he crossed onto the top floor, or crossed the top floor, but FaZe again should be generally aware of the presence of defenders here. Flashbangs going in. Zombie broken right at the last second, but Stemp getting a kill pretty quickly. Resets as well as FaZe Clan struggling in these opening duels. C4 over top, Loud at a 4-2 right now. The entry completely thwarted by this defense. Handy looking to recover. Spotted by the defenders in sight. Cyber just trying to get a pre-fire, and he won't even get that. Gabu with the final kill. Big player for this half. And Loud with a big set of defenses taking a 4-2 lead against FaZe.
No one really talking on the side of FaZe either. It's not like we've got, don't get me wrong, they're not the most vocal team anyway, but Bit of an alarm bell there, at least in the cameras. See what the devs think.
It has to be. I mean, I am also super impressed by this first half from Loud here on their defense. Sometimes when you play against a big team like this, a live game is needed, and I feel like we're getting that right now from Gabu. An ace in round 4, putting up numbers. That's only a rookie, right? We talk about this player being in their first season of Tier 1 gameplay. So I personally think, Leo, Loud have a good read on what FaZe is doing. You know, you see that in the pre-play C4s, for example, when they go back to a specific site, they seem to know what FaZe is going to bring to the table.
Yeah, and we can watch a couple of examples of that. I think it's really tough to play against a team that is supposed to be perfect like FaZe, and it looks like Loud have found the right solutions to cause enough problems. And it starts all the way on top floor here when they're in the 3v3. One player tries to walk in on the side of FaZe, completely isolated. Gabu gets the very important kill there, and then they manage to win that 2v1. And then the round here where they're on basement, they're just doing a normal roam, but just roam clearing, that seems to be a problem for FaZe, as you can see. Solis gets 2 multiple 1v1s. Gabu on the other side on Garage gets a kill as well, and they turn a 3v3 to another 3v1. Eventually Cyber will get his kill, but that's okay, like they will actually close the round. And it's like multiple rounds in a row where they manage to get the opening kill. You look at this pre-play C4, you just mentioned it, Anne. Pretty cool one to just set up, and as soon as someone picks your connector door, you blow it up. Boom, another opening kill. Gabu playing really well this connector position, basically single-handedly holding that side. And if you look at it from the side of FaZe, how many 1v1s is he playing here? Because it's multiple times he just gets the C4 on Cyber, he gets a first kill here, then he can just come up close. There's no trade here from the second player that was in connector. He waited too long. In fact, Gabu had the time to reload his shotgun in between the 2 kills. So like, to me, it screams that FaZe Clan is not really wired in right now. They're not playing up to the level that we expect. And that is showed in many different ways, but it's also, you know, not FaZe playing weak, but also Loud playing really well here.
Yeah, of course. And then there's a few moments as well. I mean, I want to talk about round 3 where Resets almost had that great read on the plan that was going down in the offside, waiting just a little bit too long. It makes you wonder, you know, if moments like that also went the way of Loud, could we have looked at a more dominant half here? And especially given how today has gone, how yesterday went, we see some really defense-favored sides sometime, but that should mean that FaZe now have the advantage on the second half here to try and get some rounds back, at least in their favor.
FaZe should have that opportunity, but Loud are looking objectively quite good so far, Ollie, and while there might have been some mistakes made, Loud in good positions to capitalize them. They've got good player performances as well, with Gabu topping the charts right now. Obviously, we have to watch the second half of play, but for an upset win against FaZe Clan, a lot of the pieces appearing in that first half for Loud.
Listen, 2 things can be good. It just depends on the level of which they are good. It comes back to what we were talking about in round 1, right? We know that FaZe are a good team on labs. We know that Loud are a good team on labs. At the moment, in that first half, if all we had to play in a best of 1 was 6 rounds and one side stayed on the defense for the whole stage, one side stayed on the attack, Loud would have won right now. However, we like to try and keep things a little bit more even in a best of 1, and we get 6 rounds apiece. It just so happens that Loud are only 3 rounds away from wrapping this game up and taking a full 3 points right now. Now, I don't expect them to come out here and win 3 rounds in a row. That would be crazy talk, but they put themselves in a fantastic position right now. And FaZe, we haven't seen any real flair from them so far today. We got a little bit, only a fraction, inside of rounds 4 and 5. Aside from that, it has been all Loud all day. Let's see what Loud are able to cook up here on their own attacks. We've certainly got plenty of tools to be going at. Grim and Deimos both targeted. Leaves all the hard breaches available, all the shields available. That's something that Loud would like to try and play into, which it looks like Live is going to be rocking the blitz to start things off. But the addition of the ace just makes this so much easier to get everything open, even with mirror in play.
Last shot into connector by Resets, trying to find an opportunity to actually put down some of this utility. Sends it onto the mirror window. Decent time, all things considered. Attacking these Kibas and these mirror windows with a minute 50 to go. All things considered, pretty good. Flashery. A lengthy pre-fire catches Cyber on the swing. Nice little 1-for-1 as a lot of that hard-reaching utility already utilized. Loud, I've often characterized them as a slow team. I don't even know who the hell I'm watching right now. Pushing into connector this quickly with a man advantage. A 3v1 at that. They've already gotten Handy to waste all of his toxic canisters. They've got him isolated in the opposite site. Who the hell is this right now? Is this the Loud that we saw beat Liquid 7-4 on this map? Moving into the post. Handy, an excellent player. If anybody can clutch this 1v3, it'd be him. They've got the shield, the pressure. Resets and Gabu with perfect guns to hold these long angles into the late. I mean, what do you do here? Shield gets some. Oh, but misses all the spray. Gabu getting a kill just to pad his stats at this point. If Loud are going to play attacks like that, this might not be a close game.
It really might not be. A beautiful attack. Everything done, everything that needed to be achieved in that round was sorted straight away. And the pace that Loud are playing at, it's catching FaZe entirely off guard. A lot of times, a lot of teams are very slow and steady on the attack. It's very doable. It's very winnable. You've just got to take your time. You've just got to set yourself up for these crossfires and continue to manipulate these players. That's where FaZe is comfortable. FaZe are extremely comfortable when you give them that much space to do it. FaZe turn into just any other team when you start to apply that pressure quickly. Bang. IT breach is open, and then immediately the Kiba barricades are getting pressured, and the Azami inside of Rafters is starting to be dealt with. Yep, FaZe reply. They try and swing onto IT door. Bang. It's already getting pre-fired. You're literally swinging into the pre-fire. Yeah, there's someone there for the trade, but by the time that's all happening, already the push is coming through that connector side and that IT and that electrical side. So you've got pressure from there as well. Loud are just hitting everything at the same time, and it's working beautifully for them right now. I really hope they win. They deserve it so far. They've played some brilliant Siege.
And they at least deserve a point, it feels like, based off the effort they put up, and especially for the attacks are like that. One, they will absolutely get a point, and two, they'll look quite good. It is worth noting in that Liquid game, they won 4 out of the 5 attacks, but not only did they win 4 out of those 5 attacks that they played, they won them in a man disadvantage as well. Even when they were coming to low time, Loud were winning a ton of those late round engagements against Team Liquid Alienware. And if you think to yourself, oh, you know, Cyber getting an opening pick, falling back, and winning the 5v4, that's FaZe's game plan. And if Loud are able to win that against Liquid, and they're getting advantages here, they're getting the control they want here, if that continues, I mean, if there was a 7-4 against Liquid, this really might be a 7-2, 7-3 against FaZe. This might be a must-win one for the defense, not only to win this second primary site, but just to, I think, for once, make an argument to us that FaZe have a chance.
Sky feels like the limit for Loud right now. Resets. Some great information there available in the site. Souls caught out on the phone call and on the drone there. He's going to expect to be pushed very shortly. It's not only the information from the Dokkaebi that we've got from Loud at the moment. Flash Straight will be playing Snake, so that Soliton scanner and that accurate information that is already available is all going to help him hone in on that player. Resets. Trying to find something inside of Animus right now, but KDS has taken Live down. That's the diffuser cold on the ground. KDS picks himself up another. This top floor hold is brutal, and nobody has done anything about it. Loud hoping to go for a bit of a direct there, and FaZe on that top floor really holding firm.
And you can see Loud get caught in this kind of awkward halfway in, halfway out position. Resets thinks there might be a gap, but all they have to do is clear these vertical angles, then there's nobody on the site. And that's always the tricky gamble when you have such a distinct top floor hold or vertical hold into a site. All we have to do is clear out the vertical angles. There's just 4 guys up there, all able and capable of trading off of each other, and also still watching angles into the site down below. And you think maybe if we see Loud, let's say FaZe run that setup back and Loud take another run at it, you have to think that maybe they go away from that intel lineup and maybe bring something that's more disruptive. Bring some Candelas, bring some Grims to disrupt those vertical angles, because what they brought, the Snake and the Dokkaebi, that was meant to clear out a roam. And it's kind of tricky when the entire setup is the roam to really do that effectively. I have to think if FaZe ever run that strat back, Loud would just bring completely different tools for the job.
Yeah, I just don't see that you can go direct on that site, and especially against a team like FaZe. No matter how they're playing on the day, I mean, they're not playing fantastically today, right? They've lost a lot of gunfights, they've lost a lot of rounds. You've still got to give them the respect, and I don't think you can ignore that in its entirety. There has to be a little bit of a nod toward that extension upstairs, because you are just going to be incredibly vulnerable. Still, Loud with a lead here. Is it going to be that these sort of lower down sites where there is a requirement to clear a lot of the map, are they the ones that are going to start to trip them up? FaZe spread pretty thinly right now. They've, not thinly, but across the map. Cyber in a very usual position for a Pulse to play downstairs. We've got players occupying space upstairs as well. IT reinforced and players occupying those spaces, so there is a lot for Loud to do here. It's not like where we saw them successful on that top floor site and they were able to just entirely focus their efforts on that. There are decisions to be made. Are they going to go downstairs and clear out Cyber? Are they just going to go for that top floor clear? You haven't brought the ram, so it's not like they can just get IT breach open and then start to ram through and give themselves some angles to work through that way. Instead, with Reset's position inside a cafeteria right now, it looks like it could be a bit of an across clear, which, again, would be a little bit of an alarm bell. Like, you're going to need to deal with those players upstairs in some way.
Need to find some way to do it. We've seen Loud good at clearing these Kibas last time. Flash be able to do so again from this exterior angle. So much more work to be done by the attack just by Hibana having this DMR. Ooh, Stamp. Tanking a C4. Retaining his life. Another one goes out. This one gets him. Double utility thrown on the Ying, but through the fray, Loud come away with an advantage. 4-3 right now. Cyber with attackers surrounding him, both inside the other site and pushing into garage. Handy a big flank to alleviate some of that pressure on the bottom Aqua position. And the garage 90 position as well. Can keep hold of this top floor alongside Souls, but that leaves Cyber down below. The attack seems to have an idea. Beginning to apply that pressure with the Blackbeard. Live has been here the whole time. Can hear the call ringing out. SMG-12 around the corner. Live ready for it right as Cyber realizes his fate. And that's when the smokes go down, creating some off positions. But with the diffuser, he doesn't even rotate in. Not even going for the plant, just trying to bait some rotations. Loud are going for the kills. They know they have 40 seconds remaining. They do not need to push this just yet. But that will burn some important utility out of that Dokkaebi. No longer have an ability to block these angles. It's only 25 remaining. It's not the most time. There's some for Loud to work with, but if FaZe can just get 1 or 2 kills, they can make this so much easier. But Handy thinking he's safe. Flashby playing so passively catches FaZe off guard. Loud seem like they have all of FaZe's moves mapped out. Even when they drop a body, it's in service of the greater scheme.
Incredible round. Live. Take a bow. That is how you play the most broken operator in the game right now. Save your Dokkaebi phone calls and just spam them in the final 40 seconds. There is nothing that FaZe could have done. They're in a man disadvantage. Cyber's getting called. His position's already known. He's already had a bit of a melee over with the Blackbeard. He's low, 1 HP. He has to answer the phone. Bang. Swing the corner. Take him out. Souls on the top floor. Brilliant. Bait out the plant. Utilize the impact grenades. Then, if you do have to go for a plant, he hasn't got the impacts to make new holes, even if there is information. He's left trying to bang through the floor, which, as we all know, is very unpredictable. Another phone call goes out. We've still got a player on IT repel. Like, Loud have just been so patient there with that round. And FaZe wait till Loud have guaranteed themselves points in the fixture to take their tactical timeout. Is it too little too late? Now, we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves because elsewhere FaZe have looked good. Downstairs, in particular, they looked fantastic, but Loud have then just shown us an ability to affect multiple layers of the map at the same time. It's not just like the top floor where they can just go in and deal with what's going on the top floor. They were attacking the mid floor. They had to clear top floor. They had to do something about the player Cyber downstairs in basement. There was a lot more to do. So FaZe using their tactical timeout now, hoping that they can get 3 rounds in a row here. I feel like even for FaZe, it is going to be a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, I think at this point, with how well Loud have played across these 2 attacks, they've certainly lost that pretty heavy presumption we often understandably afford FaZe Clan, but Loud have objectively looked like the better team in pretty much every single one of these rounds. And even in rounds they've lost, you go back to that first storage control room attack, they still lose by making plays that, generally speaking, are quite smart, and you can't fault them for playing, and FaZe Clan just happen to catch them and take perfect advantage of that because it's FaZe. Of course they will. But Loud, it feels like every time they've needed to make a move, they've made the right one. way, way, way more often than they've made the wrong ones in this series. And we're a team that has always found themselves on the outside looking in, always found themselves a little bit below the rest of the pack, even if things have been close. For them to be here, and not only to, basically already be confirmed playoffs, standing at 11 points, but to take a regulation victory off FaZe Clan, a full 3 points, and pretty much effectively cement playoffs off a regulation win here. I mean, this is not only some of the best the team has looked inside of the SAL, but probably one of the best finishes they will have had inside of the SAL. And to be potentially the only team to take down FaZe Clan, that's a win in and of itself. FaZe on the opposite side, things are a bit lower stakes. They've already locked in top 4. They might not get a flawless regulation group stage off the back of this. It means so much more for Loud, and it seems good that they might get it here.
And I think that's the important context at the moment, isn't it? The bigger picture at the minute for FaZe is going to be that EWC qualification, which they are, regardless of the result today, still in a fine position to achieve. It just feels like a big result when Loud can come out here and give us a very dominant Nighthaven Labs. Now, it isn't over just yet. Loud still need to convert it. They still need to win one more round here. But with what we've seen, you'd be hard-pressed to make an argument that they wouldn't be able to do that. Upside down repel, Flastry trying to make something work through this IT breach. Been a big focus so far. Pre-firing out onto the Azami, just trying to deal with those Kiba barricades. Stemp there as well, so expect air jabs in that vicinity. They still have one in pocket. Souls does need to be cautious here. At the end of the world that he's caught out on the drone. He's expected to be known where he is anyway. Big engagement right now, though, as the stuns come out. Just flirting with the breach. Cyber finds live, but Gabu gets that all-important kill onto Handy. That's the smoke out of action.
Smoke taken down. Stemp winning another big 1v1, but quickly traded by FaZe. If anything is keeping them in this, it's this trading game they've had on the top floor. They might have started with the opening pick, but the advantage has changed hands. Taking down the shield in the process as well, though, lost some important utility in turn. FaZe have at least given themselves a decent shot at closing this out. They might be out of the C4, but Gabu's low. Flashby finds Cyber, though, and Soul's down up top. Vidiking now, another 1v3, this time on the defense, and he can't even get one. Loud stun everybody, not just with a victory over FaZe. That'd be shocking in and of itself. 7-3 on one of FaZe's best maps. You can never be over too soon inside of the SAL.
Even losing the opening pick there, and with the position of that diffuser down on the stairs inside a warehouse, you were looking at that round and you were thinking, surely not. Surely this isn't the way that FaZe lose. But yep, it was. Both things can be good, and Loud today were better. Let's hear from our desk.
What a shocking result we have there. Who would have thought that it was Loud to be the first team to take down FaZe? What an impressive way as well. They had a good start on their attack. It's, some response we needed to see from FaZe in this matchup here as well. But it is just so incredible that they get these points on the board, and even for themselves in their fight to the top 4. This is incredible. I am very excited that we get to speak to Resets after this game, because I can only imagine how good that must be of a feeling to take down FaZe here. Resets, congratulations on the 3 points. You're the first team to take down FaZe this stage. How are you feeling?
It was I'm feeling very great. It was a very important match. I don't know if we are qualified for the playoffs. I think so, but yeah, very happy for that.
Yeah. Yeah, you are qualified for the playoff resets, so congratulations. I mean, I want you to basically use this moment maybe to try and circle back to what happened at kickoff, because you guys kept the exact same lineup. You trusted all of the players. You went from being grouped at kickoff to beating FaZe and making playoffs. How has it been for the team to go through that crazy momentum, that crazy adventure all the way here?
Kickoff was really hard because it was like a short tournament. We play only 4 games, so for a new team, it was very hard. But we realized that we knew we are a very good team, we are very solid, and we just trust in the process.
And speaking of trusting the process, you basically had the confidence to pick up a young player that had never played at tier 1 level before. And Gabu has surprised everyone, I think, coming into SAL. Across many different matches, but to drop today 15 kills, against FaZe Clan, I mean, tell me more about this player. What makes him special?
Gabu, for me, like, I think he, like, how can I say, one of the best players in Brazil right now. Like, he's a rookie, but I don't think that really matter. He's a very good, very solid player, and yeah, that's it. One of the best,
That's awesome.
to be honest. One of the best. No doubt.
Okay, that's big for his first year with you guys here. But I want to ask you about the game coming up after this, because of course, you know, the playoffs is locked in. Top 4, there is still a possibility for it. You have to play against Flux or W7M next week, not tomorrow after this game. They seem to be in a little bit of a slump right now with 2 big losses. How are you feeling about that game?
I feel very confident. They are having some troubles, like, outside the game, I guess. So I think we are better, just that.
Outside the game?
Yeah. Some problems, like, I don't know how to say, and I don't really know if I can say that, but outside the game, yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much for giving us the insights as well. Thank you for your time resets, and good luck next Sunday in your final game.
Thank you, and bye, Loud Bando. Bye-bye.
Of course, very well media trained at the end there. I mean, we're seeing it in action once again here, looking at the replays. Loud, what an incredible victory. Good effort on their attacks. And the casters already talk about it as well, but it's just, you see it in that final round as well. The fact that they can put so much pressure on FaZe from so many different areas, so many different angles, to really kind of squish them and put them back turtle onto the side. It is just really impressive. I'm glad to see this from Loud and you know, looking at their whole process so far. In 4th, playoffs confirmed. This must be looking amazing for them.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's a dream come true. They needed a miracle to make sure they would lock in playoffs, and that miracle happened. And it was not on the back of FaZe Clan playing, you know, really bad whatsoever. I think that Loud really were playing super well. I thought they were in control in most of these rounds. Even the ones that they had lost were very close. They had a perfect understanding as how to play the game. They brought innovation to the table, things that FaZe had not seen. And it's surprising because it's the map on which they beat Liquid as well. So yes, it's one of their best maps, but on top of that, they had shown quite a lot of things on the VOD. So for FaZe Clan, it does not mean much. They will be in top 4 anyway. They've so many points ahead that it's not so much a problem on our side. And for Loud, it means so much because not only does this confirm playoff, but it's now put up a pressure that is insane on teams like Flux or W7M, for example, to absolutely win, absolutely gain points. Otherwise, it's the end of the playoffs race for these guys. And so there is a lot at stake following this result. And I just want to praise Gabu again. What a way to start off his career in SAL. We have not seen, it's a long time we've seen like a player come up from tier 2 or just straight off in tier 1 and already play at this level. We've seen Outlaw, we've seen Guto, we've seen certain players come up and have like great performances, but however, they're most of the time a little bit inconsistent. Gabu, he's the best rated in Loud. He is in the top 10 rated of SAL. That was before this play day, so I assume he's even jumped more ranks. Incredible player.
It's just really impressive to see that as well, you know, getting an ace against a big team like FaZe to really show up like he did today. And also to get like the flowers, right, from Reset, where Reset says this is one of the best players I have seen in a little while, one of the best players, you know, in Brazil at the moment. So you can only imagine what's going to happen once they eventually reach playoffs, go into best of 3s, make it to international events, and see that player blossom even further. An incredible result. I think it's time for us to take a little bit of a break and regain our senses from what we just saw on our screens. And then when we're back, we're going to break down everything you need to know for Imperial Esports and Black Dragons.
Well, my friends, it's true that the Brazilian teams didn't exactly land the best results at the last major. But hey, there's an explanation for that.
Então você pega uma Luz que tinha bastante estreante, da Case, da AFO, eles não tinham jogado, era um time totalmente novo. A Fúria também, apesar de terem jogadores ali mais experientes, é um grupo totalmente novo, o Blockzeira estava estreando e tudo mais, então tipo... E aí você pega a própria NiP, que é uma base já mais formada e tal, mas foi o primeiro Major do Baceto como IGL, então acho que isso acabou trazendo um peso um pouco maior, isso óbvio somado com a melhora das outras regiões. E sobre não haver muitas mudanças pós-janela, é porque foi um campeonato muito curto, é o que a gente passou para a própria torcida da Liquid de 2 semanas, sabe? 2 semanas não pode definir um futuro de um time, então já tem que remover um jogador e tudo mais.
And when results like these happen, changes usually follow. At least, that's how it's supposed to work. Because out of all 10 SAL teams, only Black Dragons decided to shake things up. So, whether we plan it or not, this video has basically turned into a full-blown Black Dragons roster move special. To put things into perspective, since 2024 and counting the current lineup, no fewer than 17 players have worn the BD jersey. Doing some quick math, that's roughly one roster change every 2 months. Yeah, that's a lot.
Acredito que as mudanças foram necessárias. Acho que a gente viu que a gente atingiu um teto ali como equipe, mesmo que muito cedo, né? E acho que mudança, quando é necessária, você tem que fazer. Você não pode ficar demorando tanto assim, porque a própria Team Secret fez mais de 20 mudanças na equipe até ganhar o EWC. Não é que a gente gosta, mas às vezes é necessário.
As for this latest round of moves, Miracle and Lenda are out, while Guto and Romeu are in. And Gustavo Vieira is no stranger to the Dragons. He previously played for the team between 24 and 25, and even represented the organization at the Montreal Major. After that, he took a little trip through Tier 2, absolutely farming the competition with Stellai Gaming, and now he's back. Hopefully to help push Black Dragons toward their first ever eSports World Cup appearance.
A volta do Guto pra BD é muito da hora, sim, porque eu acho que desde o MBR eu queria jogar com ele, queria trabalhar com ele. Ele optou por vir pra BD. Pô, tô bem animado, assim, cara. Eu queria trabalhar com ele desde aquela época lá e ele é um moleque muito bom. Acho que vai ser, mano, uma grande adição aí.
The other new addition is practically a Tier 1 rookie. After spending time with Elevate Academy, Romeu got his biggest shot on the main Elevate roster during Reload, where he played alongside the veterans Ian and Psycho. Oh, and fun fact, you could say Romeo already knows one of his new teammates pretty well. That's because the two of them shared the stage in last year's Tier 2 Grand Final, just on opposite sides of the server.
Cara, o Romeuzão também é um moleque muito bom, é um cara muito esquilado assim. Teve experiência também, né, de jogar com jogadores muito grandes, como o Psycho, que também ensinou muitas coisas pra ele. O próprio Nusga também, que ajudou ele na Elevate Academy. Então, mas é um moleque novo, tem que pegar cada vez mais experiência, mais ensinamentos, mas isso é só com o tempo.
Alright. That's interesting. It just hit me that we're talking to the most experienced player on Black Dragons right now. And also the guy who's been with the organization the longest. So, before we wrap things up, I want to know exactly what role our man Hari has been playing in this new look Black Dragons roster.
Cara, minha função dentro de jogo é in-game leader e sup 1. Abusa mesmo dos bonecões ali, né, como a gente chama, bonecos que são mais roubados assim nas comps. Então, pô, jogar bastante de shield, jogar com uma Ing de 12, jogar com Glass. E como IGL, você sendo sup 1 fica muito mais fácil de você guiar o time. Como você tem uma visão mais de trás, você consegue coordenar muito bem, conseguir as triangulações ali durante o round e tal.
Well then, all eyes on the Black Dragons team. Who knows? Maybe this fresh blood is exactly what the team needs to make some noise during the first stage of SAL. Best of luck to the boys. And thanks for watching, everybody. We'll catch you in the next one. Bye!
And as we move on to our third match of the day, we got Imperial Esports going up against Black Dragon. So whereas at the start of the day, we really assumed this was going to be an important match, you know, with the bottom two teams in the league going up against each other. Big fight for survival. Unfortunately, due to results earlier from today, this match, it's no longer about the hopes and dreams of making it into playoffs, but we can play the devil's advocate here, Leo, and talk about how these teams, I mean, it's early days, but will have to play for survival in the league, right? They want to make sure that come stage 2, they get some improvement on the board, they don't find themselves in the very last when it comes to overall points and standings, and they don't find themselves at a point of potential relegation from SAL.
Yeah, they're facing the big problem of SAL right now, which is that you have the established top 4 with FaZe, Furia, NIP, and somewhat what should have been lost if you think of Salt Lake City. And then on top of that, you have to add Team Liquid, who are doing really well, who are bringing it back and likely making playoffs. Fluxo, WCNM, who are still a contender. And then Loud, who have surprised everyone and came out of nowhere and played really good. And then on top of that, you might think that INTZ might be one of these victims that you could play on, and the reality is INTZ just won their last 2 games. So that means that in the end, Black Dragons and Imperial, all the way down of the leaderboard here, are fighting. They're the 2 worst teams of SAL. They are on 3 and 4 points. And so yes, at this point, you start thinking of relegations because you're always almost halfway through the entire season for these guys. They only have 2 more playdays to play, and after that, they will be at half of the season. And so if they don't grab points, especially against direct rivals, it will basically be a death sentence for these guys. And it's a tough story for them, Anne, because I feel like both of them have showed really good glimpses of hope. Imperial lately have played much better. They've made it super close against Lost yesterday. We thought they could beat them. They beat Loud the play day before. Loud who just beat FaZe. So it goes to show that Imperial, they have that level. They had went to the 12th round against NIP. They went to the 15th round against Furia. So Imperial, they have that quality. They just lack the experience sometimes to be able to close out the most important games. And on Black Dragon's side, you could say the same thing. They managed to beat Fluxo W7M early in the stage. They managed to make things close against Loud as well, against Furia as well, 12th round. So the 2 teams, yes, they're all the way at the bottom of the standings, but they like to make it close against every single opponent, and it goes to show once again how short or how the gap that separated the top teams of SAL and the bottom teams of SAL has reduced them right now.
Yeah, I feel like that's what it eventually comes down to, right? You mentioned it, both teams have shown us glimpse and shimmers of hope as well with their matches. I mean, even yesterday, they both suffered a 5v7, but they were giving us hope and they were giving us something to watch for because they looked stronger than we expected to in the match that they were playing yesterday. Diving into Imperial Esports as a first team here in this matchup, I mean, they were getting away with some silly stuff, right? It was a player that jumped outside, was Damo struck at the same time, and then they still make it close all the way until the end of that game. But then, you know, not trying to be a negative Nancy because I feel like we're going to have to do that a lot in this matchup between these 2 teams. It's nice, you know, you got away with silly things, you brought it close, but what do you get at the end of the day? Nothing. No points, nothing, and that's eventually what brings you down to the 10th position here inside the group. Capitalizing off of losers playing too scared? Great, wonderful. But then again, no points is the most important thing about that matchup. The fact that they do find themselves here, and as we already talked about, you know, relegation at the end of the year is something they don't want to face.
No, definitely not. And props to Mitrix and Makina, who were the main 2 stakeholders of the comeback from Imperial yesterday on Border, who played really well, the 2 standout players. On the other side for Black Dragons, I'm looking at Guto, obviously, trying to perform a bit more consistently. When he was first brought on with Romeo, he was one of these players that we wanted to highlight. Outlaw on your screen has been the best performer on the side of Black Dragons originally. And so these guys were kind of the same 2 guys that we were looking at. Also in terms of fragging power on the side of Black Dragons, this will be the clash that I expect between the 2 teams. It's do or die, I think, already early on in the stage for these ones, because there's nothing to play for at the end for these guys. Now it's all about salvaging as many points as possible and back against the wall already for a team like Imperial, for example, that has already done the yo-yo, right? Has already been in Tier 1, dropped in Tier 2, went back into Tier 1. It would be a huge disappointment for these guys to be relegated a second time.
It makes me upset on their behalf, especially also if you looked at yesterday, right? You know, they had strategic advantage in many of these rounds. They should have won more rounds or even pushed an overtime to at least get a point and still have something to play for today inside this matchup. But I would like to look at the map veto because, yes, maybe this match doesn't matter so much in regards of the playoffs coming into it, but relegation is still on the line. The last time they played, it was in kickoff groups. It was an 8-6 overtime for Black Dragon, so a mere victory on Cafe. It seems like Imperial Esports do not want to go back there today. Instead, we're going to go to Lair.
All right, interesting. I don't think I've seen any of this team play the map in recent in the stage. I think none of them have played it actually. So this will be like an interesting one. Maybe going back to kickoff, Black Dragon showed it a little bit, but it was a different lineup, obviously with 2 different roster changes. So this will be a question mark. It's going to be an interesting one. I just want to see Imperial able to fight better in defense. I think that was a huge issue yesterday, mainly due to the map, obviously, Border being hard to defend against. But still, I do think that the attacks have improved drastically. I think that in general, it's the defense side, which is a bit weird for them, where they struggle to get aligned on the same game plan. They tend to spread around a little bit, try to not be conscious of the direct attacks as well. They lost multiple rounds to rushes yesterday, those are all things that Black Dragons are able to pull off in attack as well. This will be something that they need to be really careful about.
That's something to keep in mind going into this matchup. We'll bring in our casters though before we kick off this match, as it is almost ready to go. Welcoming back Lynx and Extra Troika. And let's be honest, it's not an easy matchup, this one, given that, you know, there is nothing to play for anymore in regards of the playoffs. There's still relegation, you know, come the end of the year, but it kind of makes us sad for both these teams, really, because Lynx, we were hoping to see more from them, and we were hoping to see them at least have a shot still on Playday 8.
Well, especially since, you know, for both these being the last place teams, it's, I think, more so than a lot of the other regions, two perfect examples of teams we want to give points more as, like, credit for their improvement or credit for the performances they put up, rather than necessarily, like, even if they've not truly been, like, super close games. Because, you know, Ollie, to, like, contrast with NA, like, we have a couple teams that, like, are really struggling to get even, like, 7-4, 7-5s. Both of these teams, Black Dragons and Imperial, have OT games, plenty of those. Yeah. They have plenty of games that went all 12 rounds. Both these teams have been hyper-competitive despite being in the 9th, 10th place spots. And so not only for the league overall is that a good sign, but even for these teams, you kind of wish they had a couple more points, not only so the standings are more competitive, but also it just feels like they deserve, based on the effort they put in, a couple more points.
Yeah, you know, you could make good arguments, I think, for it. It reminds me quite a lot of the games that we were covering this week in NAL, where we had, you know, sort of 5 Fears going up against Wildcard. We had Outlast going up against 100 Thieves. So where you're not directly competing with the person that you are going to be in that 9th, 10th place spot with, it's still a difficult game. This is arguably a little bit easier inside of SAL because you're actually going up against the team that you are going to be rubbing shoulders with at the end. But for anyone that didn't watch the Outlast, the 5 Fears game, they actually got the win. They beat Wildcard, and Wildcard were at the top. So stranger things can happen. We have already seen one upset here today. I don't know that this has got an upset in it, but I think 2 reasonably matched teams, you give me that any day of the week, I'll take it. It'll be a good game of Siege.
I'm glad you're making that argument, though, because, yeah, we've seen it even in EU as well, right? Where you have Heretics who have nothing to play for anymore on the final day. All of a sudden, they get unleashed, and they get this upset victory on the board. So maybe that's the positive thing that we look forward to in this matchup. Both these teams don't really have anything to play for anymore, but what can they show us in regards of the wheels coming off for Imperial Esports and Black Dragons?
Let's hope they give us something fun, because at this point, when both these teams are outside of playoffs and both these teams are, you know, gonna probably be somewhere around the 9th, 10th place position, or at least one of them will be. Of course, you know, they're playing for our entertainment, because that's the nature of sports. But more importantly, they're playing for, I think, for the entertainment of people who really love the game. And by that, I mean, we're looking to see these teams continue their improvements. We're looking to see Black Dragons and Imperial build off a lot of the promise we've seen from these teams in their closer 12-round or overtime games we've seen over the course of this stage, and give us a good show. Because obviously, these two teams close to the standings, you'd hope it would be close, Ollie, but obviously, while this is not always the case, you'd still have to believe, based on the improvements that they've put in, that this one should be close.
I just like the fact that they're playing for our entertainment and our entertainment only.
Well, I mean,
I like that. No, I think that's the case.
Like specifically our entertainment, like you and I.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, I mean, there's a whole lot of people watching, but I want to make sure they're included as well.
I can just think of Maximus stood in the Colosseum. Oh, you're not entertained?
There are things I want to say right now, but I'm not going to.
I reckon that's what I would have done if I was on that loud side. I would have just stood up in the middle of labs. Oh, you're not entertained? We've just beaten FaZe. Well, we head to Lair for our 3rd game of the day here. A battle for... And the thing is about the Stage 1 9th and 10th place teams, when they start to come up against each other in games that they play, inside of Stage 1, of course, there's no relegation. So we're laying the groundwork here for what's going to become relevant come the end of Stage 2. So it's real, you know, sort of delayed gratification on whatever result you get today, because whilst it isn't going to matter as to the result of Stage 1 all too much, whether you finish, you know, 9th, 10th, whatever it might be, however many points you get, once that gets added on to your Stage 2 performance, that's when it really starts to matter, and that's when it really starts to count. And then, of course, looking longer term than that, things like SI points start to come into the mix, because SI points are gotten from stage play as well as events and things like that. So the ramifications are very far reaching, but the consequences for those ramifications, it's not relevant until a lot further down the line. But we've still got to see Imperial and Black Dragons give us their A game here today. so far. This is a sight very familiar. Oh, Macwinner. I was just going to go on like a 30-second rant on how this is such a powerful position. He just gives himself away. Like, he just walks up to the door.
Well, and we've seen teams and players do well in that position, but I mean, when we had like 2 to 3 people all watching ops, it was always going to be difficult getting some kind of 1v1 there that was going to be favorable for the Azami. I mean, especially when you also have defenders that are, you know, tagging on with the Tachanka as well. Black Dragons are going to kind of feel incentivized to go for that. If they get a kill there, potentially even a couple more, that could be the whole round. So Black Dragons buy into it, take down the Azami and ops. That means that if somebody's playing behind the small desk, they're going to be so much more exposed going into the latter portions of this round. So Black Dragons with a good start. And if they can get top rocket control pretty soon as well, I don't think you could hope for a better start on a lair attack.
No, absolutely not. The Azami's job is to hold ops for as long as possible and then, if possible, rotate back and play desk. With Macwinner going down really softly. Leaves them very vulnerable. This vert play could be massive as well. Romeo tracking out onto smoke. Mitrix caught in the scanner. Brilliant shot there. Tracked or not, he's going to hop himself outside. He knew where the Deimos was and he knew that he was safe. This Toxic Babe's buying him a lot of time here. The area denial right now is just insane for Imperial.
They're just locking down every single one of these zones. Even with an advantage, this is the kind of lineup that can just basically squeeze every second out of the attacks clear. Mr. Outlaw pushing deep. He's all the way in the other site, but Florio checking his corners. Ready for it, and Black Dragons, excuse me, simply cannot move beyond these exterior positions. Rocket, no good. Ops, no good. And even when somebody lurks inside of the site, Imperial have an answer for it.
Really surprised with how that round's gone because the opening pick from Black Dragons there is crucial. That should be the first step in maintaining good control of ops, but they were never really able to get it because of the players deep inside of bathroom and the rocket stairs walk up just not working out. Not enough answers really being found there by Black Dragons with the utility that they had available to them. They needed a way of displacing those players up at the top of rocket stairs. They needed a way of clearing underneath the default camera, a position where Sexy Cake was kind of just happy to swing this way or that, depending on where the pressure was coming in from. Black Dragons struggling to problem solve in round 1. We'll be attacking it down in the basement here for round 2. I don't see how things get much better here with the lineup that Imperial are bringing. They've got some horrible toys to play with. You've banned double electrification, so yeah, your walls are a bit easier to open. But look at what you've got to chew through once you start getting into the meat and bones of the site. It's going to be a clash. There's going to be Vulcan packs. Even the castle just going to cause a little bit of time waste here. Macwinner just going to go and place a couple of those out toward that warehouse side, anticipating that there will be some element of a little bit of a cross clear here from Black Dragons.
Certainly indicative of Imperial's identified win conditions. They're just trying to stall as much time as possible, and if they get into an opening engagement with 5 seconds remaining, that's about 5 seconds too soon. Just want to win this off the utility and off the time alone. I say that, of course. Sexy Cake has the single door open in front of him and needs to at least pay attention there if he wants to cross. Thinks it's safe and will make it through. Breach is being opened downstairs as well, as there is some presence off-site by Imperial. Stepped a few rooms beyond on the bottom floor. 1 or 2 roamers up top, as is standard. Hello. Sexy Cake putting Romeo down to pretty low HP. About a third remaining with some TCSG shots. And gets off as well. And again, with the utility that Imperial have on the site, even doing some damage to an attacker is a win. If you get back and you can bolster it, play a 5v5, if you damage a couple people on the way out, that's honestly extremely good, and you really don't need to worry.
Mitrix, just on that clash, providing a little bit of presence right now. Wants to steer clear of Guito. Doesn't want to get caught out by Kali. That's a great way of dealing with a clash. Often needs someone on the Kali shoulder, though, so Guito needing a little bit of assistance from a teammate here, but the pace is fairly dire right now. Mr. Outlaw just taking a little bit of damage as he's trying to walk in through warehouse. But regardless of the fact that they've brought the ram, where's the top floor clear? Minute and 15 left on the clock. Mr. Outlaw grabs a great kill onto Macwinner. Romeo can start to try and move in alongside a Swag. There's a heavy intention here on clearing out this top floor and getting some of this vert open. So far, we've not seen it. All the kills have come flat from Mr. Outlaw.
Right as you reach the minute point, Romeo putting down some of these boogie drones. Maybe a little late, but still coming in. Oh, a quick push by Mitrix. Catches Florio completely off guard. Nobody checking the tucked-in corner. And just like that, Black Dragon still with an advantage, but Imperial Esports with 40 seconds remaining. They've got the Clash to burn time. They might have Vulcan packs remaining. And you don't know what F-Knots might still be activated, lurking around somewhere on this bottom floor. Oh, what a shot by Sexy Cake. Barely even sees Romeo's head as the Ram walks in. But some of that damage done earlier in the round paying off. Mitrix now creating a stronghold. Sexy Cake still with that pick. They've got Diffuser well in hand. Sexy Cake with 4. He's playing at every position on this map, but fully controlled of sub down below.
I mean, Sexy Cake just single-handedly won that round. Imperial, they had no business winning that round from the position that they found themselves in. Sexy Cake is cut off inside a warehouse. We've just given him 2 1 versus 1s. It's 2v2, and there's, well, it was 3 versus 2, and one of them's a Clash. So Clash has to plant the shield. Clash has to go gun up there, because otherwise you're just leaving Sexy Cake hung out to dry. So Clash is wrapped up in an engagement 1 versus 1. Okay, not ideal, but then you have to 2 versus 1 Sexy Cake inside a warehouse. And Black Dragons just didn't do that. The only kills that they really got that were meaningful in that round were the 2 opening picks from Mr. Outlaw. And at that point, so much of the round had already been burnt that only then do we start seeing the vertical work start to take place. It took forever for Swag and Romeo to get in on the Buck and the Ram to start ripping open that floor. I was anticipating grab top floor control, everybody helps with that, rotate into base, or rotate into warehouse, and let the soft breach do their job upstairs. And then we can start catching players as they rotate out of sight inside a warehouse. That didn't happen. Mr. Outlaw got 2 for free. And then Imperial just go ahead and win a 3 versus 5, and one of the 3 is a Clash.
Well, that'll do the trick for Imperial, at least on the second primary site. Now as Black Dragons take the tactical timeout before the tertiary, won't have the Goya, won't have the Clash present for Imperial's lineup. Instead, doing what you have to on Bunk's briefing, and creating as much of a stronghold on the top floor as you possibly can. Kivas, Miro windows, even a Ruiny Gates as well to add in some projectile denial. Smoke likely upstairs too with the shotgun and the toxic canisters. Imperial Esports playing these standard win cons for a first floor defense, looking down at a Bunks and briefing. And the more interesting question is always what Black Dragons will do to answer. Got plenty of smokes and execute operators, but getting a plant on this side is always trickier than we might think.
Looks like Black Dragons are going to be going for a very standard lineup for this attack. So they obviously feel as though rounds 1 and 2, I mean, definitely didn't go to plan, but there was some real glaring holes in the way that they were trying to play. But they didn't wait until after round 3 to take that timeout. They took it early. So their intention here is going to be for that half clear. Obviously, with the Monty being removed, it makes just planting behind a Monty shield a lot more difficult. But you have got the capped out, you have got the sense. Ooh, 6k just allowed to cross. It's going to take a point of damage. Sticks him fairly low, considering that's only 1 DMR shot. Just goes to show how powerful those tools are. Ooh, further zoned out here as well. Nade at his feet and fire up above. Trying to buy himself some time, but Flame's going to do the rest of the work that Mr. Outlaw started. Sexy Cake falling there on Azami. A big opening pick here for Black Dragons.
Able to take down one of the forward players on the staircase, and getting a foothold on this top floor clear can always be so difficult for the attack, and even in a 4v5. Look what Black Dragons still have to go through. Smoke, mirror windows, difficult utility. Yax also with 3 Grzmots in pocket, ripe for lobbing those at Rare if he tries to push in through the top floor. But with Machina out on the roam, as you can see, right at the bottom of the bridge staircase, it's not like this top floor setup or the site is all that well reinforced by the defense. There are some holes that Black Dragons can exploit.
Mitrix is going to be the first target right now. He's conscious of the breach, and he should be getting punished from there right now. Instead, it's just going to be a flat engagement here as Rare tries to battle him back, but this allows these players upstairs to reposition themselves. Shots now coming in from Yex as he has joined the fray. Makwina finds Guito, but Swag is going to be better. The Blitz starting to do a little bit of this heavy lifting now.
Now Florio 1v4. He's got 3 toxic canisters, can burn some time on this defuse plant down below, but doesn't even know where it's going. I mean, no, he's creating angles and throwing smokes where nobody is on the bottom floor. Florio with an unfortunate lack of information, which makes his 1v4 even more unwinnable. One player up top, got his position locked down, won't even win the fight against Mr. Outlaw. Black Dragons, after the tack timeout, win their first round on the attack. Now as they turn their attention towards the primaries, let us do so as well.
We barely even saw the Sense utility there, did we? Mr. Outlaw basically picking Sense because it's a great DMR. And he was making that sing. We didn't really need the ROU projectors. A lot just coming down to Rare, getting really bolshy on Blitz and getting up close and personal into the faces of a lot of those Imperial defenders. Tertiary bomb site there seemingly coming quite easily to Black Dragons. Very shield-focused round 4 bans. The Blackbeard and the Clash will both be removed here. Back upstairs we go then to this top floor. You can only imagine... Why are we not playing the Azami? The Azami worked so well. It was only because Makwina really played too far ahead of his utility that he wasn't able to hold on to Ops. Honestly, if I was Imperial, I'd be looking to try and run this back exactly the same because it worked so incredibly well. I guess that a large proportion of that was down to the Tachanka and the smoke. The Goyo as well that Sexcate was playing also coming into the mix. But instead this time he's going to be opting to play Tubarao. Again, another great DMR to be brought, and the Zoto canisters just to slow down that inevitable breach. Looks like he's trying to hide himself at the moment as well, just tucked away in the corner. Hoping his teammates are able to shoot the drones before they get too close to discover him. Ooh, double reinforcing ops off as well. I guess you can play the mirror window there, and you can always smash that and utilize that a little bit, but if that's just double reinforced and there's no mirror window played on it, then you really are giving away quite a lot of control. Ops becomes very difficult to hold.
Well, you can see that Imperial Esports are just leaning fully into the setup. We've kind of seen develop over at least some of the first 2 defenses, which is fully focusing on the site hold with that utility. They might give up ops, but Sexy Cake will contest these drones for 45 seconds to a minute, and then the win condition is just to use the utility for the actual plant denial alert. Stalling time, preventing Black Dragons from pushing into the site. A really nice mirror trick, catches a Selma charge, but I was about to say, it should get the next one, and it will eventually. The Zoto canisters will freeze it. Pop the mirror window, see if they can shoot it. Not entirely sure if they're able to, and they don't have any impact grenades to toss outside that window, and I don't think anybody wants to burn a C4, and will do so. It is a bit of a gamble from Imperial. As you mentioned, they get seed control of Ops. Black Dragons take that immediately. But if this utility on the site holds true, Imperial Esports have a ton of it, and that might be sufficient.
Mr. Outlaw, starting to challenge onto the top of Rocket now. Have that Ops control that they were kind of given in a lot of ways. No smoke playing at the top of these rocket stairs either, so a walk up far more possible now. Especially under the cover of Deimos or any sort of nades. That soft floor is going to be a little bit of a vulnerability right now. Yext going to be looking to try and challenge onto this quite aggressively, letting him know that he's got the shotgun at close range, and Romeo thinks better of the engagement, but could really be going for some vert angle here and try and cut him off on the retreat.
It's kind of tricky either way. Neither player able to decide whether they want to commit or not. Romeo likely making the smart decision to hold back. Powering Rocket makes sense in theory, but against a shotgun close quarters, I just don't think Romeo's getting that. He can still make Warden's life difficult, give more information to his team on the exact position. He'll try to find the vertical angle. Another attempt to take down this Warden, but rushing against that shotgun, you can see the fear, the hesitance. Yex commits a little deeper, though, but even one playing right behind him for the trade. This is just not a good engagement for Romeo to take. You can see him recognize that. A whole minute spent on this position, but finally Romeo falls back. Yex swings out. That's just the opening pick for Black Dragon. Still a 3v3, but Mr. Outlaw pushing up, punishes Machina for supporting his teammate. No good deed gone unpunished inside of round 4, as Outlaw pushing deeper doesn't even need to fight the Tachanka this time. Looks to plant the diffuser down in an off spot. take full control of the site. Sexy Cake not able to line that one up with the DMR. Black Dragons at 2 in a row.
Black Dragons had nothing until Yex pushes that on the Warden. Just got a little bit too antsy. I know there's 30 seconds on the clock, but that was the trigger. That was really what the whole round hinged on, that engagement on Rocket Stairs. And we got a great view of it. I'll be honest, I thought that Romeo was kind of misplaying that in a lot of ways because he needed a little bit of support from somewhere. If Yex doesn't push him there, that round just peters out due to time, and Imperial walk away with another defensive win. As it stands, he got a bit too aggressive, bit too cocky, bit too confident, whatever you want to call it, and goes for the challenge. And it was the first of many dominoes to fall. Black Dragons good for 2 now after their tactical timeout. They can take a round down here. It starts to look like a bit of a flash in the pan from Imperial over rounds 1 and 2, where maybe they just got a little bit lucky. Maybe Sexy Cake got a little bit fortunate, hitting 3-4 kills inside of round number 2. And aside from that, we haven't really seen the contribution. This round will tell us, though. Black Dragons are able to rectify some of the mistakes we saw them make here previously in round 2.
And if you at least want to think about mistakes, one thing that we haven't really seen be a mistake from Black Dragons has been this opening pick. They've got it 4 times in a row. They got it the past 2 rounds, and now they've resulted in conversions. They can continue that trend here. Of course, based on the improvements in the mid-round that you were kind of alluding to there. Black Dragons really could start running away with this first half and mitigate the early lead acquired by Imperial Esports. Mitrix taking a little bit of damage, but nothing all that crazy. Didn't see much attention paid to the roam by Black Dragons last time. Didn't start getting the vert until about a minute remaining in the round. They got at least a similar lineup when it comes to that element of the push. And adding in some intel ops to help with the clear as well. See what they can do. It is pretty slow, all things considered. Not slow in terms of the pace, but slow in terms of the action. It seems that Imperial Esports continuing with this more conservative stance.
Swag going to be starting to attempt to clear this top floor now. A great tool to do it, the Soliton scanner. And in a far better time sense, we're getting these boogie drones used just after we've seen the first minute of action. This wasn't something that happened until around 30 to 40 seconds left in round 2. So already the pace is better here by Black Dragons. They haven't just tried to walk into warehouse and find a couple of quick openers. I think Mr. Outlaw knows that that isn't something that's going to happen every time. Romeo now, having used only one of the drones, can start to challenge onto the bottom of these yellow stairs. Mr. Outlaw again trying to make something happen onto this barrel and missile angle. No one on the side of Imperial giving themselves up so easily this time. Mitrix, this opening pick onto Swag. As that roam clear element will fall. Great shot onto Mr. Outlaw. He just got absolutely deleted off the angle. Rare will find one back as a trade, but things are far better here for Imperial. Don't forget, it was a 5 versus 3 last time against Imperial, and they were still able to walk around with a win. This time, they've got an advantage, but only briefly.
Yeah, and Imperial Esports able to acquire one back pretty soon after. Romeo, swinging from behind, though, takes down an important player on Imperial Esports, but they continue to maintain this advantage through and through. Gudo now with the calls. 1v2, swings around the corner, almost tags up Florio, and indeed does, but there's nothing lethal. In fact, loses some HP to that toxic canister, chased deeper into the side by this smoke, but what a flick! Headshot gets the job done. A huge 1v2 for Gudo to keep Black Dragon's streak alive.
Black Dragons now, after the timeout, effective in all 3 rounds. They take a lead for the first time here on Lair. There's a very real possibility that they come away with a favourable half. A 4-2 split is on the cards here, as Imperial repeatedly show us that rounds 1 and 2 may have just been a little bit of a fluke. Mitrix was trying his best. He got 3 kills there in round 5, but it wasn't going to be enough. Regardless of the advantage, Black Dragons able to snatch it back. A lot down in part to Guito and his fancy movement there at the end, just being able to rotate and find the angle onto the remaining player. This is really where it all started to go terribly wrong. It was this site here, Links, that we saw in round 3. Black Dragons have been brilliant since that point. little bit of a half clear onto that top floor. The blitz being used by Rare exceptionally well to bully those players that were hanging around at the bottom of green stairs. Not the same lineup, though. Capitao was a big proponent of this push last time. It was the Capitao that was able to really zone Sexy Cake out and ultimately take him out with the fire arrows. Sense as well. Not that that was a key component from Mr. Outlaw. It was more the DMR and the kills that he was able to get. Didn't really see the ROU projector used. This time going to be bringing an equally good gun, but Snake and that Soliton scanner to assist on that clear.
I can provide some good information. I want to and Harbor charge to breach the exteriors at the beginning of this one. It's for a bunks briefing defense. We saw Black Dragons give a lot of focus to the actual site clear last time, pushing in with the blitz, ironically. Some players spotted by the Soliton scanner as Black Dragons pushing in quite quickly upstairs. Already moving out through bathroom, taking a look into display. Can't quite push in just yet. Still, I was about to say some more work needs to be done, and that's what we needed to see. Quick kill. Mr. Outlaw acquires another opening pick. A lot of those this half for him. Now moving in again very fast. Oh, a big moment. As Romeo goes down, it's another close 2v. No, 1v2. Sexy Cake down below. Black Dragons with an opportunity to pick Romeo back up. Dokkaebi calls as well. Oh, what a brutal position. Sexy Cake spotted by the call. These spots are unwinnable for the defense. They've got the vertical angles, diffuser control, a lot of utility expended. None of those canisters remaining for Gudo. And yet still, Sexy Cake gets whittled lower, is able to find swag. Takes the first one, get a bit of a crossfire, but can he can isolate them! Pre-fire around the corner, what a clutch Z-ping from Imperial! And now with Gudo low, this is comparable! A hatch drop commit that late! How often do we say, Dokkaebi in a 3vx, that is unwinnable for the defense, and if they're gonna give Sexy Cake 1v1s and make it easy for him like that, it's winnable any day of the week.
What a crazy round that was! Oh my goodness. And then, of course, like you were mentioning as well, you know, getting targeted, getting pushed by 3 people at the same time, and somehow he wins that out. Absolutely incredible. I mean, hey, it started off well for Imperial too. I feel like this is kind of damage control here, and Sexy Cake, while he was so important in the final round, important in the beginning as well with those 2 rounds on the board, you know, whether it's getting kills, trying to survive as long as possible in difficult positions. And then it turned out that on this defense for Imperial, sometimes there are very questionable decisions made by the defense. And I feel like, you know, with Black Dragons, we're punishing the mistakes that Imperial were making.
Yeah, I mean, he saved them 2 rounds entirely. Like, if it wasn't for Sexy Cake, this should be 5-1 for Black Dragons, realistically. And I think everything started changing after the tag timeout. I think as soon as Black Dragons understood, they could just go for a default playstyle and just go step by step. It went well for them. It went well up until the late round, but in general, like they understood the win condition was, let's just bring the shield, let's play step by step, let's isolate the kills that we want, and that's round 3, and that to me starts the real comeback from Black Dragons. And you can see how quickly they get huge man advantage, and in this scenario, even when they are not given like a kill, somehow Imperial moves too much and give them the opening kill. Like, there was no need for the Wilder to swing here. He can hold with the shotgun. He's got a trade potential. But what's good to see from Black Dragons is the ability for everyone to then double up on this. As soon as they get main stairs control, one pushes Mezza, the other one jumps in display. It's beautiful. It's well timed. Everyone plays together. And it is a question as to how can they do this on certain rounds and then completely forget to do it in a 3v1 clutch, like on round 6. It's well done. They play well overall. They should be the team that is in the lead here. And you see it on the last round, by the way. Like, it's a good execution. You see the Grim on display window, the Blitz pushing in CC. At the same time, you have 2 players coming up green. That's a proper roam clear, step by step. Instead of avoiding the layers of defense, they go and problem solve them. That's well played from them. And honestly, that should have been a round win, the 3v1. Overall, Black Dragons dominating in attack. And the scoreline really doesn't do them justice.
Ooh, okay, that's a big thing to call, of course, you know, with 3 rounds on the board here as the second half. You'd imagine that going into defense, especially on a map like Lair, they will probably have the better hand in this matchup, given that should be an easier side for them here, though. Going into the bend, not seeing anything too surprising for this one so far, I guess.
No shields and wall denial. I think at some point we've I'd like to recall how many Kaid and Bandit bans I've seen. in SAL, because it's been a trend for sure. I think in general they just want to make sure that they can get the breaches open as quickly as they can and can just go through the steps. Yeah, as expected. Double shields ban, double Cade and bandit ban.
It's like the SpongeBob meme where they go and how daring today to pick these very off meta operators to ban out in the second half though. But let's see how it turns out. Black Dragons had the advantage, but only 3 rounds. What can they do in the second half?
Now, this might be considered match fixing, so I want to say that out the gate. But I will put up an ungodly amount of money to get teams to stop banning double hard breach. Denial.
Are you just bored of seeing it at this stage?
I will. You can quote me on this. I will go to jail even if it means we see it a little bit less.
I feel that we're at a point where we could just vote for default bans for the stage and still have bans. You know what I mean?
Like governing bans over the course of the whole stage.
Yeah, so like stage 1 would just have these things banned by default in every game, and then the teams would still get 3 bans like normal.
Sorry, I got caught off guard because they like cleaned that rotate hole up. Did you see that?
Yeah, that's massive.
It's not even that big a rotate. They just shaved off every little bit of debris. Anyway. I don't know about that idea. What I do know is not a big fan of double hard breach now bans. I mean, it's good. I'm a fan of it for strategic reasons. For entertainment value, it's not that great. But, well, I don't know. To Leo's point, if they're able to complete that step quicker, I don't think anybody's favorite part of a round is the hard breaching part of it. So maybe they are doing us a favor in a way.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, it just speeds things up a little bit, doesn't it? But you've still got so much to chew through once you get to it. Like, top floor lair, I'd be accepting of a Tachanka ban, I'd be expecting of a mirror ban, an Azami ban, any of those things, because you know that they're going to be used, and they are all present here for Black Dragons. Black Dragons going to feel like they've not been robbed, but definitely missed out on an opportunity. Sexy Kate clutching up against them twice so far. They could be coming into this heavy favourites on the defense side, and as it stands, they've just been good for a very normal 3-3 split. They are going to have to dig deep on these defenses and really force Imperial's hand right now. They're doing a good job of that so far. Big extension over in toward Ops. That's somewhere that Azami has since vacated and got themselves back to the site at around the halfway point in the round, allowing for that breaching to start to work through. We've got Mitrix below. He'll be looking for some tracks and some death marks to try and displace some of these players. There's nothing stopping this breach from getting open for the time being. I was kind of expecting an impact to come in from top of rocket stairs sort of direction, but no. Will only be vaultable, though. Isn't going to be one that you can just sort of slip in and out of, and when there's Chanka in play, that makes things even more tricky. That vaulting animation, it's going to cause you to take a little bit of damage. It's going to be a bit more clunky to get in and out of that rotate and sufficiently bait utility. It's going to cause Imperial a bit of a problem.
All the utility posing issues like that. I mean, Mr. Outlaw can just swing around, Shamika grenade out in turn. Do Imperial really have a way in? I mean, if Mr. Outlaw's going to make a rotate like that, will give Machina the opportunity, not to get an opening pick, but just to create a little bit more of an opening on this side. Gonna move in and put the defuse plant down. They certainly could. There are minimal toxic canisters remaining, only one C4, but with 20 seconds to go, 8 Shumikas in a C4. That is plenty sufficient to get the job done against Imperial. Swag Domes, 2 of them. A collat on a Machina and Mitrix. EX now rotating over as Gudo takes some aggressive ground against the attack. Floria, I mean, not much to do at that point. 4v1, Black Dragons with the round. Utility wastes so much time, and they get all the kills after that.
Yeah, the utility doing a lot of the heavy lifting there. Real unfortunate lineup as well for Swag to find 2 with the Vector. Just felt like both players, the stars aligned as they tried to walk in to site. Top of rocket, trying to make it work. Again, comes down to the fact that that breach was only a vault breach. If you can slip in there and just crouch walk in, it makes it a different ballgame entirely. You can get in there and start to challenge onto the angles. You can challenge onto the Shanka playing a little bit deeper. And as it stands, when it's a awkward hop in like that, you're really left with only one option, and that is to try and get yourself in through that door. And while Swag had a perfect read on that position and that timing. Black Dragons downstairs to the basement they go then. I think we are expecting reasonable things out of Black Dragons here on these defensive rounds. We don't really look toward Imperial as an incredible attacking team.
10 seconds left.
You tend to sit at the less than favorable side of things when it comes to these attacking win rates, and hence why they are down there at the bottom of the leaderboard at the moment. Black Dragons just trying to put enough problems in between them and the site. They're going for a little bit of a balance here, Lynx. It's a kind of best of both worlds situation where, yeah, we've got some big, heavy anchor players. We've got a Smoke, we've got an Echo. Really looking toward, you know, late round value and time denial and stopping a plant from going down. Then we have Rare on the Scopos, just fully unleashed at the minute. He's got one of those shells upstairs. I mean, he's currently downstairs in warehouse, but I imagine he's got a shell, maybe even on top floor, that he's going to be able to rotate into once this attack starts to gain a little bit of ground in the mid.
Yeah, that's what I was curious about. I was curious about the status of that second shell. Normally what we see is have the Scopos start early and then recall back late. Well, it's already been destroyed. I was about to say we can see there's clearly some kind of issue there, but maybe could be close to the wall, not entirely sure. There we go, but also found extremely quickly. And yeah, that's kind of a big reason why we normally see the shell played upstairs at the beginning and then you rotate back, because you're upstairs, you bait the attack in, then you recall, then they destroy the shell. I mean, at that point, you know, Imperial Esports wasted a minute, but if we're up there, maybe waste another 30 seconds, 45 seconds. So I think maybe a bit of a missed opportunity for Black Dragons. Kind of a question why you would bring the Scopos to the beginning. I mean,
they've played it back to front, right?
Yeah, surely they drone out top floor when there's nobody up there. I would just hope, and that's obviously what happened.
Rare might have a chance to redeem himself here, though. Sexcake is going to try and challenge on. DMR in hand. Smoke just to cover the cross, and we'll send his shock drone in, attempt to gather information and delete a little bit of utility. Stuns now onto Rare's position. You're expecting the swing to come quite quickly. Pops the canister at the bottom of yellow, trying to keep himself safe. But he's got quite a lot of support from his team here. Smoke playing just inside a missile corridor. An option even to get away if he wanted to. I mean, surely getting back to site at this point with 50 seconds is going to be beneficial.
Just nothing has happened so far. I mean, Imperial Esports are doing things, as you can see. We're getting the vertical destruction. We're getting important steps, but late in the round, I mean, Rare hasn't moved. Literally. He's been in this one spot the whole time. Swag taking a more aggressive position to provide some support inside of Warehouse. Romeo finds a long angle headshot onto Yax, and Imperial Esports are finding some of these frags, but again, Rare has been there for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Imperial Esports just now figuring it out is like somebody just now figuring out that 4 + 4 is 8. You kind of learned that super early on. It's an achievable skill, and unfortunately at the moment, Imperial Esports struggling with some of these basics. Mitrix, though, on the backside. This is a nice flank, even if a lot of the attacking team going down, and he ends up dying to Mr. Outlaw. Well, that's unfortunate. Black Dragons now with 2 in a row on the primary sites, as Imperial Esports don't leave us a whole lot to talk about.
Yeah, it's starting to not really look too close, is it? Imperial are not just not really giving us anything to get excited about here. We've got Rare inside a warehouse. Plenty of ways of dealing with him, by the way, whether it be pinch, drone, getting in there, just endless opportunity. And no one really does anything about it. And he's there for the entirety of the round. Yeah, the vert gets open, but it's fairly inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Tactical timeout now for Imperial as they're starting to search for answers. If someone isn't clutching, if someone isn't hitting a multi-kill, this team are not in the fight right now. This game, in a lot of ways, should be wrapped up. Should just be a 7-1, said and done. The 2 clutch rounds from Sexy Cake never should have happened, and we can all move on with the playday. Fortunately for Imperial, they are still in with a shot. Tactical timeout hopefully can bring a little bit of stability back to them, and they can understand how they want to approach these attacks going forward, but they are going to have to start seeing success somewhere. Again, taking that tactical timeout the same time that Black Dragons did after those 2 attacking rounds to open things up. Obviously confident in their bunks attacks and how they want to try and approach this. It's fairly well sort of solved at this stage. with how teams like to approach this. Very much a half clear is the order of the day. I wonder if Sexy Cake's on Fuse Shield. I bet he is.
Knowing Sexy Cake, he's probably on a shield generally.
That's been the read from Black Dragons, hasn't it? It's just remove the shields, remove Sexy Cake's ability to play on the Blitz, play on the Blackbeard. But he is one of those few players that will flex onto the Fuse shield on occasion. Now, I don't hate Fuse for this site. I think it's okay, but it does involve you going for a full top floor clear to get max value out of it, which isn't the sort of in vogue thing at the minute.
Or, alternatively, you put it on the reinforcements on site, but there's usually only one defender down below, and there's usually not a lot of on-site utility. So, like, if this were like an anchor setup, I could totally see the Fuse being quite useful. Whether put it on a reinforcement or the ceiling. But you look at this lineup, if we're seeing, like, destroyable utility, it's probably going to be on the top floor. I mean, to be fair, also, and this is not, like, Sexy Cake's issue, but, like, we haven't even placed down a single Kiba or shield yet, so really, like, predicting where those cluster charges can or should go is going to be quite difficult because the defense hasn't even placed anything down yet. Now, Sexy Cake couldn't have predicted that. That's no fault of his, but still kind of a weird position. You get the shield, that's all well and good, but I don't really know what these cluster charges are going to be able to get. Maybe they could get something, I'm not sure, but either way, knowing Imperial, I think this will be a bit of a slow one, but coming out of the attack timeout, even if it's slow, as long as it's measured, no complaints. No complaints. Oh, Sexy Cake hopping in. I think we're still going to wait.
Is hopping in and looking towards site measured or not? That's the question. Sexy Cake just looking to deal with a little bit of utility now. They have got good control at the bottom of green inside a bunk corridor. Diffuser will start to be juggled around. Florio can start to get a little bit of the breach open. Looks like it could be a plant in the offside, but it's Yex that holds the diffuser. Plenty of available here. Florio, I mean, Capital's utility is okay for this. You can block off a little bit of line of sight, but with Romeo in the site and Whammy Magnets knocking about, they are likely not going to hit their mark.
I don't think
That's
so.
That's a huge Kiba, by the way. From above.
Oh, Machina still gets it. Catches Romeo swinging around the Kiba. So that is some nice support from Mr. Outlaw. Unfortunately, goes to waste a little bit. I really don't know what this Fuse pick was for, but if it's just for the shield, could still work out. Smoke grenades going in. Smoke's also blocking off some of the important angles up top. Might just be for that utility pick, who knows. Sexy Cake making his way through, but with the warden upstairs, that's an easy one for Gudo to find. Don't even need the Specchio scanner to get involved to figure out that one. Now a diffuser inside of the site. Imperial will walk in front of the vertical angle again. Shall we make it lucky number 3? Might make it actually 4. Gudo just needs to sit in like a sentry gun, just pick people off so they walk in through the single doorway. Timing might be against him as he's reloading the MPX. They will make it through, but Black Dragons holding on pretty nicely. Diffuser recovered, both beneath the hatch. This is the easiest set of kills, I was going to say for Gudo, but for Mr. Outlaw in that case. 3 in a row now for Black Dragons as Bunk's briefing looks a whole lot like basement.
Which kind of looks a whole lot like top floor, right? Black Dragons just going through the motions at the moment. They're not getting challenged appropriately by this Imperial lineup. Imperial just consistently trying to brute force their way into sight, especially on that bunks round. Like, keep doing the same thing. You're going to keep getting the same result. If that's the sum of the... I mean, the tactical timeout obviously isn't to discuss that site in particular because we've not seen them play it yet, so they'll have the plan that they brought into the game to deal with it. It's not like they've taken the timeout ahead of that to specifically go for it. I don't know. Like, we get a Nomad ban out of nowhere. Black Dragon's just like, yep, you know what? We're going to get rid of Nomad.
I genuinely, the more I think about it, and this is just so funny to me, the more I think about it, the more I wonder, did he pick Fuse Shield actually just for the smokes?
No, I think it was a combination of the shield and the smokes, wasn't it?
Well, that's what I mean. Like, sorry. Assuming he picks a shield operator, did he... The decision to pick Fuse was for the smokes over the Blackbeard.
Yes, I believe so.
Which makes sense if you don't think about the fact that Warden is one of the most common played operators for a top floor defense, and they had no answer for that. Because, like, one thing we see, right, is, and I'm just going to go on a rant, I'm sorry, Ali. One thing we see is, we'll see teams, like, bring a Glass to counter that exact play and, like, to take a 1-for-1 against the Warden up top, and we just didn't even see that. And it's, obviously, there are a lot of ways in which Imperial's problem-solving are quite clearly deficient at the moment, and I think that you kind of summarized a lot of it well. But even things like that, it's like, okay, we're going to pick the fuse just for the smokes and the shield. It's like, okay, I see that. And then they didn't think to counter the operator that is always brought on that site that can look through smokes.
If there's a Warden and a Solace, getting a plant down there, it requires a Monty, doesn't it? Or an incredible off spot and an advantage beyond just, you know, a little bit of control. It's not to say that you need to take all of top floor, but someone flooding through the top floor at the same time as you're pushing into sight can sometimes be enough disruption to get it all down. Romeo, just giving Mr. Outlaw a little bit of something to peek off here as the clash will be in play. I'm glad that you went on a rant about that, because I was just going to rant about the Nomad and the fact that it hasn't been played yet at all. Now, granted, I think the clash was something that Black Dragons wanted to play, so they're trying to keep the clash a little bit safer, knowing that there is going to be no Nomads that are going to shoot them across anywhere. Mitrix, like, this is your job. Soft floor. Get banging. Start putting some damage into those players up there. Romeo's seen a little bit of damage, but it was from earlier on in the fight. Nothing so far coming in on the vert from Mitrix. Mr. Outlaw, bold enough as to peek the breach. I mean, he can just plug this up with the Kiba barricades. Ops, there's still the remnants of a fortress that was created, and these angles can now be utilized by Machina. He should be able to get the breach open fairly easily here. But again, he's only got one Selma. So, yeah, you can get the breach, but you're not going to be able to transition through it. Again, it's going to come down to that side door, that side single. And even then, Mr. Outlaw in position to try and either aggressively peek off the back of it, currently looking below, get some great shots in onto Mitrix, can call the rocket stairs push. Black Dragons can just move appropriately.
Still waiting for something from Imperial at the moment. Machina, been playing on the story for quite a while. Catches Mr. Outlaw rotating back. Decides to push deeper. Is he caught by the defense? Spotted at least. The only kill acquired by Black Dragons is on the opposite side. Black Dragons catching Sexy Cake, playing on that Grim. Trying to go for a bit of a backstab. Imperial Esports now quite linear, though, as I say that. See a couple players over by the single window, and of course, Machina top rocket at the moment. Clash will create her beachhead inside of the site, defending the small desk. Mitrix still down below, has found basically nothing for this vertical angles up top. He's tried, we can certainly say that, but it's not successful, unfortunately. With 18 seconds remaining, Florio looking to push, and that is a really nice fight win against Rare. Black Dragons just need to keep it close. Even if one body left alive, that'll be good enough. It's 2-on-2. With 7 seconds to go, diffuser control in the hands of the defense. Florio shocked right as he pushes in. It's all Romeo in the 1v2, and he lines up both. Black Dragons get 4 defenses in a row in a game that doesn't mean a whole lot for either of these teams. The battle for who is most improved, Black Dragons wins at 7-3.
Yeah, Black Dragons start to put a little bit of distance between themselves in the standings there, but ultimately it's a day to forget, isn't it? Like, I don't think Imperial are going to be looking back at that one very fondly indeed. Without those couple of clutch rounds from Sexy Cake, it would have been an even quicker affair than it already was. And Black Dragons starting to put a little bit of difference between themselves and Imperial. A game that doesn't mean too much to the standings this stage, but it could be very crucial come the end of stage 2. We're going to head over to our desk, and we're going to break it down further and set us up for our next game of the day.
Thank you very much, and I agree with what was being said. Of course, Imperial Esports will not look back at this matchup and think very fondly and very happy of it, but for the likes of Black Dragons, the main conclusion we can take from this one is that the second half was so much cleaner. Didn't allow Imperial Esports to win a singular round here on their defenses, on the Black Dragons defenses this is. I think it was really important. We saw players come alive in that final half. We saw Guto absolutely huge with a top 4 control. Romeo bursting through the clash shield as well in the final round to pick up some kills. Mr. Outlaw as well. Just incredible performances from these players here as well, but I think it's really important to note, especially for their confidence going into tomorrow or next stage, this was much cleaner. We weren't letting one player like Sex Cake step up and get a kill on them.
Yeah, much more consistent playground for Black Dragons overall. Like even the attacks they like Oli said multiple times it should have been a 7-1. If they just look at their attacks and the step play that they were able to layer, I think overall it was really clean. It was them getting the opening kill in almost every round. It was getting the right amount of control. Yes, they were playing split, but it's kind of the way layers being played right now. So it's not an issue whatsoever. It's just the late round that they needed to fix in attack. But overall, really good performance from them. I think from Imperial, really, I'm wondering how they can go from, trying to contend with some of the very best of SAL and like bring them to the 12th round, to just looking completely clueless in one of these games. To me, it screams of mental issues in the sense of, stress, nerves, the fact that they already know that they're out of the playoffs run and that this is likely a match where they're playing a rival for relegations. So it's extremely important for them if they want to keep their job. And I think that's basically why we see mistakes like this, like that round, for example, where they take the fuse when Blackbird is open, by the way, but they take the fuse shield to go for the plant, and instead of going inside the bunk where they can be safe from the vert, they just plant straight in front of the ward. And like, it's really basic stuff that you see in ranked even, that they probably saw in scrims, and it's just basic mistakes. And it's rough because I felt like Imperial had so much more potential, and this game overall between Black Dragons and Imperial had much more potential because both of them were able to go to the distance and even upset some big teams. So I expected more out of these games, but props to Black Dragons for taking these points away. They're going to be really important when comes the next stage.
Especially what you say, if they've been able to make it close to bigger opponents in the league, then you would have expected this matchup here to be closer as well. And I think, Sexty Cake was doing a really good job at that in the first half with some big moments from himself there. But in the end, Romeo on the side of Black Dragons, looking overall at the entry as well from every player on the side of Black Dragons, as you said, the difference was already made in the early part of the round, and it's good to see these players come alive in the second half as well. I think for their confidence and their beliefs as well, given that this is against a direct opponent for the relegation, as you were mentioning, come the end of the year, this must be a good feeling and a good way to end the stage, because if you look for Black Dragons, they still have to go against FaZe, and FaZe looked vulnerable earlier today, but with the game that we saw here, I don't think they're going to do much against FaZe.
No, clearly not, but focusing on the positive here, props to Romeo, props for having the first MVP for him, and also, proving that he was a great pickup on the side of Black Dragons. I think him and Guto are doing a good job with the lineup. I think overall, that Romeo probably should have, I guess, showed a little bit more throughout the stage because it's really Guto that took the spotlights from him. But it's great to see him wake up. I wouldn't say it's the most important time because obviously they're out of the playoffs run, but still, it's important for the confidence, especially for players that have not played that much in SAL recently. So yeah, it's a good one for him, and hopefully now we can focus on some of the most important games, right? 4 teams that have direct stakes into either the playoffs or the top 4 here.
Yeah, I'm quite excited for that, of course. There's still 3 teams fighting 4 spots in the playoffs, but there's only 2 more slots for these 2 teams. A big part of that will be our next match as well, especially with the pressure being on Fluxo W7M as they go up against Furia after this.
Eu tenho 3 de miopia e tô sem óculos.
2 loadouts pra você escolher qual que você vai.
Qual que eu quero?
É.
Vou jogar pistolinha então. Então vem tomando então.
Maquiná, como é que tá a sua mira?
Tá boa, eu acho.
Afiada?
Tá.
Vamos ver se fora do server também. Qual arma você vai pegar aí?
Essa aqui mesmo.
Temos aqui, ó, 2 armas. Qual que você vai pegar? Qual vai ser?
A maior. A maior.
6 chances pra tentar acertar lá. Você tem 6 balas, 3 alvos. Pode dar ali.
Errou! Errou!
Boa.
Opa, uma foi.
Errou!
Mano, desempenho péssimo, mas estamos na melhor ainda. Foi por pouco.
Errou!
Calma, calma, tem mais 4 chances, eu vou acertar ainda. As 3. E no meio. Tem que ser pelo menos 2 pra não ficar feio, né? Pelo amor de Deus. Foi abaixo, né? Foi abaixo. Não, podia ter sido bem melhor. Mas é a vida, né? Primeira vez aí. Às vezes eu não tive sorte principiante. É isso.
Pesam. Eu tenho 3 de miopia e tô sem óculos. Você é louco, ué? Tá compensando.
Você é o primeiro que acertou.
Sério? Ah, mano, muito fácil, velho. Eu sem enxergar, tô atirando, como é que os caras não conseguem?
Que pergunta nojenta. Qual foi o pior companheiro de time que você já teve dentro do jogo? Por quê?
Fala pessoal, tô aqui na pescaria maldita e vamos ver o que vai sair aqui dessa pescaria maldita. Ó, número 6 aqui, hein? Se houvesse eleição de pior jogador da SAL, quem ganharia, por quê?
Não posso responder isso aqui, né? Ah, tem que responder mesmo.
Lenda 1, por quê? Pô, uma mira. Pesquei o 7 aqui, hein?
Ah, que pergunta nojenta.
Qual foi o pior companheiro de time que você já teve dentro do jogo? Por quê? Cara, eu acho que o pior... Ah, o Dark, mano. Pior, assim, pra mim. Porque o cara não me ensinava nada, mano. Não tinha nenhuma vontade, assim, só. Mas não é trolando, não, só... Mas hoje ele tá bem, hoje ele tá mandando muito com os caras lá. Escolha um nick sincero para um jogador da SAL e justifique sua resposta. Ah, mano, acho que o Paluzão. O Paluzão, quando ele jogava na Liquid... ele só tava debaixo da água. É isso, pessoal. Essa foi Pescaria Maldita. Top pra caramba. Tamo junto.
Ah, então pode, né?
Isso aí, acho que eu faço todo dia, eu dou uma biscoitada lá.
Beleza.
Loira comer brecha no bombe.
Tem que marcar, né?
Eu marco essa aqui, mano.
Tá.
Ganhar da Fluxo.
Tem que ter.
Isso aí já é certeza,
O Eds Biscoitar a gente não vai estar marcando porque tá mudando.
No Instagram? Não, mas no Instagram.
Ah, então pode, né?
Isso aí, acho que eu faço todo dia, eu dou uma biscoitada lá.
Beleza. Pô, tomar 7x0 a gente não é trouxa, né? Tipo...
Mano, tomar 7x0 é triste, eu acho. Não vou marcar isso aí não, mano. Jogar no café também não quero, não.
Você não quer, não?
Não quero, não.
Mano, o Bock em situação de clutch é top, eu marcaria.
Marco.
Mano, o esporro do Reduct, eu acho que
eu não quero marcar.
Eu quero ficar de boa sem
Se der um esporro é porque o pau tá pegando, mano, tá feio.
E a tática suicida, quem não gosta, né?
Tem várias.
Pode marcar aí, mano.
Forte da fúria aí, mano. Tática suicida. Caralho, você aqui é pesadão, mano. Salve, rapaziada. Essa é a pescaria maldita aqui. Vamos ver o que ela reserva pra gente aí. Cite 3 jogadores da SAL que são monooperador e justifique sua resposta. Vou citar o Dias, que ele só joga de Ace. Vou citar o Pox, que só joga de Shield. Agora ele virou mono blindado. E vou citar também... Monooperador, hoje em dia é foda monooperador, né? Os caras é tudo flex, mano. Vou citar eu aí, mano. Só jogo de Harmona, só bonecão bom. E é isso aí mesmo. Qual o jogador da SAL mais feio de todos? Por quê? Caralho, você aqui é pesadão, mano. Mano, o cara feio demais, mano. Nossa, tem vários caras feios, mano. Mano, eu acho que vou citar o Flastry aí, mano. Acho que ele foi mal, o Flastry, mas dá pra dar uma arrumada aí na lataria, mano. Não sei por que eu pensei no Flastry, bizarro. Qual é o jogador da SAL mais burro de todos? Por quê? Caralho, burro é pesado também. Tipo, feio também é pesado, né? Eu acho que jogando assim, mano, eu acho que o Stroker, mano. Máximo respeito aí, Guardiola. Você é meu parceiro. Mas jogando, às vezes você é meio burro.
Our fourth match of the day, Furia versus Fluxo W7M, and I would like to bring up the standings. Before we dive into the roster, before we talk about anything, just to really reiterate what everything is about for this matchup here. What is it to play for? Which team maybe has the most pressure on their shoulders, Leo?
So the team that has the most pressure 100% is Fluxo W7M. Let's pay attention to their situation right now. They've got 7 points and they're -9 in terms of round differential. Loss is on -3 and they're the closest in playoffs right now with 11 points. There is a 4 points gap between the two of them. So basically, Fluxo W7M, if they lose in regulation here, that means that next playday they can only get 3 points, and that means that whatever happens, they're completely out of the playoffs race. Let's put it that way, if Fluxo W7M loses in regulation right now, you have your 6th qualified team to the playoffs in your standings right now, as it is. Lost, Team Liquid, Loud, NIP, Furia, FaZe. Now, the main thing is, if Fluxo just win a single point, technically, it would still be possible for them to catch up with Los, and somehow, because there is a 14 rounds delta, Los could go 0-7 and Fluxo W7M could go 7-0 the next playday. In theory, Fluxo W7M, with the equal amount of points, could overtake Los with the round differential. but even then, like, they would need some crazy thing to happen. So for Fluxo W7M right now, they absolutely need as many points as possible, because not only do they want to try and catch up with those, but on top of that, they won't even be in a situation where they have the control over their fate. They need to first win in regulation, they need loss to lose, and then they need to win again. So for Fluxo W7M here, it's massive pressure, especially for their names. For a team that has never missed playoff before, this would be detrimental. And on the other side, obviously, for Furia, it's much simpler. Honestly, they just need 1 point, and they will guarantee themselves in top 4.
Okay, well, that's looking a lot better on the side of Furia then. I think if you look at these two teams, and also given the history, it makes sense that it goes that way, right? Furia is that roster that we expect to be there, expect to show up as well. For Fluxo W7M as well, like you mentioned, that risk of not making it to playoffs for the first time is also a big thing for them to keep in the back of their minds. I think it is a pretty top-heavy one, this one, though, given that Furia, coming into 2nd place, Fluxo W7M coming into 7th place, but both these teams did lose their game yesterday. And I think it's in the nature of their losses and the opponent that they were playing against that will make the difference here today, and should probably give the favor to Furia in this matchup. We can start talking about this roster first, because they suffered their first loss yesterday, but then, if you look at it, who it was against FaZe. Is that really a shame to lose against a team like that? And going up against a weakened Fluxo W7M as well seems like a perfect moment to strike and lock in top 4, which, it's kind of crazy, actually. Like, given the results from Furia, that they haven't even locked the top 4 in yet is a surprise.
Yeah, I think it's just a testament of how close SAL has been, especially in the middle of the table. But overall, I think Furia has been really dominant the entire stage. Like you said, it could have went anyway, to be honest. They could have at least went to overtime against FaZe Clan. And in recent history, they've dominated the matchup against Fluxo W7M. They 7-1 them the first time they faced them in the BO1 at kickoff. And then again at kickoff during the playoffs. They won their BO3 2-0, 7-5, 7-5. Clearly still, right now, Furia are the favorites, not only because of their consistency throughout the stage, but also because of recent results. And also because of the recent results of Fluxo W7M. Like you said, very disappointing so far. So many losses in a row, absolutely demolished by Liquid, lost to INTZ as well. They keep on dropping huge amount of points where we expect them to at least take some, or at least make it a little bit closer. And the bad thing with Fluxo W7M is it seems that it's very often a stomp. Whether they win or whether they lose, it's rare that it's more than 10 rounds played in the game. So there is something that probably, will mean a lot for these guys. Now, as we check at the side of Furia, 2 players on your screens that have been doing really well during this stage, but most importantly, 2 players that have had a very specific relationship with the Fluxo W7M roster. Herds was the leader of W7M Esports for more than 5 years. He created that roster from scratch. He rebuilt everything around it before leaving to Furia, and had to rebuild again with the new roster within Furia. And for VODs, up until recently, he was still the leader in game for Fluxo W7M. He was the leader in game in the Munich Major. He had to play with them before they got cons. And ever since replacing VODs with cons, this roster has not looked the same. It's not to say that cons is the worst player whatsoever. It's more so saying that the system seems to be able to not work the same way as when VODs was there. And now we're seeing Furia completely revamped on the back of VODs IGLing with players that seems to fit his style way more than the ones that are on the side of Fluxo W7M.
Like, everything that we're adding to this matchup and how we're talking about these players just makes it seem like it's going to be more and more convincing on the side of Furia. I mean, the results speak for themselves, and especially when we look at Fluxo W7M, talking about them a little bit much more as well. It's just, with these 2 losses that they have going on, I don't quite know what to say. It's just been such rough losses as well. You get an okay first half, and then it just seems like they were locked out for the second half. They couldn't get anything done on their defenses, left so many gaps against Liquid to opportunity spots, and these will be the matches. These last 2 that Fluxo W7M played will be the ones that you think back of on the end of the stage. Like, if we should have gotten a point there, if we gotten a victory there, we would have been closer to playoffs, or we would have even made playoffs. So it is unfortunate. It's frustrating for them probably the most. And I wonder for both these teams how they're going to recover from their losses, and also where this matchup is going to. Speaking of the map veto, especially the last time these 2 played against each other, it was a 7-1 for Furia on border. So the question, I guess, for Fluxo, the objective is to at least improve a little bit from there.
Oh, it could
Border
have
will
went
not
there.
be play. Cafe it is.
They almost rematched. They almost went for Border again, but no, Furia decided to go to Cafe instead. I get it. It's also a map on which they played, by the way. They played against Fluxo W7M during that BO3 to qualify to Salt Lake City. It was one of these two games, and they beat Fluxo W7M 7-5. It was a very close victory, so I understand why Fluxo W7M wants to go back there. Also, recently, it's where that team has found recent success. They 7-1 Imperial, they 7-3 loss. It's supposed to be one of these maps that they've reworked, and they're playing on really well. One of the best ones that they have so far in the stage. One of the only ones that they seem to retain the level that they usually had. And then now to just go back a little bit about the stakes here and just how much pressure has been added to the shoulders of Fluxo W7M since Loud won. The reality was, when Loud beat FaZe, it was a massive upset. Because if FaZe just beat Loud like usual, the next game for Fluxo W7M after this game would have been against Loud. So in theory, not only did Loud miss on 3 points, they would have still been on 11, but on top of that, Fluxo W7M would have been in a position to take 3 points away from them. And that would have guaranteed for Fluxo W7M to jump over Loud and take their spot in the playoffs. But now that Loud has beaten FaZe, now we're in a situation where they're on 14 points, Loud cannot be removed, and that is one less spot in playoffs for Fluxo W7M, which means that now they have to try and jump over Loss. And they have zero control over Loss. They can only control this game against Furia and their game against Loud tomorrow. Loss is an entirely different team, and they have 4 points ahead. So Fluxo W7M, even if they do perfectly right, 6 points of the last two play days, it just means that if Loss wins 3 points against Liquid tomorrow, it would have all been for nothing, and Fluxo W7M would be out of the playoffs. So right now, they need absolutely any point they can get to make sure that the scenario is positive, but it's looking very dire for them.
They're trying to create as positive scenario as possible for them, but as harsh as it sounds, like, if it's no longer in their hands, and we speak to players all the time about things not being in their hands anymore and how frustrating and how difficult it is, they themselves will be the only one to blame for that, because should they have gotten points in those matches earlier, then they wouldn't have even been in a situation to begin with where they were risking playoffs or they were relying on other teams to get certain results to lock in playoffs for themselves. And as we bring in our casters for this matchup, I would like to open the debate kind of, but also like the discussion. To me, it is so crazy looking at these two rosters. You got a Fury, you got a Fluxo W7M, to especially for the likes of Fluxo W7M, to see names on there like a Palu and a Lubin and not see them make an international event, let alone make it to playoffs.
It is weird for that reason, but this is also just kind of a weird roster, and I think this stage has kind of compounded that. Cons was on NIP as like a pretty formidable Shield player, but so was Dots on this roster before Cons came in. So if you have two players who primarily play Shields, and now Dots has kind of fallen back as Cons has taken that role, it doesn't really seem all that surprising in the grand scheme of things that the system has been disrupted. You have Cons taking a role that Dots has been playing for like 3 years now, that Lobin is on record as saying that they think he's one of the best Shield players in the world. At the beginning of the stage, it was hard to call, but now is 2 and 5 surprising because of those names? Yeah, I think it is. But is a poor result of maybe not making playoffs that surprising? I don't know. The system clearly got disrupted, and even things like that I think are pretty indicative of why that is.
Yeah, I think we didn't see this Fluxo team make Salt Lake, right? Okay, we saw them make the qualifier attempt for it, but it was a very different qualifier, let's be honest. It was kickoff, so it wasn't a full stage. It was, 2 mini groups inside of a bigger group. So it was arguably easier in a lot of ways to qualify, and it was and I think that kind of made it even more stark that W7M didn't qualify. So the fact that we saw them actually get to the qualification point of SLC but not make it, and it was kind of funny that it was Furia that kicked him out, because it could be Furia that kicks him out again here today. I think for me it just speaks to the roster and where it is, and I think I agree with you, Lynx. I don't know that this is the best 5 players to be put together. I think individually, cracking players. Everyone can hold their own. You could go on about how every single individual player on the team, holds their weight in their role at this level. But together, it just doesn't seem like they've got the recipe right at the minute.
such a shame as well to see that for these players too. I mean, we're talking big names, we're talking players that have taken over roles from other players as well. You want to see them succeed. You want to, especially with the backing of a big organization as well. You know, we talk about Titans inside SAL all the time. You know, that W7M roster that went on and won SIs, or the organization rather. There are definitely stories, and there are storylines here that are the risk of losing streaks or event qualification here, and that is always going to be the sad thing. But I feel like with this matchup, we have been putting so much pressure on the players here over on the side of Fluxo W7M. Ollie, do you think they can make it happen today?
I just don't know, Anne, to be honest, and I don't know if they deserve it at this point. I always like to go into these portions, you know, the end of stage, thinking, okay, I cast this region, I'm proud of this region, who do I want to represent this region on the big stage? And I don't know if it's Fluxo.
That's the question. Can they give us anything today that deserves a qualification into playoffs for them? Or will they fall short? Furia is not an easy opponent, but the match goes on Cafe.
The match will begin on Cafe. We'll see what Fluxo W7M and Furia can accomplish. Obviously, you and I were quite low on an underdog earlier, and we ended up paying for it. Loud with that big 7-3 victory over FaZe. But the context of that, I do feel, is important. Nighthaven, really good map for Loud. Really great result for Loud on it. FaZe, don't have exactly a whole lot to lose, already being solidified in top 4. And while there's some similarities here, for example, Furia, all they need is the 1 point to make it into top 4, and they're already confirmed for playoffs. Whereas Fluxo W7M, like Loud, they're not in playoffs, but the road is much more dire. As Leo mentioned, 4-point gap separating Los and Fluxo W7M. Even a regulation win here today leaves their fates not entirely up to them tomorrow.
And I think that's the kicker, isn't it? It's that they have played to a level where they are no longer in control of their own outcome. So whatever happens in this game, they're still flying by the seat of their pants come tomorrow when they're watching that Los game, because the result of that is going to define everything. Even if they go flawless, even if they get a full 6 points, it's still uncertain as to their position right now. Furia on the flip side, I feel like there's been a lot of focus and we've maybe been a little bit down on W7M. Furia on the flip side, I think we're starting to see this roster. We're starting to believe this roster a little bit. Lackluster performance at SLC, but domestically, you can't really criticize them too much. They've not really put too many steps wrong so far. We've seen them have quiet weeks here and there, but it hasn't amounted to anything too damaging or anything too damning. They're currently sat in second place, only 1 point ahead of NIP. FaZe, at this point, are probably catchable, given that FaZe lost their result today. So a full 6 points on the week for Furia. Oh, sorry, 6 points today and 6 points tomorrow. 3 points today, 3 points tomorrow, 6 points total would put them in a decent spot. So Furia still in with a shot here, and regardless of what's happened, top 4 is cemented for them here. So need to give us another one of those trademark performances. I think for me, Furia have in a lot of ways like the most work to do, just given the players on this team and the fact that it is a roster that is made up of lots of different individuals and lots of different nationalities. There we go, 3 kills to kick us off. Gonna be Lobin. Slightly new look on the name. Lobex. Maybe that's the secret source links.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what sauce was getting cooked in round 1, but Fluxo W7M, Dot seemed stressed for some reason. Or not Dots, excuse me. Dota seemed stressed for some reason. Fluxo W7M demolished Furia out the gate. Don't entirely know how, it seems. I mean, we saw a 2-man push down Red Hatch. Seemed like Loban got both of them. Then 3 players feed Palu 1v1s, and of course it's Palu. He's going to win those. So it's a pretty simple formula. But one thing that I think is worth pointing out, and this is to kind of, I think, synthesize point made by Leo, point made by Ann, we have some crazy names on the side of Fluxo W7M. We have Palu, Lobin, Dodez, and I would say like those 3 are the big fraggers, the biggest names in Fluxo W7M. You know, way back 3 years ago, Maya was here. Back a couple years ago, Volpus was here. But this is a roster that has always had some really standout names on it and some kind of like the biggest boogeymen of SAL. And I think that makes sense when you consider the fact that Fluxo W7M have not had a close game, win or lose. Probably a big part of that is when they've dominated their opponents, it's probably when things like that are happening. When Lobin simply can't drop a fight. When Palu just can't lose a 1v1. That probably makes sense as to why these games are one-sided. If they're showing up, they're demolishing. If they're not, it's rough. Obviously, you feel free to go back in the archives. Maybe I'm wrong. But if we see another couple rounds like that, this could be another 7-3. We'll see, though.
Could be a hot day. You're right. A lot of the performances have been fairly lopsided, win or lose. And that's, it's a good thing. If you're winning, great. If you're losing, you need to have that fight and you need to have that ability to be able to pull a game back because it is never over until it's over. And that's the strength that we see the better teams in the world, not just in SAL, but globally, have an ability to do, is to turn those games that look quite losable into winnable games and fight tooth and nail to get through into the end. So we'll see if this game follows suit or if Furia have got a little bit of fight in them today. I would wager that, given the incredible one-sided nature and the fact that nearly all the kills came through in the very spot we're occupying now, we're not going to be expecting that to happen again. But Dots has found himself a real nice pocket here.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's no way Loira gets out of this alive. Dots gets him. Volp's also down for the count. Fluxo W7M not letting Furia get even the least bit comfortable. You can tell this roster not really letting the pressure of their position get to them. Fighting like it's 0-0 inside of the league, like it's play day one. Bach also on 1 HP at the moment. Just catches the feet of one player on white stairs, but not really any angle to find it. Hertz is just around the corner, too. Where is this guy? Did we not just see him? Either way, Palu's made it all the way back. What a nasty angle from Cons. Look at this. There is just, like, on no planet would you check this. You could have the most pristine counter strat on the planet, and you're not checking this.
Unemployed angle.
No, absolutely. Like, literally, this man has never even thought about a job, let alone got one. Hertz made a pass, though. Evaded the crossfire and now sitting low on the white stairs. Notice we push down as Furia trying to gain some kind of pace, but now is when Fluxo W7M seem to fall back.
The pacing on this is perfect right now. Lobin might find his second here on Cocktail Repel. Instead, just thinks better of it. Knows that there's one walking in through pillars. Looking to try and assist the rest of the team. Fluxo are low right now, but with Bok on 1 HP, there's only one way this is going to go. Dots on the swing to confirm too. We might have players battered and bruised, but it's still a flawless here for Fluxo. 2 great rounds out the gate.
2 flawless rounds to start. Again, showing that in SAL, predictions are quite a silly thing. I mean, are we gonna see a tactical timeout at this point? Maybe not. But I mean, when you get flawless 2 times in a row, you'd understand if you decided to take it. No, none will be called. Furia confident, at least coaching staff of Furia confident in what they're hearing, whether from Volp's calling or the team as a whole, that no pause necessary. See if that pays off as Fluxo W7M just shift sites just 1 room over. Go from mining in Fireplace to dining in Fireplace. Reading and dining, excuse me. Siege callouts, am I right? It'll be a vertical hold for Fluxo W7M, as is often the case on this map. Didn't talk about the bans that much. There is a Mira available, but not being brought by Fluxo W7M.
We do usually see the mirror on the top floor. There's usually a common component, especially when you've got these DMRs that you can utilize some of these really long angles with, but operator selection at the moment for Fluxo feels like just play something you're comfortable with because everything has been down to gunfights. Dots, Palu, and Lobin, all 3 kills apiece across those first 2 rounds. Starting now into round number 3, they're going to look to try and extend that even further. Furia, they're going to be forced into an early tactical timeout if they can't make things work here. Cons is playing quite an unorthodox position at the moment inside a train. Got some Banshees to assist him as well, and Dots down at the bottom of white stairs. Really spreading ourselves quite thinly at the moment. Especially given that top floor is also being held and has been reinforced. Fury are going to have to really pick their path of least resistance here, and it looks like it's going to start taking Dodes down on that top floor.
Oh, Hertz taking down everybody on this top floor. Almost finds the 3rd below New Hatch. Laura dropping, almost finding Lobin, who hops over the rafters and tries to run as quick as he can back into sight. Khan's falling back to provide some positions for Loban to take. And Furia quickly initiating the clear on that top floor. Then likely gonna pause for a little bit into the mid-round here. Got all the vertical, though. If you are trying to increase the pace, it could continue to do so. I almost thought Bach was going to lose his head there, but that's the benefit of the Blackbeard shield. Diaz finding a nice angle on the dots. Looking to cross in through red. All of Fireplace clear right now. It is just defenders inside of reading. Herds is their position locked down, sees the feet of one. Tags Loban up quite a bit, but he can escape. On 1 HP, though. Only 1 bullet required to be the end of him. Will anybody upstairs find him? Will Furia wait a little bit longer? I don't think they're going to be waiting whatsoever. Even if they're going to divert down to the bottom floor, they've got every single kill before even touching the middle floor. As Khans goes to rotate up, Box Zero is ready with the cutoff. Furia don't need attack timeout to win that one. Not flawlessly, but pretty damn well.
I think they just did a good job of picking it apart, right? I commented at the time. Fluxo, they'd spread themselves really thinly across the whole portion of the map. And, okay, they've just won 2 rounds very easily. A lot of those kills have kind of landed in their lap, and Furia have just really been caught on the back foot in rounds 1 and 2. Round 3, either a swell of confidence from Fluxo or a little bit of a step back and a breath taken from Furia and gone, right, let's just pick this apart a little bit better than we have been doing. And there was a lot of opportunities to isolate little engagements there. Herds did a really good job of picking up the opening kill. An isolated pick on that top floor, was then able to transition it onto a player inside a freezer as soon as an attempt for a trade or an attempt for a gap fill started to come in from Fluxo. Nearly got the next kill as well. So really starting to chain them together a little bit better there, and without that opening pick and without that initial surge in advantage, Fluxo struggling really to affect onto one another's positions just through the nature of how spread out they were. Downstairs to the basement we go then for round number 4. No real alarm bells at the moment for Furia, as this is Cafe, is expected to be fairly difficult to attack into. And as round 4 starts, the bans will join. A Thorn and a Blackbeard both removed. Blackbeard, something that Fury, of course, used, Boxera in particular, used to great effect in round 3. It will leave the Blitz open, though, and it looks like that's where Vulpes is going to end up.
5 seconds to insertion.
Seems like that'll be the case.
Attackers objective.
For those lineups, that could be a quick one, but it's going to be a fast one no matter when the execute hits. Could also feature a lot of action front side, though with some options to rotate up for the vertical, as Herds is bringing the buck. Nature of the kitchen defense, though, it's going to be all spread out on the first floor for the attacking team, or the 0th floor, whatever you in European call it. Ground floor?
Ground floor.
Ground floor. Which you know what, I will say, there's a lot of linguistic variability between the forms of English. Ground floor is that's a fair one.
It makes the most sense.
I mean, first floor also makes sense. I'm not saying ours doesn't. I'm just saying that one is, like, fair. Like, it is on the ground.
I wonder how Bok's going to try and approach this. Got Dots playing on the Clash, so he's in a great position to deal with this as the Capital. Gets rid of the ingredients. C4 expended as well. Still 2 in the pockets of W7M players right now. Trying to flame off a little bit, stop any initial push. Do have Volps in position as well, but he doesn't really want to come head to head with Dots. The Blitz versus a Clash isn't an engagement you want as a Blitz. Loban at the bottom of these red stairs as well. Palu now able to rotate in through check. Ooh, first kill is going to be found, though, as the Wedding player will fall.
A Wedding player goes down. Palu missing an opportunity, taking the fight the player outside of Kochak. They just fully clear out bottom white. How have they found that? Barely any utility, it seems, expended. Furia just surround the Clash inside of VIP. And then deal with the remaining defenders as they come to support. 2 in a row now. Tied things up pretty quickly. If a team's winning a round, it seems they're barely facing any resistance.
You know, I know that we've said that we've had one-sided games for Fluxo, you know, and if they win by a good margin. If they lose by a fairly big margin. These rounds have been very one-sided. Like you say, the first 2 rounds, no questions about it. Fluxo W7M on top, couldn't lose a single gunfight. Round 3 and 4 creep around, and it's Furia in that exact same position. Just feels like as soon as one of these sides gets going, it's incredibly difficult to stop that momentum. Getting back into the mid floor now. This is where we've seen Fluxo W7M be successful already today. But with the way that a lot of those opening picks came, with the ways that rounds 1 and 2 really transpired, it was rat positions. It was players that got misdroned. It was, you know, good opening kill opportunities that just cascaded into advantage after advantage. Now that Furia have taken their foot off the gas a little bit and are just starting to pick apart these defenses instead of just running headlong into them, we're seeing very different results come out. And I'm sure that that's a trend that is going to continue here for Furia, in that they are just going to continue to try and pick these apart. They're not going to be looking to blindly run in and risk giving up that early advantage, because we've seen already what it's done to them. The mirror window now being employed for round 5 as well. It's evaded all of the bans so far, so it'll be available for the rest of the game, or at least the rest of as these sides sit. But Dots again, trying to be that rat player. It looks like Loira has got a read on it this time, though.
Yeah, you can see it. Door opened up. Laura thinking about swinging around the corner, but no. Instead, I think just waiting to see if Dots runs out like he did last time. Dots opting not to do it. Dota has nice C4 outside. Immediately finds one. Just sees another on the opposite side of the rappel, but I was about to say, going to be difficult to get an angle from that position standing on the bar. Fluxo W7M's adaptation or new look involves this mirror window defending the top floor. Dots spots Laura. Calls his bluff. Thinking about taking the engagement, there's just no need to. There's so little need to take this fight, Dots. Like, there is no fight you've ever needed to take less than this.
I think he's in a reasonable position. He's got a Banshee at the bottom of reading door, so Loira shouldn't just be able to walk in on him there. He can dip back, answer the phone. Loira turns his attention to this top floor, trying to assist his team on this clear. For as long as Dots is wrapped up in reading, he isn't having good effect on what's going on this top floor, so kind of evens things out a little bit for a brief time here for Furia, the longer that he's out of action. Of course, dropping new hatch, if Loira was to, that's an angle that Dots can really affect onto. There's a great line of sight there from the bottom of reading door up toward that new hatch area. Pace at the moment from Furia really is starting to seep out of the round. Diaz desperate to try and catch someone on a flank, as we see a very one-sided clear come across from this shop and cigar side. The players on the side of Fluxo don't really need to do too much right now. They can still drop off, depending on when that timing is. And with Lobin getting a kill onto Herds, I imagine the drop-off is going to come quite soon. No, Lobin going to aggress up here on Whitehall.
This is Lobin we're talking about. If he thinks he can get a line like this, with 40 seconds remaining, they expect him to draw back. Understandably, because that's what most people would do. But him and Dots, both holding ratty positions, catch Furia off guard. Palu on sight finding one as well. Lobin not really finding any picks from that flank, but Dots playing by a similar methodology, able to take Furia completely off guard. It is, again, just a streaky, one-sided game within these rounds. Despite only one round separating the two teams, just whoever gets that opening pick, whoever gets an advantage, they run with it.
Furia, where we've seen them be quite slow and methodical and actually use that time to pick apart their opponent, we didn't really see that there in round 6. It was much more of a stall out that we got, which uncharacteristic for the way the game's gone, because the rounds that they did well in, 3 and 4, they used that time quite effectively to pick apart the defense. And we never really saw them pick it apart with the same level of muster. I mean, we had Dots just harassing on reading, like him versus Loira. It's an engagement we've seen a couple of times now, and it's a consistent theme. And still, Furia not only don't have a way of dealing with it, but are also kind of willing to waste a little bit of time on it, when it may be a better option just to leave sleeping dogs to lie and just let that be, let him play there, you know where he is, and try and focus on clearing that top floor effectively. Because when everyone eventually transitioned into that top floor clear, it just felt a bit too late, because at that point, players are allowed to drop, players are allowed to switch things up, and Loira's been baited over into that top floor clear. If he'd have stayed on the bottom of that reading door and that snow door, he would have had a great line onto Dots from Dots' rotation, because he got 2 kills to end the round inside of pillars. So it just feels like Furia are getting pulled all over the place a little bit on some of these attacking rounds where they're not doing well, and then on others, it's like they can't put a foot wrong.
We'll see which trend decides to appear in round 6. At least if Fluxo W7M get the opening pick, there might be the indicator, as it has been 100% guarantee so far on Cafe. Hertz was able to find his way into the building pretty quickly a couple times. And now on a kitchen defense, they can certainly do so, but it's mainly because Fluxo W7M have given up all the ground. Before, they were looking a lot more direct when attacking this site. Now it seems they're going for the full clear, bringing in the flank watch operators. West still maintains some kind of vertical destruction with the buck. It's going to be a bit more of a standard look at a kitchen defense, as Fluxo W7M, based on their positions, aren't looking to change many things up either. Lawyer not finding anybody, confirming that this will be, in fact, at least for now, a standard go of a kitchen attack.
Yeah, the top floor looking quite safe at the minute. Herds is seeing to that. Mid floor as well, as Box Zero starts to move through and start to rip open some of this floor with the skeleton key. W7M. Not going to be too concerned right now. This is all fairly standard stuff. Opening pick there onto Herds, though. Not an ideal body to lose. Grimbees can be fantastic, especially when used vertically. I think that he was a player that was clear in top floor. He's made quick progress to get himself down there. To try and use the Sense ROU projector to zone off that player in Christmas. Maybe make something happen a little bit later on. Of course, Sense ROU projector can be turned on and off now, so even though it's down now, doesn't necessarily mean that it is going to be up. Some great vertical angles being held, but there's not enough presence, there's not enough pressure being directed onto actually the site level to force these players to move into it. W7M are going to know exactly where these angles are. They know what's going to be opened up. They don't need to wander too far into that danger zone. You can instead just dig into bottom red stairs bakery. Ooh, hot drop into the site though. Maybe going to try and get it down just under these ROUs.
I mean, they might be able to, but we've got a Warden online with a couple C4s as well. First one doesn't land. Palu tries to hit it on the bottom of the hatch. That leaves Lobin, who might just find one. No, Khan's running up close instead. Laura has to do so much work covering from that position, and whether or not Khans knew that, they take advantage of it. Fury now in the disadvantage with Diffuser stuck down below. Palu in control of VIP. Walking down or dropping Freezer is going to be quite difficult, especially with a Zodo wasting key seconds of the few that Box Zera has remaining. Spotted on the default as well. Will dodge the flashbang, but succumb to the pre-fire. Diaz not much luckier on that position as well. It's 2 for 2 for 2. Fluxo W7M taking the lead when they need every point they can get their hands on. They end the first half 4-2.
Defensive half from Fluxo, I feel like it's mainly the strategies that they are bringing out, their game plan, which is helping them win out these rounds. I mean, the caster already talk about some retting here and there as well, but it's also the big extensions, the way that they're controlling the space on the map that is helping them win.
Yeah, they're trying to basically prevent Furia to get the foot in the building, and I think really abusing the fact that Furia's playstyle leans a lot into split takes, right? It's a lot of positions where players are isolated. They're used to winning these 1v1s. Here's the problem. Here's the problem on your screen. What happens if they don't win these 1v1s? And it's exactly what happened in the first few rounds. It's them trying to go into the building, struggling to roam clear, losing the important 1v1s, and because they're so split, there's no trade. So every single time that we started to see a first opening kill, because there's no trade, generally speaking, it's a snowball effect. And that's why you have such one-sided rounds. And you look at this one, here they don't even get into the building. Two players get aggressive outside the building at the same time. And I feel like the answer in general was lacking at some point. And I think that Fluxo W7M, they had the right plan. Try to get aggressive together. Try to make sure that you isolate these guys. And if you have to play 1v1s, win them in a convincing way. And that's how we have many rounds in defense where Fluxo W7M plays it right. I will say this, there was one answer from Furia, which I thought was the right one, and that's to group up. And that is an attack on Bakery, where they all group up. 4 players initially were in Bakery before they split, and 3 stayed Bakery, 2 went Christmas side. And you can see that when they focus on the objective and they're all close to each other, they make sure they get a trade potential, or even they double up on one player and they don't lose anyone. And if you look at the last round, by the way, round 6, it's one of the closest rounds that they've had, and if it wasn't for the execute cover that was not probably there on the plant, if they kill that Melusi that runs through the sense, they win that round. And so to me, they just lacked a little bit of the adaptation earlier. Play as a group, punish the fact that Fluxo W7M is going to run at you quite isolated, but do it, I guess, as a team, right? Instead of trying to go split all the time. And I think they just like that adaptation a bit sooner, and that's why right now they're on the back foot in this match.
Which is a curious thing, because, you know, we know from Furia that aggression is always going to be their main game. So the fact that they're being met with similar aggression, or at least the extension from Fluxo W7M, and also like the flanking that we're seeing, which you showed in the clip as well, is something that maybe Furia weren't expecting going into this matchup. But we know that there is more pressure on the shoulders of Fluxo W7M to at least get something done here, to keep matters in their own hands, or sort of make the situation better for them going into the next matches. Furia now on the defense. What kind of game plan will they bring us? Let's find out.
Well, if it's a game plan like we saw in the first half, it'll be Furia winning the first 2 rounds, Fluxo W7M answering back, and then maybe we'll just push it to OT pretty quickly. Just a couple dominant rounds exchanged back and forth. I have a feeling that won't be the case, given a lot of the reasons that Leo just mentioned. Ollie's our first sight will be kitchen floor down below. I'm excited to see what Fluxo W7M decide to do. I am, but also it's kind of kitchen, so it's really going to be a lot of the same flavors we saw from Furia that first half.
Yeah, the similarities on Cafe between different teams and how they want to attack. It never really ventures too far from one another. Excuse me.
You're excused. You're excused. Do not worry.
I'm terribly sorry. I had a frog in my throat.
Those aren't supposed to be there.
No, it was riveting.
I have a saltine
back,
cracker
though.
in my hand.
Oh, surely not the C4 spawn kill. Go on, send it. We can see him on the bottom of the screen. Send it. Doesn't send it. Bok, you're teasing us right now.
Teasing the observer, too.
Dots. He's aware. What are you waiting for? Oh. The lineup was perfect, but Palu was baiting sufficiently. A couple of attempts at some real ballsy C4s right now. Bok's still got his in his hand, by the way. The moment's passed you by, my friend. You need to just lock in for the round.
Well, speaking of moments, hello, Loira. Oh, Dots knows. Dots is well aware of this. I was about to say. Surely either Dots gets the kill or somebody swoops in. That'll be Dodez. Loira's seeing Bok not throw the C4 is like, fine, I'll take matters into my own hands. And, well, that didn't work. Unfortunate. Fluxo W7M now with a man advantage as they go forward with the rest of their clear. They can throw the boogie drones down, get the Dokkaebi calls out, whatever they want. They can do the normal steps of what was going to be their kitchen clear with a man advantage. I will say, Loban face-checking angles on the top floor, so we are really taking our time and not leaving any stone unturned.
No, they're very cautious of a flanking player, aren't they? There are going to be a couple of players at the top of red stairs. Cons will be concerned with that. Throws a ping in that direction, but Blitz on the attempt this top flare. Ooh, Bok.
Aren't you
Good
glad
job
he
he kept
saved
all
it?
that C4. Yeah, it's just saving it for a rainy day. Was able to get the kill onto Dodez. At least confirm it. Oh, okay, Cons. I don't think he was expecting to walk around the corner and be greeted by those two. But Palu, all the way from the top of Red Hatch, will find one. Oh, that's a hell of an angle. A really good save. And it keeps this competitive for Furia. They are a man down. But it still puts them in not too bad of a position, especially given the time available for Fluxo on this attack.
Yeah, Palu's still very much employed holding that angle, but we're very close if you're getting kills on through two different floors on red stairs. And while they have the advantage, Fluxo W7M only with 30 seconds remaining. They want to get in, put this diffuser down, of course, but with this blitz on low HP, if even one small thing goes awry, if they're able to nick you on a couple shots, well, I say that, Palu, this is the exact kind of backstab we needed, realizing Coach Hex free, wins a big 1v1, Boxzera takes it down on the backside. Fluxo W7M creating the space necessary inside of the site. Thorn pops up. Diaz catches him completely off guard. Cons just goes to commit. And now Boxzera 1v1. Still surprising Fluxo W7M. Diaz and Boxzera popping up from the exact same spot to clutch that 2v3.
I really thought we were going to see the attackers pop the Goyo canister there. I don't know if he was worried if it was going to deal damage to Blitz.
I think it would have.
Like, was it just too close? It must have been. Obviously, Blitz not at full HP either, so any risk at that stage is, you know, you just don't want to be taking it, do you? You can't be taking that chance. You don't want to lose the round because you've popped a Vulcan canister as an attacker, thinking that you were big brain. Real narrow margins there. Fluxo Not able to close out on the attack. Furia buying themselves a little bit of a lifeline here, just closing the gap by one. Again, as we've spoken about, we're expecting attack to struggle a little bit here tonight on Cafe, and especially because of the ramifications of this game. Obviously for Furia, they're kind of playing for seeding at the moment inside of that top four. Which side of the bracket they're going to be going on and who they're going to be playing up against. It's important, but it's far less important once you know that that top four spot is guaranteed, because you are only one best of three away from qualification. For Fluxo W7M, this is everything. They need to win here, and even then, it isn't enough. Our next playday is going to be next week. They will have to win there as well, and hope on other results going in their favor if they want to make it. Oh dear.
That's not good.
I mean, Logan will take it.
Fluxo W7M will take it. Last round came down to a 1v1 advantage through and through. It could be 5-2 right now if they just converted it. Now they get an opening pick this time. Round one was, or the first half was kind of weird, but it's looking like in many ways this game might not be close depending on what happens. We'll see, of course, how round 8 transpires, but given how razor thin the margins were for Furia in round 7, if round 8 is dominant, we might need to see attack timeout hit by Furia. Be very glad they saved it. They've still got plenty of time to spend on this clear. There's no reason to rush. Got an opening pick on the run out. You know the second floor is going to have players on it, but now that you have a 5v4, you can afford to take a little bit more time. Gather information. Great find on the pulse as well. And, oh, okay. He's found another. Loban has literally found 2 picks for absolutely free right now.
Yeah.
Could not be better for W7M.
It's a Loban round through and through, isn't it? Furia have gone for a very C4 heavy lineup. They're bringing information and they're bringing plenty of C4s, and they are wanting to try and blow up this attacking push from Fluxo. They've got the information. They've got the C4s. But no one from Fluxo's given themselves up right now. Herds, he's going to try and play this pixel position. It's caught out on the drone. Thinks better of it. Can't afford to be challenging onto Cigar as an SMG-12. Or an SMG-11, excuse me, as you've got players that now know exactly where you are. Caught out on the drone again. Yeah, sure, he's denied a little bit of information, but we are asking a hell of a lot from these C4s now. There's one. Herds onto Loban. It isn't going to be enough, though, as Volps is going to pay the price. Goes down with a C4, and more importantly at this stage, a heartbeat scanner. Diaz is now going to be flying blind when he goes to throw his.
Yeah, the C4s are good when you create those layers and force Fluxo W7M to walk into the first set of them, but the Fury are playing so far up with those C4s, maybe even Loban just getting a little bit lucky. It depends on what happens. We don't know exactly. In the 3v5, Hertz gets that C4. Some of the win cons are working, but Flux W7M have such a stark advantage. What are they really to do? DS maybe thinking the Sledge Palu isn't aware of his position, and it seems that's the case. But again, he's got to go big. Reveals his position by firing the MPX. Dota is now paying some attention towards Train. Dots quick with the kill. Swoops in to take that one for Fluxo W7M. Plant should go down with about 7 seconds remaining. Herds creeping forward, and Dots ready for it. Fluxo W7M looking excellent in round 8, ready for those C4s and not dropping the advantage after that.
It just feels like they know, doesn't it? It really does. Dots, you know, holding the right angle at the right time to pick up that final kill onto Herds. You got to feel so sorry as well for the Train player. That, you know, so much to watch, so many different angles in the moment, and when you're at that sort of a man count, when you drastically behind, you're never going to be able to hold the angle for long enough. It's always just going to be, oh, if I'd have only held it for another few seconds, Diaz would have had a little bit of success there on Tapalu. But again, even that wouldn't have been enough in the round. Fury are taking their tactical time out here before Fluxo have guaranteed points in the fixture. Seen enough. They now need to figure these things out. These defensive rounds shouldn't be this difficult to come by. Furia are making things quite hard for themselves indeed. Loban, of course, getting 2 opening picks in round 8 is a big part of that. Both teams working incredibly well with momentum today.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
Let's see how Fluxo W7M able to continue off of that as Furia again just... Oh, actually, no. repeating the site, I believe. Normally used to teams switching up sites like that, but going back to Fireplace and mining. Feeling confident in that general setup, clearly, as I think moving away from the C4 lineup, but keeping some of the core tools. Still have the Cade, still have the Warden, but now focusing a lot more on anchoring on the site with it, or not anchoring on site, but placing a lot more of this utility on the site. Vulcan packs to waste time, smoke canisters, of course, to waste time, do some damage, deny the plant. So, won't see that same C4 look from Furia like we saw last time, which means, imagine we're not really going to see any runouts as well. Ollie and Fluxo W7M, or at least Loban, probably can't get those first 2 picks the way he was able to in round 8.
Well, he shouldn't be allowed to, should he, really? And I think that's, you know, as small a thing as it is and as basic as it is, it's got to be something that got brought up in the timeout. You know, let's stop giving ourselves away early on into the round. We just need to see Furia playing with a little bit more togetherness. If they make things difficult here, if they give problems for Fluxo W7M to solve, we'll see a very different game. So far, we haven't seen sufficient problem put in front of Fluxo, and they've kind of just been washing over the map for free. Even this movement now from Loban, it's incredibly quick. The pace is fantastic. Immediately getting in. Bang, we've already got nades going on to Clash. There's already someone holding white window. Palu gets in with a nade. It could have been any single one of them. And Loban doesn't stop there, continues to move through, but it is a little bit too far. Herds will take him down, is allowed to drop into Laundry, and can now start to watch these white stairs.
Loban trying to push deep like that. Great check by Herds onto the freezer position. Bog has to be careful. Angle can be powerful, but with somebody lurking on white can always become susceptible to it. Flash going down early is so big for Fluxo W7M, though. The fact they're able to find her with just a little bit of utility expended. Because Furia were not looking to waste the whole round on their own, but they were looking to waste a decent bit of time, and Fluxo W7M just denied that.
Snatched it away from her, haven't they? Jodes will get zoned off by the Toxic Babe canister, but it's not the end of the world. Box caught out in the line scan as well, as he wasn't safe to just stand still when Cons hits his global. Big shots now coming in, but a missed opportunity. Oh, Palu. It's not every day we see you miss one of those. Herd's been put down to 1 HP, but he's more importantly still in the fight right now. More vert can be made here, and Palu can continue to swing that sledgehammer and see if he can open up any further lines of sight that Fluxo are going to need here in this execute, but I feel like that was his big opportunity there.
That might be, especially just letting a player like Herds into the wild. That Vector in hand, no utility to worry about. He can get quite a lot of work done. Palu's still looking to create angles into mining, though. Can't quite find anything. Cod's looking around the corner. Able to take down Boxera. Finds an important moment right here. Putting Furia in the disadvantage, creating a lot of solid control in and around mining. Herds going for this flank. Loira going for the retake upstairs. First prong of it works as Loira can retake the vertical angles, but can he get there in time? Oh, what a load-bearing air jab. Staves off the retake, and now as the flank comes through for Furia, Fluxo W7M have still got a post plan. They've still got a little bit of an advantage, even if, for the briefest of moments, Furia had a one-body lead. But as both remaining attackers get important picks, Loira now forced off the top floor. Back down onto the site as Dots is ready for it. So much info to find. Understandable praise for Dots. Getting the plant down and also holding the post plant like that. Fluxo W7M looking great to get 3.
Herds is going to kick himself when he rewatches this and realizes that all he had to do was just pre-fire a bit through the wall, hit a couple of bullets through the soft, and he would have done damage or even taken Dots down. So close there, and especially given the fact that he was able to dodge death earlier with the engagement he had with Palu on the vert, that could have been a massive kill to get that really would have swung things for Furia. But Fluxo W7M focused on just getting that plant down, just holding that post. An opportunity there that really just slipped Furia by, and they're the rounds that you look back on and go, on a different day, gunfight goes the other way, and boom, they're able to hit a retake on that, but it was just too much of an ask. Upside down rappel as well outside of Blacktock is always going to be a really difficult angle to challenge onto, but Dot's the superstar in the side, getting the plant down and then able to hold it in the post. Puts Fluxo on a match and series point right now. what they need over the course of the next 2 play days. 3 points is all that will do. They can't afford to go to overtime. It's not to say they need to clear it out here. There is a nice buffer that they've got at the moment. Furia are 3 rounds behind. But Fluxo W7M don't want this to get close. They want to snub it out here and now.
And for their chances, they need to. I mean, the round diff is obviously important, but the greater thing is the 3 points. Again, mentioned on the desk at the top. Los currently have a 4-point lead over them. So even a 3-point victory here will not get them into 6th place. It will not get them over that threshold. Because the stage they had, Fluxo W7M's fate is not entirely in their hands. But 3 points here puts them at 10 in 7th. Tomorrow, Los have to play Liquid. Fluxo W7M have to play Loud. It'll be a difficult game, but even just 1 or 2 points out of that Loud game and a loss by Los against Liquid might just be able to save Fluxo W7M stage. This was likely going to be the harder game for this weekend. And if Furia fall here, I mean, it's whatever. They don't secure top 4. But this means so much for Fluxo W7M, and tomorrow becomes so much more interesting.
And when you say tomorrow, you mean next week. It just feels like it's tomorrow because we have 2 play days. We have only 1 play day next week. Yeah. Bok. Gonna drop into the freezer. He was looking to hold a little bit of ground upstairs for a time, but the mute jammers and a little bit of presence up there has done a large portion of that work. Cons can quickly sweep through. Start to check out. Just make sure no one is ratting upstairs. Hasn't really been the Furia game plan so far. Yeah, they've been good for a flank or 2, but they've not really looked to try and rat out or hold positions in that sort of a way. It hasn't been their game plan so far. Instead, they're going to lean into some of these more powerful positions downstairs and see if they can try and hold on here. No Vulcan canister being brought this time, no Goyo. 1 C4 already expended from Herds. Not sure if that's pre-placed or not. I don't believe I've heard a C4 go off, so maybe something to keep our ears out for. A couple of C4s on Loira and Bok, though. For the most part, these Furia perspectives are very dug in. They are not moving, nor do they really need to. It's going to be about these key engagements as Dodez starts to flash out now onto Christmas. Lobin looks like he's primed and ready at the bottom of Brown Stairs to make a move. This pinch onto the Christmas player is going to be crucial.
Yeah, must win. Whenever you're attacking Kitchen, this position's got to fall in some way. Dodez wins that important 1v1. Now Fluxo W7M in a 2v4. Furia can't exactly convert off of this advantage, need to reset a little bit, but Dodez, who split away from the shield, wins a big fight against Bokzera. Catches another player with utility in hand. Now Cons forced off the plant. We've got time to reset. 27 seconds remaining and the players in the opposite site. There's important utility for Furia. Diaz able to stay alive. But Fluxo W7M, time to try and work through. Will Dodez take that fight? Will Cons push deeper? He decides to go for the ladder, isolates the 1v1, and now they've got the Thorn cut off and Kochek. They could go for the play, but instead they'll go for the kill. Fluxo W7M, with the whole stage on the line, come away with what could be the most important 3 points of this year.
They're one of the more frustrating teams in the league to watch because we watch them all stage long and they're okay. And then they pull out here and they give us a performance like that against Furia. They thoroughly deserve the full 3 points today, and they will get them. It just breaks my heart that it still might not be enough. It still might not get them into that playoff spot. They need to win next week, and they need a full 3 points there, and they rely on other results. But if that's the team and that's what they can do against a team like Furia, where has it been all stage long? We're going to send it over to our wonderful desk. They'll have an interview with W7M. They'll break it down and set us up for our last game of the day.
Thank you so much. And wow, we really put pressure on the shoulders of the Fluxo W7M players. But it turns out pressure creates diamonds. A big victory they get on the line for themselves here. And that means we get to speak to the winners. We have Lobin on the line to ask him a few questions. After a difficult matchup in the way that we put a lot of pressure on you, Lobin. Congratulations on the victory. I hope you're doing all right, because this must have been a difficult match for you guys, knowing the consequences of it.
Yeah, I think it was most of the opposite. Like, we just had in mind that, oh guys, we already like in the shit. We don't have like a lot to do. Like, it's either we lose again, like we lost like 4 or 5 times this split, So let's just play our game. Let's play relaxed. Let's no focus on like the mistakes, and focus on the next round and next move that we could do.
I've been very surprised to play Cafe because I felt like this was one of your best maps. I was surprised to see Furia take you there.
I was kind of surprised, but at the same time, I think they are in a good position, and they're probably like trying to test the map against a team that plays the map good. I think that's probably their way of thinking. But yeah, it was really good for us as our best map, so we are thankful for them to give that to us.
And I guess going back to what you were saying, obviously, like this has been a really rough stage for you guys. Like we've all been asking the questions. We're like, it's the same amazing players that we know and love. What's going on? Do you have maybe something to say, for the fans and for the rest of us that are like, they love you and they also wonder like what's going on with the team? What's going on a little bit behind the scenes with the roster?
So there's a couple of things that have been happening. I think we made some mistakes. Like for some example, like we did a good job in the first split, and then we slipped the last game and lost to Lowe's. But it wasn't a bad split. Like we were playing good, and then because of that, we thought that if we changed like the roles of dots and cons, we only would go up, not down. But it seems like it wasn't the best choice for us. Like cons couldn't like get the hand of an IGL of a team that's not really structured. Like we are really more free. Like we play more adaptations and all that. So I think it was a little bit of that. We had some confidence problems for some games. Like yesterday, for example, it was like a game that we didn't communicate like we did today. Like we were communicating, change the operators that we're using on defense, because we say, oh, they're attacking like that. Let's use this and this and this. But like yesterday, it was like, guys, they're doing this. Okay, let's play our default and just pray that we win it. So the feeling was different. I think Dots coming back to IGL today was pretty good too. I think that the big change that happened, like that's the only difference I can see. And yeah, but that's pretty much it. Now we have to cross our fingers that the NIP win today, and we only need to play for ourselves in the last game.
Yeah, it must be nerve-wracking to have to rely on other results to still survive as a playoff chance. Is that what you're most proud of today as well then? Bringing back the confidence, or do you think there's anything else that you're more proud of from your team today?
I think, yeah, the feeling of winning is really good when you get that again. And of course against Furia, that's one of the top teams here in Brazil, so I'm pretty sure that everybody was putting us to lose like really one-sided to Furia, and then we come and does the opposite of it. And I think that's really good for our confidence, and that's really good for in general, like we showed for ourselves today that we are the team that can do it. Right, Norris? Do you agree? Don't kiss me, bro, please.
Not on camera. Not on camera.
No camera, bro. yeah, I think that's
awesome,
it. Like we showed ourselves that we are good, and we need to do what we did today in the next games.
All right, that's really what matters, of course. Congratulations once again on the victory. We'll hope for your sake, indeed, that the results go your way later today. And we wish you best of luck in your last game next week.
Thank you.
Good to hear from him, and good to also speak about, the rough patch that they were going through, everything that's been going on behind the scenes. As some players of other teams already alluded to, there were some issues going on for this roster here. But hearing it from Lubin himself as well about the IGL changing, some things that are going on, behind the scenes that we don't always see, but them also regaining that confidence, I think was the big part in here to get this victory over the line. As he said as well, against a big opponent, against a team like Furia. And yes, it's fair. We put them in a spot where we thought they were going to lose today here, but them getting the victory over the line is a clear sign that they are here to fight for this final spot in playoffs.
Yeah, and it goes to show you can never calm them down. Like they will still have that potential. I think really good insight from Lobin, by the way. I'm always stunned by his English level. Every time like he gives interviews, I feel like we learn so much, and he's so transparent about what the team is going through. I think we mentioned it before. I think in terms of roles, right in the pregame, I think I don't remember if it was Lynx or Oli who mentioned the fact that they brought Cons despite having Dots as an IGL, and it was always going to be a question mark, right? Who's going to be the IGL? Who's going to be the Shields player? Are they going to swap between the two of them? Are they going to have double Shields on certain strategies? And I think the fact that they tried to have Cons as an IGL clearly disrupted their system. And like you said, like Cons came from an IP, a system that was much more step by step and methodical than the crazy, chaotic, aggressive playstyle of the previous W7M roster. Reverting back to this on their best map, it was perfect for them to take down Furia on it. The real question mark is, was it the only difference? As you can see from Dots, completely going crazy right now, probably our MVP of the game as the IGL. Is it only that? Is it also the fact that they were on their favorite map? Are they able to play on the same level with Dots as an IGL and reach instantly the level that they had before on another map when it matters most? All these questions, they will need to be answered next playday. And I think it puts a lot more pressure on Liquid once again, because realistically, the thing that's happening right now is that Liquid are going to play an IP, but because Los and Liquid are facing each other tomorrow, and those two are the direct contenders for the playoff spot, it brings a lot of pressure on Liquid right now. And as we can see, Dots is the MVP, playing the Clash in defense, the main shield player and IGL. It's great to see him perform again, because he had been struggling the last few months, ever since kickoff really, had been the worst rated player on the roster.
I am excited to see this indeed, as Loben confirmed him going back to the IGL, getting plants down, which seemed like a big win condition as well for Fluxo W7M in these attacking halves, where they kind of turned the momentum around, right? You know, you get the plant down, the defenders now have to combat you. They were holding these rounds out really well. So impressive to see this from Fluxo W7M. It's a big victory that does not only keep them alive, it keeps things very exciting here. As you already mentioned, that puts the pressure onto Liquid, and they don't have an easy opponent to go up against in the final game of the day either, as they'll be facing NIP after this.
Ótimo, 3 balas acertei as 3. Melhor que isso não tem como. Vou escolher essa aqui. Porque ela é mais leve, ela é mais fácil de manusear e acho que uma precisão melhor.
Olha, 2 armas aqui pra você.
Essa aqui, ó. Essa aqui é mais style.
2 armas aqui.
Vou com a pistola, que eu já treinei bastante com ela, não vou errar nenhuma.
6 balas pra você, sem chance. Pra acertar nossos 3 alvos.
Porra.
Já foi.
Mano. Porra, mano. Foda. Porra! Acabou.
Errou!
Olha aí. A mira mais embaixo. Olha onde foi.
Aê. Uma de 3. E aí, é mais fácil dentro do server?
É bem mais fácil dentro do server.
Puta que pariu. Pô, mas também corta a primeira lá. A primeira foi teste.
Errou!
Oh, mas isso aí... Oh, as balas tá fazendo curva, pô.
As balas tá fazendo curva, pô.
Já é o melhor.
É a última, vou acertar. É que é difícil manusear a arma. Mais uma chance que a primeira não valeu, tá? A arma é difícil de ficar parada.
2 hours later.
Não, peraí, pô. Peraí, pô.
Você tá funcionando nos piores. Agora já tá aumentando.
Aí, pronto. Corta. Tudo que eu errei, corta. Só bota as 3 que eu acertei.
Para não prejudicar aqueles que não prestaram atenção ao lance, vamos mostrá-lo novamente com a magia do replay imediato.
Ah, ótimo. 3 balas, eu acertei as 3. Melhor que isso, não tem como. Pausão do Igão.
Pausão
do Igor, não.
Pera aí.
Nunca tomou certeza.
Nunca tomou. Outra coisa, perder da FaZe. Já tá, começa o português errado. Que é perder para a FaZe.
É, tem isso também.
Pra perder da FaZe. É, perder da FaZe a gente nunca perdeu. Pra perder o quê da FaZe? A gente já perdeu. Pra perder o quê?
Cair na primeira fase. Nunca caiu na primeira fase.
Não.
Nunca caiu na primeira fase.
Só a Fúria. 0-3 agora no meio.
Banir Fronteira? Já baniu Fronteira?
Banir Fronteira.
Ah, baniu contra a Liquid. O jogo não valia nada, Liquid queria jogar.
Queria jogar,
época, né?
verdade. Falar gás antes da cal. Eu não falo gás.
Eu falo?
Tu fala gás?
Não sei.
Não sei também, não falo não.
Ah, vamos colocar que a gente não fez isso.
É, não fala.
Gravar doc de bastidores. Sim.
Gravar doc de bastidores. O que é isso?
Como assim que é bastidor? Você sabe o que é bastidor?
Documentário, tipo, o cara vai lá com a câmera do time e grava.
É, o bastidor, tipo, nada relacionado ao campeonato. Você
a gente nunca usou
no dia a dia do campeonato ali.
A gente nunca usou a palavra bastidor.
Como não usou? Você não sabe o que é bastidor? Você nunca viu um vídeo de bastidor? Tipo, ali o vestiário, tá no vestiário, tá ali antes do
Levar
jogo.
hate no Twitter. Ah, isso aqui é claro, essa aí
você
é louco.
Você presenciou bastante esse último mês, né?
Pô, experiência própria.
Pausão do Igão.
Pausão
do Igor, não.
Pera aí. É o quê?
Não, esse aqui não.
Tu já?
Não.
Pausão?
Não.
Do Igão?
Não.
Rapaz.
Não. Já teve pause do Igor CTG. Agora esse aqui, não.
Pausão?
Esse aí não. Tu já?
Tu nunca?
Não. Tu já?
Eu nunca.
Então não. Então a gente só teve um.
Mas talvez o quê?
2.
Pausão do Igão?
3, 4, 4.
Um cara da Liquid aqui que é meu filhote.
Tem alguém que vocês queiram da rede que não seja...
Ah, eu quero em vários. Posso fazer meu hate pro JV? Que letra bonita.
Mano, é um player, tipo, muito bobalhão.
Ah, eu sabia que era pra esse. Cara, isso é muito legal, mano.
Vou dar uma aula de teste pra essa galera aí, mano. Caraca, mano. É médico, é receita? Pô, mas pode xingar?
Eu vou cara da Liquid.
Aê, caipira.
Agora sabe.
Esse eu sei quem é.
Aê, caipira, filha da puta. Pô, mas o KDS, ele é muito sem...
Coletividade.
Educação, cara. Não tem nem que responder, ele é um coitado, cara. Nossa, essa aqui eu vou...
Fala aquilo que tá aqui, ó.
Quanto? Quantas kills? Pega aí, não, pega aí, velho.
Vou pegar.
Pro cara aqui.
Qual que é a dica que você tem que botar?
Farmou Aura, hahaha. 03 no Major, 16 kills em 4 mapas. GV.
Tem cara mesmo. E se não foi ele também, tomar no c... É de alguém da fofúria. Como eu tenho relacionamento com todos de lá, tipo, não dá pra especificar muito.
Ah, não é muito fofo.
Não, mano. Guardado.
Vamos ver. Obrigado por me tirar do Major para fazer aquela merda lá. Ainda tô devendo 2 jantares. Te amo. Miguel Norris. É. Que ele quis apostar comigo as 2 partidas que a gente jogou com eles. Ele quis apostar. Aí eu ganhei 2 jantas.
Aposta mais, mano. Aposta um carro da próxima.
Isso, valeu, Norris. Tá patrocinando. Tá devendo até hoje.
Mano, eu quero fazer um recado pra todo mundo que nunca ganhou nada e fala, nunca ganhou nada.
Vamos ver aqui quem que é esse fracassado. Aqui eu já não entendo a letra. Boa tarde, Mr. Aura. Cuidado que vou te buscar na base. Quero ver. Falar é fácil.
Você é um bobalhão. Zagueiro. Rival de treino. Eu não sei nem o que responder isso aqui. A letra é feia. Eu não tenho ideia do porquê. Tem 6 anos, mano. Não sei quem é. Obrigado pela mensagem aí. Se eu descobrir quem é você, vai ter mais chat no treino. Então boa sorte aí.
Querido STK, você é gente boa demais e deveria pensar em jogar um Forza. Isso aí já é fato, né? Isso aí é o Paluzão, né? Foca gigantesca aí.
It is time for our final game of the day between NIP and Liquid. And before we dive into that game, we'll bring up the standings to really show you what is needed for this round, for this matchup rather. Because as we spoke to Loban earlier, he has to do some serious hay-watching on Liquid here to keep his own chances alive for the playoffs. Leo, I'm glad you have all the numbers sorted out because, as I said, I'm not very good at maths. What is the stakes, especially for Liquid going into this one?
Well, there are a lot of stakes right now. The thing is, Liquid are in a leading position. So if we just look at the standings right now, pay attention to the first 4 teams. They're all qualified for playoffs already. Only 6 teams can make it. And so there are only 2 spots remaining for playoffs. For 3 teams that are in contention. Team Liquid on 12 points, Loss on 11, and Fluxo W7M on 10. And so right now, everything is in the hands of Team Liquid. If they win, any win. Overtime can be a regulation loss. So long as they gain 2 points or more, they will jump to 14 or 15, and there will be guaranteed playoff, and then it will be a direct shutout between Loss and Fluxo W7M for that last match. But what makes it very important is that if Team Liquid lose today, they're still on 12 points. They're playing Loss tomorrow, so the 2 rivals for playoff spots are facing each other, and that means that in this possible scenario, if Team Liquid lose today, we know that Lost and Team Liquid cannot both win because they will be playing each other, and that means that Fluxo W7M will have their own fate in their hands, because if they win tomorrow, then they can overtake either or. And so that's why Fluxo W7M, they want Liquid to lose, and that's why Liquid right now are in a position where they can secure playoffs if they win against NIP. On the side of NIP, any win on their side would lock them as top 4, because they would go to 18 points, which would lock them. At this point, no one can overtake them.
Wow, okay, so for Liquid, the scenario is looking pretty good. Let's dive into both these rosters then and get the game going on, as there is a lot of pressure on both these teams. For NIP, starting out with them, time and time again yesterday, some late round saves from big players helped them win out rounds in the first half. But then, when it comes push to shove, they lose in overtime against INTZ. I did not expect that from this roster at all. They have to play Fury against this. They're going to need some points to lock in the top 4 as well. You know, it can't be that they were one of the first to lock in top 6 and then just slouch after and end up falling down to the lower bracket to start their run in playoffs. They were the Kick of Champions, for Christ's sake. So that's something that I'm expecting to see from them here today inside this matchup against Liquid. When we talk about their opponents, great insights from Igor yesterday in the interview after they got that win on the board against Fluxo W7M. I think what was most important was what they learned against FaZe. You know, FaZe make you bleed rounds, where you have the advantage. They single you out and they make you lose players. And we saw way less of that yesterday with a good performance and a dominant score against yet another Titan in the league. And if there is a moment for Liquid to, as you said, confirm those playoffs and strike, it is against an NIP right now where they seem a little bit weakened going into this matchup given their recent form. So for both these teams, that's kind of the details of what happened in the most recent rounds and where they find themselves in regards of their performance and their memento. But we'll dive straight into the map V2 to make this match important. The final best of 1 of the group stage of SAL, and that is going to take us to Nighthaven Labs.
I'm surprised Liquid wants to go back there. It's the map that they lost to Loud, the big upset in their season. But I will say this, Loud, we've seen them play on that map against FaZe. We've seen them beat FaZe on it. They're incredible at this game, at this map. So it's not a problem of their level. I think it's overall Liquid maybe a reaction and something they've learned from that game. On the side of NIP, that's a map that they played last time against Team Liquid and they lost it 7-4 during kickoff. Back to you guys for the game.
Who's throwing now?
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Time out, okay? We do not take to scabs on this broadcast, okay? And does the throws. I will not have that again. Been on the desk for what, like 4 years now, thinks he can do that. Ollie, can you believe this guy?
I know. Peas above the sticks.
I don't know why it's really tickled me. Leo really did take control there. I love that, actually. But, to the desk's point, I know we've kind of talked about some of the games today. Talked about the Los game earlier as a big one. Talked about the Fluxo W7M one that we just saw as a big one. And this one, I think, doesn't feel as important, right, Ollie? Because it's Team Liquid versus NIP, and it's Playday 8. How could this game possibly be important? But considering that Team Liquid Alienware still have not locked in playoffs, and very well might not at the end of this day as well, this is still quite as important and just as important as the other ones.
Oh, absolutely. NIP on the flip side having a fairly good stage, which isn't unusual, and it's something that we've started to get a little bit used to, I guess, domestically for this NIP roster. Oh dear. I assume that's actually open. I hope it is, for Pino's sake.
Was that a rhetorical question?
Well, it just didn't look open, did it? Like, the soft wall was still there after they'd opened the breach. I'm wondering if it's like I think it's like our side more than anything else. And the players can see through it just fine.
Well, let's hope so. Maya finds a clutch drone early after Hates captures one of his Banshees. Playing close inside a gem. You don't want to see a shotgun on this position, but Maya will be holding it with the MP5 right now. Ooh. Raptors player gone early. That's a huge find for NIP. That garage position could waste easily another 30 seconds, so finding that, and also clearly doing a good job taking out a lot of these exterior traps. NIP have really done a good job kind of thawing some of these extremities of the site hole.
So it looks like the breach did just bug a little bit on the opening. We've got Hates trying to rip through with the super shorty. Of course, a little bit dangerous to do that. It isn't going to stop them, or it isn't going to slow them down, at least from getting that opening pick. JV92 downstairs below. He's going to feel quite safe, given that it's the smoke on the target from the Deimos. The timing here needs to be critical, but Fancy, he's better. It was a bait all along, Fancy. Targeting someone upstairs in sight, but had a great read as to where JV92 was playing. 50 seconds now to convert this hefty advantage. As more Deathmark tracks can be sent up there. The Clash next on the chopping block. Nade going to be targeted out here. Very vulnerable from below. Fancy Going to be trying to put that work in conjunction with his team now starting to take control inside of IT and the top of these warehouse stairs.
I don't know, NIP have lost a lot of time on some of the stall and some of the clear. Just some bad luck, unfortunately, in the game. 20 seconds remaining, 5v3 still makes this very doable. A lot of important utility wasted. Vulcan canisters dealt with. Smoke canisters not a factor. Double swing inside of Gen, good for Ninjas in Pajamas. Hate's only on low HP as we reach the 10-second mark. Wizard checking all of the right angles, and Pelipox completely isolated on Aqua. It might be low, but NIP do exactly what you need to do. Push as a unit, push as a team. They take the first round off the back of it.
NIP just making it look very step-by-step there. Labs, one of the more step-by-step maps that we have in the pool. And even when things didn't really go their way, I mean, the breach not opening in an ideal way and them having to clean that up with a super shorty. There's resilience enough there. Add into that the fact that they got 2 opening picks. Fancy with a great read onto JV92 downstairs. JV was really trying to play that lurking role and picking an opportune moment to flank up warehouse. Not able to find that space. Top floor going the way of NIP on that opening attack and straight down to the basement here for round 2 for Team Liquid Alienware. Not the way that they wanted to be starting things off, only achieving 1 kill in the first round. It is only the first round, and there is still plenty of this game to go. But NIP aren't the team that you want to give a decent lead to or any sort of advantage, because they really will just run away with it.
Well, it's also just funny because if somebody was just now tuning in, they'd hear, oh, what? NIP won a round, but they executed with 20 seconds remaining. Classic NIP. First off, a little bit different this stage. But even then, it's like, well, it was 20 seconds remaining because IT Breach got bugged, and they had to open it with super shorties.
Yeah.
And they still managed to execute with a 5v3 at 20 seconds left. Like, actually, that's kind of impressive that they managed to do that. So, it's not just they won that round, and even then it looked pretty easy. It's also like the game literally was conniving and plotting against them. And they still managed to do it with, you know, quite a bit of breathing room. Of course, it's only 1 round. Team Liquid Alienware losing a primary site. We'll go down to basement, see what they can manage. It does seem with this Snake and Deimos and, of course, Dokkaebi lineup, we'll try to pay some attention to this clear. And likely, I imagine once Team Liquid Alienware see this and KZ getting hit by the Deathmark tracker, yeah, he's going to fall back. And I don't think this defense will be holding on to the top floor. I was about to say for too much longer, but yeah, no, they've literally all fallen back within 50 seconds. This is probably the right call.
Yeah, you've got to pick your battles, haven't you? You've banned a Grim and an Ace. You better believe that NIP, a team that love to play these high information, high value operators, are going to be running them. Fancy. Grabs the first, but baited in on the second. KZ tucked in the corner, able to find a trade. Did just linger around in that mid floor for a time, but I think he realizes just what he's achieved there. Went 1 for 1, and it's only the Goyo that's down, so that utility has already been placed. Yes, you've still got the Deimos. Yes, you've still got the Dokkaebi, but if you can get back to site in one piece, on a bad position to be in, Felipox, he's not going to have that fortune. Called, tracked, flames at his feet, and only a matter of time until Hates hits him on the swing.
There was no world in which Felipox was getting out of that one alive. That much intel gathered on him, that much utility dedicated to him. What could he do? KZ the next target for it, but he's right next to the hatch, so whereas Felipox did not have any path of egress out of that position, KZ can just drop down. And don't get me wrong, he's got to worry about the vertical. Especially he might be worried about grabbing that C4 too, based on the information and where these attackers are. But at least now it's on the floor, and it has an option to go for it if he wants to. Boogie drones ripping open the ceiling. As opposed to last round, based on the trajectory of this one, this will be an NIP very late execute, partially because of Team Liquid Alienware's stall, partially because of NIP being very careful clearing out that realm, which has worked out so far. 4v3, 25 seconds is always going to be a bit low on time. And that leaves an important moment for Team Liquid Alienware. They can either play on site or flank, take these off positions. KZ, the initial spray not working out. As you can just see Wizard considering taking that fight. Instead, KZ committing to it when he sees Pino, flash in hand, distracted up above. That allows JV92 to push in. And Wizard, unfortunately, he was holding an important position that has only become redundant based off the trend of that round. Huge retake by KZ, getting the kills above and setting up his teammates below.
Well, if you play a risky game, eventually you are going to get an unfortunate prize. The prize there for NIP is that they had spent so long on that clear, and Team Liquid Alienware did a great job of holding on for as long as they did. It was the time that really did the rest there. A couple of unfortunate gunfights for NIP, but they were forced into positions where they didn't really have the read as to where the defenders were going to be playing, and even if they did, it was 50-50 gunfights, and you're not always guaranteed to be walking away from those. Team Liquid Alienware holding out and winning the round on time. I think NIP are going to feel like they've missed an opportunity there with that round, depending on the result of the game, because it was very winnable for a time. They had a good advantage. Fancy, obviously, getting that opening pick was great. The fact it was traded out by Team Liquid was fantastic because it just nullified any effect that it immediately had. And KZ eventually pathing back down toward the site as well to be able to partake in that final stand.
10 seconds remaining.
Mid-floor will go then for round number 3. As NIP are going to be continuing to rock this information-heavy lineup. They've even got space to bring the Monty in as well. I mean, this is just a roamer's nightmare, isn't it? This top floor, it shouldn't last long at all.
No, I mean, what? We got all 3 intel operators with a Monty that can walk in and clear. Gotta feel bad for the Team Liquid Alienware defenders. I mean, we'll see how much of a problem it actually ends up being. Lineups are always one thing in theory, but maybe another thing in practice. At least on paper, this one looks quite difficult. See Team Liquid Alienware giving a bit more attention to these doorways and windows than they might otherwise. KZ makes eye contact with the Monty. That'll be a useful call for this clear, something to anticipate for the defenders holding upstairs. That is a nice bit of information gathered early, and maybe will play to their advantage later on in the round.
KZ's built himself a bit of a fortress here at the top of warehouse. Barbed wire for the hop-in, Kiba barricades to give him some angles to peek off. Seto can feed this information over. Yeah, fine. You can even track and even call this as army, but no real way of dealing with him. 2 nades from Fancy is going to be your best bet right now. But he's all the way down in basement by the looks of things. Just watching the flank, so NIP again in danger of stalling right now. Fancy will start to walk up those cargo stairs. JV could be a target here inside a control room. Here's the player on the hop-in, and Hates is just better in the moment.
Yeah.
That F2 rips through his opponent.
Yeah, same with the shotgun for Fancy. No need for the revolver. Taking that close quarters gunfight, he's brought the right primary. That's a nice flank by KZ, but Nade, oh, this 1v1 has gone on way too long. Wins it, but well spotted by the attack, and they've been afforded time to reposition. KZ will down 1, but as the Monty in hand, I was about to say, Fancy should be able to pick up one of these kills. He will take it. Basetto wrapped around the corner! KZ gets both with the hip fire. Surely not. One around the corner as well, dodging the nade. Just catches him at the window, but with such low HP, 1 shotgun shot, more than sufficient. It's down to the wire, but NIP with another.
It really did come down to the wire, didn't it? But a lot relied on those kills. NIP, they might have brought a lot of information. They might have brought the Monty, but they didn't have a lot of utility and tools to deal with some of those sticky positions that Team Liquid Alienware were finding themselves in. They had to rely on sheer gunfights and gunfights alone, but they were able to get it done in the tertiary bomb site. Round 4. What do you choose to get rid of here? Try and get rid of that Monty and just guarantee that they're not going to be able to utilize that. Instead, mix things up. Hard breaches now targeted. We've already had the ace band, rounding it out with the removal of that thermite. Team Liquid Alienware just sort of holding their hands up and going, you know what? If you want to play Deimos Snake and Dokubi every round, be my guest. But you're not going to have much of a good time of it if you can't get the walls open. It is going to force some secondary hard breach to be used. Maybe even a Maverick to be brought into the lineup for this attack onto the top floor. The IT wall, it's critical that that gets opened. And with the removal of 2 primary hard breaches, any other way is just less than ideal in getting that job done.
I mean, especially the breach is going to mess him up like last time. Got to be careful about that. But for NIP, who have been quite good in getting these opening duels set up, what happens after those breaches are open is also quite important. They're currently 3-0 on the opening duels. And in general, no one particular player kind of standing out. I mean, Fancy has obviously had some highlight moments and winning a big 1v1 that round, but while there has been, you know, it's 3 specific players who all have the kills for NIP right now. 3 rounds in, especially when Fancy's on the roster and players like Hates also gets a lot of attention. Not bad. Not bad at all for NIP so far. Generally a good team performance, and as they look to take this second floor, the operator lineup actually solidified. We'll see them move away from that intel gathering lineup we saw and move back to what we saw on that first second floor attack, which is focused more on the traditional execute.
Come on, Bassetto, you can do it.
Open, that's a tight angle. And he's just got the pistol.
Yeah. Which means he has also
Yep,
got
there
the
it is.
shotgun.
And what's he going to do? Open up a barricade at that distance with a 612? Come on.
Oh, no, I'm just more getting excited for him just bursting through connector with the 612.
Well,
which is...
the thing, though, is this is Bassetto, so is he going to do that?
Well, I mean, he's the only person that can, because he's the only person that has it.
True.
Now, is Bassetto going to be the one to lead that charge when we've got, you know, Hates, Wizard, Fancy, all throwing serious numbers up today? I'm not too sure. Opening pick here for Fancy. Surely, there it is. Takes JV92 out. That's control of Aqua. That's one way of grabbing it. Oh, over peaks. Hits the double dip, and Nade punishes him for it.
Not Bassetto to make that quick play, but Fancy also with a shotgun can easily make it happen. Now, right as we say that, look at this. Bassetto picking up the pace, prone with the 612. Secures the man advantage for NIP. Got time to reset now if they want to. But look at this. IT control already gen. We still got half the round to go. And with these shotguns at close angles, you see how Bassetto might find another kill. It's a prone-on-prone fight. And Maya often gets a lot of clout for good reason. But when you're peeking angles like that, Bassetto's better every day of the week. Gets the 3-piece overall. Thank God you highlighted him.
Well, there we go. We asked for a little bit of action with the 612, and we got it. NIP playing some explosive Siege today, as they have done all stage. I mean, it's no new look for this roster, really, is it? This is the kind of Siege that we're expecting them to play. They've demonstrated that they can play at multiple different levels. Yes, we do still find them in the red time, and yes, sometimes it doesn't work. Just look at the basement round that we played here on Labs. Team Liquid Alienware, win it out on time. Ultimately, NIP can play at any level, whether that's quick, slow, you know, a gentle build up to the round and then bang, an explosive, you know, sort of beginning, middle, and end, because everything happens in such a condensed period. Liquid obviously wanting more out of this first half of the game, hence the tactical timeout being used now at the end of round 4, start of round 5. Still chance for them here to salvage an equal round or an equal half, but you do wonder if a tactical timeout is going to be enough, because the pace that NIP are bringing at the minute, Liquid just aren't standing up to that.
No, they've shown quite proficient at basically every side of the game. Like you said, the quick, the slow, but also just proficient in these gunfights. I mean, every player has shown up when they needed to. Bassetto, who's the one guy who you wouldn't think would be rushing into a position with Ying necessarily, is able to win every 1v1 he's given. And if everybody on the roster, top to bottom, is able to win these fights, then, well, what chance does Team Liquid Alienware even have? Not because they're bad, but just because NIP currently have everything going for them in these past few rounds. And you think back to Basement, and there was some good Team Liquid Alienware plays, but it was still recovering from a disadvantage, and a lot of it was off of some really smart, but still individual, isolated plays. And I say isolated from the greater trajectory of the round. KZ with that retake, basically setting up the whole final 10 seconds for Team Liquid Alienware. For NIP, I mean, it'd be kind of hard to boil these rounds down to one moment like that, because everything has been so good for NIP so far. Much of the stage has been that way as well, only taking their second loss in the whole stage in overtime yesterday to INTZ. Just SAL, that just means you're one of the big dogs if you're dropping a random matchup to a team that doesn't make playoffs. You're officially part of the top 4 if you do that now.
I mean, welcome. It's just cost of entry. It's very simple.
Is.
You know, if you want to be a big dog, unfortunately, sometimes you have to lose.
Speaking of big dogs, NIP is looking to take this even quicker after the timeout. Thought last round was fast. How about playing down at 2 minutes and 16 seconds remaining? 1 kill in hand. Nade felled early. JV92 as well. NIP looking to get their 3 points as quick as possible and put Team Liquid Alienware in as difficult a spot tomorrow as they can. Wizard on the cutoff angle, doing his best NJR impression, and all of NIP looking like champions at the moment, demolishing Team Liquid Alienware on the one site they've won so far.
Well, we said, is the timeout going to be enough? Is that going to slow NIP down? Are Liquid going to stand up to that aggression and that Team Liquid Alienware just packed up. They had the U-Haul van outside. They'd moved. They were just clear out of there. They were like, yeah, we're not going to hold the site. We'll just double down onto this extension a little bit more. Hey, why don't we just, we know they're going to play the information. We'll buddy up upstairs. We'll have a nice little trade system going. So if they get one of us, we'll be able to, trade it back and hopefully just trade the numbers down that way. Nope, NIP are just like, haha, you've left the site open. See you later.
And with the pace they set that round, I mean, we mentioned that they can play fast, they can play slow. Okay, now they can play really fast or slow. So it is about as good an attacking half as you could hope for. Definitely not the kind of thing that it should be 5-0 right now. I do think that Team Liquid Alienware was well played, especially in the late rounds. So I think 4-1 is about the scoreline this game should be at. Maybe we'll see if Leo has some other thoughts later. But right now, the pace that we're seeing from NIP, just pace in terms of just the general quality, how well put together these attacks have been. It's hard to see Team Liquid Alienware coming out of this with a round. They're going back to second floor, though. Third time we've seen this site played. NIP have won it both times attempted. Ooh, KZ taking a bit of a gander outside the building. Won't find much of anything. NIP, by the way, 5-0 on opening duels so far. Things just get better and better.
I mean, they should be, right? Look at what they've got. They've got everything. They've got the entry's dream right now in terms of information. This is probably the only round where we're not seeing at least 2 components of that used. It's Fancy just on the Deimos, but it's still a Deimos, for goodness sake. It's still an incredible tool for facilitating that opening pick, and especially in the hands of somebody like Fancy. Might not even be down to him, though, as Pino. He's going to be challenging onto that connector wall that's been opened quite nicely now early on. Fancy looks like he's downstairs at the moment. Does have KZ available to track. Ooh, good trigger discipline from Pino. I think he probably got a glimpse there as player just crossing over into Electric. Wizard getting himself in position now. And all the focus is going to be on this KZ player. Up on Warehouse, on those rafters. He's going to start to get walked on by a Monty, and I'm sure phone called, or at least tracked, excuse me, by the Deimos. Oh, we got the Capitao in position as well. This is horrible for KZ.
I feel like I'm watching Clubhouse right now with this Monty utility clear push. I mean, might see more of these on Nighthaven than we do on Clubhouse anymore. Seto will take a bit of a peek. Of course, the benefit here, the rafters have a doorway directly back to the site, where you don't really have that option on Clubhouse. This means as the Capitao Firebolts go out, KZ able to dip back into the site, whereas on Clubhouse, he's kind of just got to hop the rafters and hope he wins a 1-for-1. NIP making very good time on this clear at the moment. Tripped up a little bit as he looks to progress forward, but still a full 5v5 as Fancy hasn't quite had the impact down below as he's been hoping so far, but still 2 death marks. KZ on this flank, though. Oh, what a nice one. He's been really good on these offside plays. And if both victories for Team Liquid Alienware involve a KZ flank, leveling things up, know exactly who the MVP of the defense might be. Felopok's down low, though. So it's not all said and done just yet. Still quite a lot of important utility. But now that the Capitao's down, now that NIP are in a disadvantage, this is where Team Liquid Alienware can start squeezing the life out of this attack. Stuck on IT, stuck in garage. What a heads-up gunfight by Fancy. Quickly whips out the shotgun knife to finish that one off. Minimal guns to take on these 3 defenders. You don't have a lot to cover this Monty, especially as his support is falling every gunfight that's taken. Now Baseto got to whip out the pistol with 12 seconds remaining. Looks like this will be T-Law's second one. It'll be a 1-half for NIP. But Team Liquid Alien were able to squeeze a couple defenses, but NIP made them work for every single kill.
They absolutely did. It's a great half, we could say, from NIP here on the first half. And even after that tactical timeout, right, we saw Team Liquid Alienware in a bit of troubles. And then after they took that tactical timeout, NIP even dialed it further up by just being on site so fast. And these 2 rounds, I mean, Link's already said it as well, right? KZ is the hero that they needed. The fact that he managed to get out of that Rafters position and then flank as well afterwards is incredible to me. It keeps some hope for Team Liquid Alienware.
Yeah, a little bit of hope carried by KZ, which is always the case, I feel, with that roster. But if we look at the rounds, there is a consistent theme here, and that's how quick and how aggressive Fantasy has been on the entry. If you look at this, in most of the rounds, actually in all of the rounds, they've had the opening kill. In round 1, they get from Wizard on the rappel all the way onto IT. On this one, it's Solid Snake getting really aggressive. On this one, again, it's Solid Snake getting aggressive. They've been incredible, NIP, at finding those opening kills, gaining the initial momentum, and then getting set up for the execute. Now, I will say this, KZ, look at this. He even almost brings back that round. And then who's there to win that critical 1v1? It's Fantasy once again. Him and Wizard have played an incredible game so far. Look at this again. This is another opening kill from Fantasy based on a pre-placed drone. And after this, if it wasn't enough, they have the rush straight out of the tactical timeout. It's masterful from NIP right now. Completely different from what we saw yesterday in their game against INTZ. I think it was a slap in the face for them to lose against a weaker opponent on paper like this. And I think they really reacted the right way playing against Team Liquid today.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. But this keeps everything exciting as well. You know, you mentioned the importance for Liquid at least to get some points. The fact that, for example, Flux or W7M should be hate-watching Team Liquid right now to keep things excited and to keep the sort of matters in their own hand going into that final playday here. But for the second half now, Team Liquid Alienware will moving on the attack. Anything in particular that you hope to see from them?
I think a step up from the rest of the teammates. Right now they've relied on KZ and his flanks to try and keep, I guess, the chances on their side. I think I need to see the entire team live up to expectations. Yesterday, it was masterful. They had the whole team aligned. They had a very unique identity. They abused the Yings, the execute heavy operators, the Greens and Glass. They're not going to have Green with them right now, but maybe they can still bring some more of these execute operators, and who knows, show us a little bit of a comeback on attack after winning the very important last round in here in defense.
There are still quite some execute operators available as the second operator ban is an ace for this one here on the defense though. Nothing really out of the ordinary. What we're seeing, as you mentioned, a lot of bandit bans so far inside the SAL, but the pressure is on Team Liquid. What can they do in the second half?
I have to think win a couple attacks is something they can do. I mean, talk about teams that, again, have a general kind of presumption afforded them. Team Liquid Alienware are definitely among the upper echelon teams that probably had the, well, actually that's not true. Flux or W7M have literally only won their third game today. But aside from Flux or W7M, Team Liquid Alienware have had, I think, a rougher stage by their standards. But winning an attack on Nighthaven Labs, map they've played quite a few times up until this point. We'll see what happens out the gate, Ollie, but have to think this will be a close one.
Yeah, I think you've got to afford them the chance, haven't you, that it's going to be a little bit of a closer game. We can't let one round or one side of Siege define how the game's going to turn out. I think the thing that I would worry about is that NIP are clearly on one today and clearly doing a great job. They don't necessarily have that same ability on the defense to affect that opening kill as much as they did on the attacks. They are going to try and bring nearly as much information. Fancy's got Pulse and he's going to be utilising that scanner to get a very quick read as to where this push is going to be coming from, and no doubt see him try and act off the back of some of that information in an aggressive manner. But Team Liquid Alienware just needs to take a little bit of control in this fixture, because so far it feels like the only rounds that they've been successful in have been ones that have largely ran out on time. As you know, yes, they've done a good job of getting kills. Yes, they've done a good job of holding on, but the time has also been a huge factor in and amongst that as well. There was an attempt at a Cade trick there, but it ain't going to go off. Not with a Thatcher JV92 on the roof, spamming that EMP launcher down. That wall interconnector will be opened, and Nade can turn his attention toward this IT breach as well.
It's worth considering that did take a good portion of JV92's EMP blasts. And so if we get to the late round, often we'll see the Thatcher launcher used to more effectively deny C4s than the EMP grenades were able to. He won't have as many charges to do so. Now, there's only 2 C4s, to be fair. But there is a little bit of a safety net for point denial that isn't as available because of how much was expended, understandably, to get that wall. So something to keep in the back of your guys' head. Get into these later rounds. KZ looking to take a fight inside the building. Can't quite find anything, though. The broader defensive setup still very much intact.
Yeah, Wiz is a little bit deeper now, isn't he? He's inside of command, so not giving himself away over on that garage catwalk. And, of course, with Bassetto playing Clash, it's kind of Bassetto's job to sneak out there and gather that little bit of information. Hates, cautious of something happening through this backside, but it's going to be Bassetto that's seeing all of the action right now as players starting to occupy that space inside of IT. That's where you really need to wonder where Fancy is in that scanner, because with the pings that are going down on the floor, I'm half expecting a bit of a swing to come off the back of it, or at least a C4 over the top.
Seto trying to stall as long as he can. These flashes, of course, pushing him back just a little bit. Team Liquid Alienware don't have an exact way in just yet, especially now that Fantasy taking that fight close with a shotgun. Baseto now deciding to lock down IT behind this shield. Team Liquid Alienware searching for an entry, can't quite find it up until Maya winning his engagement in Connector. But getting through this breach, what are they going to do? KZ locks onto both, prone on the floor and standing up. Maya good for it too. A two-man push inside, sets up Felipox for the plant, and now Wizard stuck on the opposite side, damaged by that Dokkaebi call. Doesn't even have the angle necessary. A three-piece and a double kill. Two-man play from Team Liquid Alienware.
I feel like it's so easy to be critical of the clash because when the mistake is made, it is so blatantly obvious. But Baseto's literally just plonked his shield down, hoping that that's going to do the business, and then turned his back to one of the most dangerous players in the lobby and has given himself up for free. Hates did a really good job of trying to control inside a connector and was good for the hopping into electric, but there was layers to the Team Liquid attack there, and they were very cognizant of that. It was all through that IT side, and then immediately two players on the flank, one in through electric, one through connector, and bang, the pinch happened through that direction. Felipox can start to move in to get the plant down in order to extend the time and not leave it down to something that Wizard could eventually clutch if you're just going at him one by one through a single door or through the breach. He still had a bit of information kicking around. So he would have had a chance at winning that. It would have been a bit of a stretch to ask him to win a 1 versus 3, but the more guaranteed way of securing that round is, of course, to get that plant down, force Wizard into action, force him to do something. Team Liquid Alienware coming away with a much-needed round here, still trailing by 1, but a chance for them to level it up. My worry with this site and other sites that aren't the top floor is the space that players like Fancy are going to be afforded. Look at him, out on the Solus, over to a cafeteria. Yeah, it's a fairly common spot to be, but we know what this player is capable of, and it's a lot. And if you give him space to work in, he is going to run round you in circles.
I mean, he's already coming off the back of a defensive victory, at least on the opening kills. NIP currently 7-0 right now on that stat. Wizard taking a bit of a gander down towards the breach. Finding it open early. Seen in our Nighthaven Labs game earlier between Loud and FaZe how powerful these vertical angles can be if you don't give them the proper respect and don't try to peel those defenders off if you try to push in. But that's not what Team Liquid Alienware are trying to do. See them staffed around the mid-floor currently. They're going to try to clear this out, apply some pressure directly to the roamers. Fantasy taking a lot of damage, and that Dokkaebi calling some shots. It's Hades, that's the 8th opening duel now. Quick trade by Team Liquid Alienware, though. KZ might just push deeper. Sees Wizard around the corner, but there is some support. Goyo and the Solus on this two-man hold on top of the stairs. At the moment, KZ ready for it. And his JV92 hops in as well. Might just end the round here. Huge win by Pino, though. Takes the fight and immediately falls off. You can't risk it. He'll fall back pretty soon after.
Oh, the rat play from Baseto. Tucked in the corner inside of Exo. Pino, he's only had 2 kills all game, and they've come here in round 8. Nade, diffuser cold. He's going to have an idea where these players are, but he needs to single them out.
Needs to find them both. Catches one. Another around the corner, and Baseto doesn't swing. Nade's got time to reset for the 1v1. But he has no diffuser control. Baseto knows the win condition is in his hands. He's literally standing on it, waiting for Nade to swing. On the first attempt, he tags him up heavily. Does he back off for the second? He's got a C4 as well. Likely wants to wait, keep the gun in hand. Only 1 bullet's required with how low this thermite is, and he lands it. 1 for 1 on the second half, but NIP reclaimed their 2-round lead.
Honestly, it felt like NIP were throwing good money after bad there. Fancy tried to make a play in the opening portion of the round and was punished for it. And it just felt like it went from bad to worse. And then Pino comes out of nowhere, sprinting up cargo stairs, immediately challenging, grabs the kill, and is able to not only get back to site, but also be instrumental there in that 2 versus 1. Yeah, he gave himself away. He was crossing. Probably should have just tried to stay and have a bit of a crossfire in Exo. He could have watched Exo stairs while we've got the other player watching onto the door. But realistically, it was fairly inconsequential. It was a very difficult clutch that Nade had to try and win. NIP creep another round closer to a full 3 points.
I mean, if Nate had even a little bit of useful utility there, like even like a different operator, like Candela's or Grim, something to make it easier. I mean, there was just no way of obviously predicting that. But that's how close it was. You can see the ways you could have won it if things were just a little bit different. But with a lack of utility, Basetto got the better positioning. NIP, though, still need to clutch what ends up being not only a 1v1, but a 2v4 just to get there. Instead of doing a lot of work with that TCSG, Pino as well, as you mentioned with that SMG-11. Had to recover from quite a deficit, and obviously we're not able to convert their advantage acquired in round 7. So this has been a very Team Liquid Alienware favored attacking half so far. Could very well be tied up at the moment. Of course, or at least no, actually, 2 round. No, all tied up. That's correct. It'd be 4-4. But see if they're able to take the lead with a couple more rounds, or if NIP can secure map point off the back of this. JV92 taking a good look towards one window, but given the nature of this first floor defense, you'll need to pay attention to that second floor, and if you're not going to rush, it means you got to clear.
Yeah, clear is going to be required. Filippo's going to start to try and get that IT wall open and displace some of the players upstairs. Again, the information's there for Team Liquid Alienware. They've got very similar tools as to what we saw NIP use on their own attacks. Bringing the Deimos, they're bringing the Dokkaebi. They've got the Thermite. Makes things easy to get breaches open. Nice, large lines of sight. Maya, prowling below. Be thinking about a strike on this Deimos. Looks like he's going to be targeting Pino on the mute. Oh, nice use there of the pocket EMPs, rendering those mute jammers useless for a time, and especially with a phone call going in onto Hates at that same moment. Loads of value there. Filippo's trying to make something happen. Is going to find one. Hates just getting way too aggressive, but a brilliant C4 from Pino to shut him down.
And a good pre-fire from Felipox as well, anticipating somebody to push up far. Pino, how does he come away with that one? Huge gunfights in the past couple rounds. It's still Team Liquid Alienware with the advantage. Leo mentioned this. It always feels like KZ's the one who's making it happen for T-Law, and 13-6 right now. Only player positive at the moment. I know exactly who the MVP is. Still looking to get their 4th round. He's tagged up Wizard heavily. DMR shot will be the end of that. Azami. A lot more damage has to be done to Basetto. He's going to get the plant down as well. Miracle Man for T-Law at the moment, working his way to the opposite site. Also getting himself to safe territory. Can't really be C4'd from that position. Wizard called as well. So this will force NIP back on the retake. Will also stop anybody from taking these vertical angles. Some key seconds wasted by Team Liquid Alienware. Good utility usage. Good angles covered. Maya on a long cutoff. Wizard had no chance of spotting that one. Basetto will pop open the ceiling, but with a Deathmark tracker in a 1vx. Oh, and a Dokkaebi called as well. Welcome to 2026 Rainbow Six Siege. Have fun clutching this one. We've got more information than we could possibly spend to take you down. And Maya still holding this angle as Team Liquid Alienware will narrow their lead by 1.
Come on, Basetto. Give it a go. Swing the angle. Time has now elapsed. Ooh. JV. JV will fall. Basetto will get his 1, but the end is inevitable. Team Liquid Alienware just showing how good those tools can be. Balanced operator, by the way. Poor old Wizard, he's on less than 40 HP and he got phone called, what, twice? He has to answer. If he doesn't answer, he dies. Like, you need to pick up the phone.
Just Deathmark tracker, Dokkaebi call 1v3. Oh, cool, great. I didn't want to play the game anyway. I was gonna unplug my mouse and keyboard and kick my PC.
Timeout then for NIP. The game, I mean, it still feels to me, and I don't know if I'm just a little bit biased in this, but it still feels like NIP, I know that they still lead, but they only lead by 1. I still feel like they're in the driver's seat. I still feel like they hold all the cards. It's not panic stations just yet. They don't need to start, running around, chasing the tail, figuring out how they need to solve this.
Ollie.
No, I'm serious. You don't think that's a good read? It's just an attacker-sided labs. That's all it is.
What would you say? Did you say I was on copium when we were it was the Team Liquid when we were phase game. You said I was on copium. You're on copium now. You've stolen my supply.
I don't think I am. I just think it's an attacker-sided labs.
But
like both teams are doing really well on the attack.
I mean that's true, right? But Team Liquid Alienware on the attack right now, and based on the rounds we've seen, the only one NIP have won came down to a 2v4. When it came to round 7, obviously it was a bit of a slow one, but Team Liquid Alienware still able to facilitate a pretty successful entry over on the opposite side. And I will say, to your point, I think if KZ is not having the performance he's having, this is probably a very different series.
One-man team.
Yeah, and so I think, like, that's definitely a valid point. Like, I don't think this is going to be Team Liquid Alienware winning and closing this out 7-5 necessarily. In the driver's seat, I don't know. At least the way they played the last round, they've been getting some good information and at least setting up KZ very well. And I do think that it's not just him playing completely by himself. I think he's getting fed a lot of really good information and being set up quite well by the team.
Maybe it could be one of those cars where one person's steering and the other person's in charge of the pedals.
Or it's one of those cars where one person's driving, but he's getting the directions to the passenger seat. They've got the GPS open.
He's getting back-seated by the GPS.
Well, front-seated, but yes.
I think this round will tell us a lot. Of course, the difference at the moment in the, yes, this is an attacker-sided labs, is that Team Liquid Alienware was still good for a couple of rounds on the defense. And that could be the difference maker right now because NIP themselves are struggling. They have got one already. As we all know, one round doesn't make the game. IT wall going to be opened nice and early. Surprised to see NIP not target the thermite here and just make things a little bit more difficult. They instead chose to get rid of the Nomad. The clash going as well. It's not that those two balance each other out, but one of Nomad's primary uses on this map is to deal with electrical and stop clashes from being able to aggress through, or stop even any player from being able to aggress through. So it's not something that NIP are going to now have to worry about, isn't those air jabs, but they still need to be cautious because these breaches are just going to continue to get opened for free. Massive lines of sight available for NIP to try and hide from, and for Team Liquid Alienware to try and exploit. Bit of a walk up through garage here. Fleapok's not even going for the barbed wire, just a little bit of aggression as it's KZ, the main man on this Team Liquid roster, 13-6 right now, letting them know that he's there. DMR pre-firing through.
I honestly thought KZ just got that kill right there, but it was JV92 finding Hates at the exact moment that KZ swung. Quick trade by NIP, but look at this pressure Team Liquid Alienware are applying to the site. We still got a minute 10 seconds left, and it feels like NIP are boxed into second floor currently. Adding in a dimension for IT as well. Oh, he sees him, but Bassetto reacts quicker. JV92 not expecting somebody to be peeking up behind that Kiba. This is where the issue of a direct take like this, a full IT side, garage side take comes into play. You don't have a whole lot of room to work with, and if you don't win these fights, gotta rotate, and that's indeed what'll happen. KZ Maya, again, doing a two-man push from the opposite side. Maya gets the first, Maya gets the second. KZ looking for number 3 and number 4 as he lands the DMR on the right spot. Instead, it's Fellapox to get the last. Might be another big round coming down to KZ and Maya pushing, but what that was, a good call, rotating to the opposite side when the first attack failed.
Team Liquid Alienware starting to find their feet here. Been fantastic in that opening pick for the last couple of rounds. A stat line that NIP have dominated and then proceeded to run away with the game. As the tides start to turn, leveled up at 5-5, it's Team Liquid Alienware that are starting to get some of that success, start to get some of that early game down. It's not only KZ at the moment that's performing. Maya has really stepped up over the course of the last couple of rounds, picking up 2 really important kills in round number 10. Same could be said for players like JV92. I mean, even Fleapox was getting in on the action there. He was on the Monty and he even de-shielded just to ensure he got his kill onto Wizard. Try and maintain those stats somewhat after playing the shield and doing a lot of the thankless work. NIP have taken their time out. They've only got themselves to look toward now as they try to defend downstairs. And they're going for a hatch open approach, so they will be occupying space on this top floor. Cast our minds back to how NIP dealt with this themselves. They went for a very direct approach. Back of seeing a hefty off-site extension by Team Liquid Alienware. Wonder if Liquid Alienware will go for the same thing here, because There is chance for that. Not a great deal of denial, especially when you're dealing vertically. Yeah, you can throw your Toxic Babe canisters down, but this goes down in a cloud of smoke. Not really going to have too many places to look toward.
So JV92 again ready with his EMP trick, denying the Electric Claw trick. Gets it. Only uses a couple charges this time compared to I think it's like 4 or 5 last time. It's a nice angle to open up. Important bit of utility, very focused on getting these breaches open. NIP running this roam back can be very useful. Again, you have to respect these vertical angles, have to put a little bit of pressure on them. And look at Alienware. Spend this time moving around the middle floor. Getting progressively closer. Gotta feel that they might push pretty soon, actually. The Monty moving in. KZ bottom house. Smoke grenades going out as well, likely to facilitate KZ walking up the hallway, and the Monty just around the corner. Hates hears it. Can't really take the fight as Maya instead coming in from the backstab. What a good distraction play by Team Liquid Alienware. Maya and KZ both getting active. KZ finally getting another actor on stage, making this a 2-man performance. Not just KZ with 15 and 6. NIP now forced back down to the site as T-Law have a firm lead. Now, it's 6-5 for Team Liquid Alienware. Good thing to remind everybody of the win conditions for T-Law. All that's required is a victory, either one round or a few more to close things out in 8-7, or 8-6 to be fair. That is all that is needed for T-Law. Not just 1 point, at least 2 or 3. And not only do they secure playoffs, it makes things quite difficult tomorrow for Fluxo W7M. Of course, Los playing Liquid tomorrow means that matchup only really means things for Los when it comes to actual playoff contention. That if he can level things up here, of course. Any point out of this, I believe, secures them top 4. But Team Liquid Alienware, whether it's 7-5 or 8-7, all they are looking for is a W.
Yeah, it's got to that stage in the in proceedings where points are the name of the game. For NIP, while this game is important, they're far more likely to qualify through that top 4. Team Liquid Alienware, they need these points and they need them desperately. If NIP lose here and don't get any points and they remain at 16, it does leave the door open for both Loud and Liquid to challenge them. So for Team Liquid Alienware, they just want the points. They just need them. So far, they've shown us that. NIP, are you good for another defensive round? Can you match Liquid's 2 defensive rounds won and take this game to an OT? I mean, if this game goes to overtime, I don't even know if we've done the numbers for that, because then things just get even crazier. Start splitting points across 2 different teams, and especially with how many of these games rely on other results, the ramifications that will be extremely widespread.
JV92 cutting open the top floor. Breach is not betraying him this time. KZ finds the first, though quickly traded. Dokeby looking to push in deep through that middle floor. Man, what a time to get a OG KZ performance right now. 17 and 7. Putting up these kinds of numbers for quite a long time. It's a cafeteria kitchen defense, by the way. NIP going to completely different off-site. Being able to find a player early is nice, but one thing you want to find is especially a couple kills on this round, being able to push these defenders back, and it seems NIP have already ceded a lot of that ground to T-Law. So, want to see them make some more aggressive plays. They have the full vertical control to make use of it.
Looks like the offsite is really putting Team Liquid Alienware off at the moment. 2 kills down. Maya and KZ have both fallen so far. Philippox. Can see him calling in the player cam. Needing a little bit of assistance upstairs inside a meeting, but it's going to be JV92 trying to burst his way through off the back of anything that he's got. A couple of nades. Speaking of, Nade trying to make the challenge, but look at Wizard. Close play with the shotgun. Can he grab them both? Yes, he does. Diffuser cold on the ground.
He should be able to win the next one, and if not that, rely on his teammates to back him up. Diffuser now in the hands of the defense. JV92 kept outside by these toxic canisters. Another shotgun close quarters. Team Liquid Alienware have fed themselves to the meat grinder bottom house. And NIP will bring us to OT. A win for either teams is exactly what they need. If it all comes down to 15, that's all the better for us.
Well, why not go to overtime? Why shouldn't we have it all? NIP and Team Liquid Alienware, both desperate for points here. Locking in that top floor, top four before the last play day always takes a little bit of the pressure off. Both still have a chance. NIP remain on the defense. Is that going to be the difference, Lynx? It's been incredibly attacker-sided so far. Both teams have had to fight tooth and nail for only 2 rounds. 2 each on the defense. And yet we go back up to the top floor. Site where defenders have struggled. It feels all night long. We got 1 win on this site. Round 6. Just at the end of the half, Liquid were good for a win. Aside from that, it has been all attack all day on this top floor. NIP hoping that they too can snag one away and give themselves a bit of an advantage.
5 seconds to go.
And an attacker side a day. That trend continues to hold. It'll be Team Liquid Alienware with the advantage to start out. Also generally been good for the opening picks in the attack as well. Team Liquid Alienware breaking away that streak for NIP, who the first 8 rounds were 8-0 on opening duels. As things ended up being, Team Liquid Alienware, generally speaking, better on the attack, but that offside pick in round 12 definitely catching them off. But when it's come to second floor, they've been good. 2 times now they've been able to get a win on this primary site. Not every single time bringing this Monty. It's only the second time we saw Philippox hit that walk up the rafter stairs. But generally speaking, pretty good at clearing out garage, good at acquiring control, and Maya and KZ specifically have been 2 standout players, usually opening things up over on the connector and IT side walking in, or connector generator side, walking in. So keep your eyes on those 2 players. If they can have impact in this round, Team Liquid Alienware will be looking quite good.
It's not taken much, really, for T-Law to look good in this fixture on attack. A lot of their attacks have been very well considered. Still KZ, though. The large load to bear. Going to be trying to join up with Philippox as an initial clear inside of warehouse is happening. IT breach already open. Philippox plays a beautiful Monty, by the way. Real aggressive. I mean, look at the time. Halfway through the round, and he's already shoved that Azami right back. Yes, they can play a little bit deeper from inside, but with KZ on the wall, he can make sure that no one's going to swing while that hard breach charge goes off and still put chip damage in onto people.
And if KZ could just get active from this angle or from any of these positions, Team Liquid Alienware will always have a chance. Especially, as you said, off the back of this aggressive play by the Monty. JV92 coming in below, catching that fantasy, trying to catch the Monty off guard. KZ going big when he needs to. Holding the cutoff angle on the single door and the IT breach. Stops what could have been NIP, quickly sweeping the round away from T-Law. Looking for his 20th kill as Pino, so distracted by the Monty. KZ sees him, but Philippox just dones him with the pistol, and there's the big 2-0. KZ breaking well beyond double digits, his 20th kill this series, as it is a map point for T-Law.
Deservedly so. The little 1-2 punch of KZ and Philippox, and then JV92 just swooping in like a superhero. at the exact opportune moment to deny the flank that was being attempted. A flank that, by the way, if that goes off and Felipox falls, it starts to get very dangerous. Because for all that KZ's doing a brilliant job, all of that is facilitated by Monty. All of that is facilitated by Felipox. Without Felipox, without the threat of the Monty, it's just one player swinging with the DMR onto the breach wall. And guess what? Just don't peek it. But as soon as there's a Monty there, you have to challenge it, because as soon as you lose that fight, the space is going to be taken. Team Liquid Alienware are going to choose the top floor to make what could be their final stand here. Another chance at points, another chance at closing out the game as we approach maximum overtime here. Still, there is potential. We go 7-7. And NIP end up back on that defensive side. But the momentum in this game, it has been very slowly edging toward that Team Liquid Alienware direction. And it is in large part due to one man and one man only. KZ 20-7 right now. You can have another good round here, especially in the position that he's going to be defended on that rafters. Could be wraps.
Could be. I mean, especially as we've seen him falling back out of the rafters and then going for flanks later. Even on the defense, when it hasn't necessarily been multi-kill city, it was just a few really important frags on that defensive half. Rounds 2 and round 6, and even then, almost 1v3 from KZ as well. It's just been from really important individual plays from him that made that defensive half and have kept Team Liquid Alienware competitive to get to this position. So if he's able to have that impact on rafters, whether it's weathering the storm or going for the flank later, public enemy number 1 might be this man right here with the 9x19. Wizard can use those firebolts if he wants to, send them over top. They have the Monty as well. Could try to force the issue, though it would be difficult going that close quarters. There are a couple different options, though, as NIP generally speaking. He takes the fight on IT? He swings Hates on the rappel. He gets the win, and not only is that garage cleared, KZ is down for the round.
Someone's going to have to try and fill this gap. It's going to be Maya to move into position. Knows that this area needs to be held. Basetto, he knows it's going to be backfilled. No more Kiba barricades, though. Maya has only got his gun to rely on. Banshees, yeah, sure, they might help him, but it's not active utility that he can place in a pinch. Slowly but surely, we start to see the utility taken care of here on rafters. The way this round has gone, given that we're at about the minute and 20-second mark, we do have Hates on IT. You get the feeling that it could be a slower paced round. Fancy downstairs below, looking for a bit of an opening. Ooh, doesn't realise just how close he is. This is a crucial engagement he needs to win. Target onto the Goyo. But it isn't the Goyo. Oh, it is the Goyo that's downstairs with him. A little bit of support coming in now as well. Fancy misses his shots, fluffs it. JV92 takes him out and can rotate back up Aqua. That's a massive kill.
And a big one to follow up. Nate's able to take down Hates on the IT push in. NIP have tried to make it through a similar way that T-Law did, IT and Garage. The prongs aren't working. We've got the garage part, but as Pino is looking to flank on the backside, he just wins the fight against Felipox, but Team Liquid Alienware still keep things in the lead. Only one active gun for NIP right now. Pino's got to be the cover for Basetto right now. Putting the diffuser down. We're all isolated on the opposite side, but Basetto falls off. Full shields to apply some more pressure, work himself into an off position that might be better for Pino to cover, but it's still gonna be difficult. He catches the head of one. Another right around the corner as he spots another, but Nade with it, and on the next to deny the post away from NIP. A dub was all they needed, and it's a dub Nade will get 8-6. Team Liquid Alienware are your 5th team in the playoffs.
A photo finish there for Team Liquid Alienware. Not the easiest game at all, going down in the first half, having to dig incredibly deep on their own attacks and eventually get it over the line, winning that top floor on the defense. It comes down to a 1 versus 1. I genuinely feel like we saved the best until last here tonight. We're going to send it straight over to our desk.
Thank you very much. That was indeed the best for less, just as they do it with boxing, right? You get the heavyweight at the end of the day. What a great matchup between these two teams. And of course, overtime, I think, deserving of how close this matchup was and the stakes that were on this matchup. But we get to speak to the winners. We have Igor on the line, who we can ask some questions about this game. And we can also congratulate Igor. Congratulations on making it into playoffs. But let's be honest, that was a pretty tense matchup to watch from the sidelines.
Yes, of course. They surprised us with the Night Heavy Labs. We didn't expect this map on this match. We were expecting Café, to be honest, but they played really well. Was the second time they played. The last time it was against us in the playoffs to get the spot for the major, and we won again. So I think we have had a good resilience today, and we could get the playoff spot. Is the most important.
Igor, I was also surprised to see this map being played. It was not in my prep, so I guess it was also on your side. Initially, on the first few rounds, I saw an IP go crazy aggressive early in the rounds. Like they won, I think, the 8 first opening kills in a row. Yeah. Was it something that you noticed? Like, did you expect that kind of aggression on their side?
So we know they really enjoy to play with Deimos, Dokkaebi, Snake. So had like a permaban in map like Ace and Green are very good operators, and we knew it. They will play aggressive, but at the same time, we could do anything. They played really well in the attack side, and our defense, I think we were like too pussy, to be honest. Like we needed to be more kind of aggressive in our defense, and my pause was about that, and that's it. But Nip played really well too.
And speaking of those bans, I think you were one of the first teams that were really super innovative, abusing the new ban system to target bans teams when it came out. And just in this scenario, for example, why do you go sometimes with default bans on a certain map rather than counter bans on against a team like an IP that you know they're going to play the crazy triple Deimos, Dokkaebi, Solid Snake, Grim Lion?
So I think it depends on how much we like the map. Like some maps like Night Heavy Labs, Clubhouse, it's about opening the bridge. So the bans is going to help this, and other maps like Border or Café or Chalet, we can manage this like a counter ban or something like that. So I think it depends on the map.
All right, and then one more question before we let you go, Igor. You have now confirmed the playoffs, which is great for your side, but there's 2 more teams left. There's Los, there's Fluxo, W7M, but only 1 more spot. Who do you think makes it?
I think Fluxo, because we will play against Los, and we won. We want to win, of course. Maybe we had the chance at the 3rd position. I don't know. I think it depends on the match I play against an IP. But that's it. And the most important thing is Liquid anywhere. Be there in the playoffs. So Los, Fluxo, I don't care.
I get it. You can play a bit of devil's advocate in that matchup as well, and really ruin the stage for a team there as well. Igor, thank you so much for your time once again. Congratulations on the qualification, and good luck next week.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good to hear from him. I always love the insights as well, starting all the way from like, oh, we didn't expect Night Haven Labs, like you were saying as well, to the issues they were facing on their defense, the fact that they were playing too scared. But Leo, let's be honest, you know, they talked about the operators that NIP were playing on their attacks. I felt some very similar operators there on the side of Team Liquid as well. Crowd control operators, Dokkaebi, Solid Snake, Deimos. They threw a Lion in the mixer as well, and all of that led to KZ, the guy on your screen right now, getting away with absolute murder sometimes.
Yeah, honestly, they can be really thankful to KZ for that game, because dropping 20 kills, even if on the last round he's the opening death, I mean, he deserved the praise. He deserved that win. For far, he needed that. He needed that to make it to the playoffs. I think he made sure dropping 20 kills in one single map. And overall, I think a great comeback on the side of Team Liquid. I think also a great adaptations to so many rounds where they were at a man deficit, and they had this ability, mostly on the back of KZ, but not only. Maya had a couple of great rounds where he really came back. He started off really poorly in this game and managed to get positive in the end. And I think that's on the back of many moments where they went and managed to get a few picks here and there by lurking, by getting aggressive. It was a crazy game, high intensity between two teams that honestly are playing at a really high level. That's the top of Brazil, and you can feel it. And I think that just looking at the top 4 on paper, it feels like FaZe, Furia, NIP, Team Liquid are all 4 looking incredibly strong. No one of them is obviously qualified to EWC yet, but I would not be surprised if they were the top 4 making it to EWC with the level they've been showing. Obviously, out of this top 4, Liquid has been the one that's been the least consistent. I think if they can win against Lost tomorrow, they will lock in that top 4 at 100%, and then things will be different. I'm quite excited to see the fact that this went to overtime, I guess the fall off from it, and how Play Deny will be impactful. It will be a direct shot out between Loss and Fluxo W7M for that last playoff spot, but they don't play each other. So this is going to make things very interesting, and Loss has 1 more point than W7M, so obviously not at all at the same level here.
And all the way until the final match as well, because Furia could throw a spanner in the works for Team Liquid in regards of their top 4 position. But I don't think it is to anybody's surprise that the MVP of this matchup is KZ. You know, getting some plans out as well, going active on the entry, and then 20 kills to help his team get locked in for playoffs. As Igor was saying, of course, that is the main objective. That is the main goal for group stage. They don't care whatever team it is that faces or joins them as the last team inside of those playoffs, but making it to the playoffs was the most important thing. Now, focusing on this year and purely the numbers that we're seeing, right? NIP, Furia, on the same amount of points. Guess what? They play against each other next week. Then Team Liquid, they have a shot of equaling Furia in those points there. Should NIP pull off something against Furia there, and then the round differential between all these teams, Leo, it is so incredibly close that even, you know, with the fact that we've seen so many 7-5s, any round next week could make the difference on whether you're first, second, third, or fourth.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make the math in my head. If NIP somehow, with their round difference, have managed to lock in top 4 despite losing in overtime, because they're on 17 points, so Loud needs to overtake them. And in theory, Loud can get up to 17 in the next play day, but NIP has got a plus 10 round difference on them, so they would need a crazy performance like a 7-0, and they would need NIP to drop quite a lot of rounds if they wanted to overtake them. So it's gonna be. I don't think NIP is locked at 100%. Maybe I'll need to double check the math, but the most important thing is Loss and Fluxo W7M. These two. 1 point separating the two of them, and obviously only one can make the playoffs. And I think it's the harsh truth of Loud making playoffs by beating FaZe. Basically means that out of the usual suspect that we would find in the top 6 of SAL, one of them has to lose, one of them has to miss that, and that will be either Loss, either Flux or W7M.
And that is to be decided next week, Sunday, as we only have 1 more playday remaining in groups, and therefore only on Sunday will we have action going down in the SAL. Very important to keep in mind. And also, we'll be back at our normal schedule. There will be no match for Brazil in the World Cup on next week, Sunday. So we will be starting again at 6 p.m. CEST, as we have been doing with many of these playoffs. And I think our attention really is going to be focused on that later half of the day, right? The chances for Lows, the chances for Loud as well, but also for NIP and Furia in regards to the positioning on the leaderboard come the end of that final playday.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering right now if for NIP there isn't some kind of redemption if they can go and beat Furia all the way at the end. It doesn't mean much, but I feel like it would be such a big banger for them, and I think they need that kind of confidence back, because after facing multiple top teams and failing to beat each of them, I just feel like we're starting to notice the ceiling that we started to notice last year of NIP being the most consistent team and yet not being able to beat some of the most important teams. I think they're going to need this, especially looking at the performance in Salt Lake City. They want to go into EWC with a different momentum and a different confidence. I'm super excited about the game here. Lost Liquid, like you said, is probably going to be like an incredible banger and one that's going to define exactly the strength of SAL going into EWC.
Exactly, yeah. We'll have to wait a whole week, though, before that playday finally kicks off, the final playday of SAL. Luckily for us, specifically, we'll be back on the EML tomorrow with some more action. The playoffs there starting as well. And that means the same for the viewers. There is a lot of action happening next week with playoffs starting in many of the regions. SAL is one of the later regions when it comes to playing out their group stage. We will be doing that next week, Sunday. That is it from us here on the SAL. We thank you so very much for watching. Hope you have a great rest of your night, and we'll see you again next week.